Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Mind Palace Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. People can be cruel. That's the warning Hisashi gives Izuku before Inko busses him off to daycare. Of course, Inko scolds her husband for even thinking of telling their 4-year-old such a thing. He shrugs and disappears back into their bedroom to catch a few more hours sleep. Izuku hasn't thought much of it. He is busy rocking from the ball of his feet to the tips of his toes, excitement radiating off of him. Inko casts a fond smile down at her son as his wide eyes scan the daycare center. She and Hisashi have been discussing when to start him on daycare. Izuku is so sensitive ready. Granted, Izuku is starting a bit late into the year, but the teachers are very pleasant and understanding about the whole situation. Pressing a quick kiss to his forehead, Inko wraps her son in a hug and leaves him with the daycare workers. "Be good, Izu," she says. Izuku watches as his mom disappears through the doors. The daycare worker, Maiko, smiles at him. "Izuku-kun, we're having circle time. Why don't you join us?" 20 or so kids are seated, crisscross applesauce, in a circle, staring at Izuku. The curly-haired boy blushes at the attention. "Sit down, Izuku-kun," Maiko instructs kindly. The boy obeys. "Now, Izuku-kun's new, and I know you all know what it's like to be new, so let's make him feel welcome. Everyone say your name and a bit about you, starting with you." She points to a boy with long black hair and orange eyes. "I'm Tsubasa Akido. I'm 4 and I really like race car games. And my quirk's called..." The boy's face scrunches up like he's just bitten a lemon. "Prehensile," "Prehensile," Maiko prompts with an encouraging look. "Right," he chirped. "Prehensile hair." The boy stumbles over the word a second time, but beams proudly. The teacher gives a nod and gestures for the next person to speak. "My name's Bakugo Katsuki. All you need to know about me is that my quirk's explosions and I'm going to be the #1 hero, assholes. Katsuki-kun." Maiko's tone is even, but stern. Bakugo, or Kaken, as Izuku has silently dubbed him, fumes. "Fine. I'm going to be the #1 hero, extras." A sigh escapes Maiko's lips, but they continue. "Akane Ryu, I like butterflies and kittens." The young girl trails off, her voice just above a whisper. "What was that, Ryu?" "I said I like kittens." Maiko takes a deep breath, her smile becoming strained. "Let's move on. Next. I'm Keano Shirori. I have 2 brothers and my favorite colors are blue and gray." Straightforward and to the point. The next person clears their throat. "I'm Dash." Izuku listens with rapt attention to his peers, especially on the subject of quirks. "Izuku-kun." The boy's head snaps up and he flushes at the laughter. "It's your turn," Maiko informs him. "Oh, my name is Midoriya Izuku. I really like heroes. Like All Might. And I really want to be one. My mom said my quirk's dormant, so yeah?" "The F-dash? What kind of quirk is that?" Maiko pinches the bridge of her nose, trying to keep her blood pressure down. "Katsuki." "Fine. Sorry or whatever." Maiko sighs, she has a feeling this group will be the death of her dash. "Oh, Onya, why don't you go next?" "Broccoli head, is you the hell? I'm talking to you." "Katsuki." "No swearing." Maiko's voice is clear from across the playground. Katsuki snorts as he approaches Izuku. "Yes. You said you liked All Might, right?" Izuku blinks before his eyes positively light up. He's the best hero ever. "No such crap." The blonde corrects himself, shooting Maiko a look. Her multicolored eyes are trained directly on him, and her arms are folded. She reminds him of his mother before she gets angry. He's the #1 hero. But he's really cool too. Did you see his debut video? I watch it every day. Katsuki plops down beside Izuku. "Nerd. Everyone's seen that video." He glances down at the action figure in Izuku's tiny fist and his red eyes go wide. You got the limited edition Silver Age Shimura Tribute All Might figure. How? The two boys babble animatedly about All Might for the remainder of their recess, and Maiko smiles. Perhaps this group won't be so bad. The group is that bad. Katsuki, if he wasn't an annoyance before, has graduated into a full-blown problem. He's somehow managed to muster a following of other kids who look at him like he's hung the moon. Of all of them, Izuku has to be the most starstruck. The green-haired boy trails behind Katsuki like a puppy and, when he lashes out, continues to follow faithfully. No matter how hard she tries to discourage this, or to get Katsuki to calm down, it never lasts. At the ripe age of 25, she considers retiring from the daycare business. Maybe she'll take a less stressful job, like stockbroking. Kaken, could we please stop? My head dash. Shut up. We're playing heroes and villains. You interrupted me. I'm supposed to capture you, Deku. Maiko purses her lips and intervenes. Katsuki, that's not nice. Apologize. The two glare at each other before Katsuki relents and mutters some half-hearted apology before storming off. Izuku-kun, do you have another headache? A nod. Do you want me to call your mother? Another nod. 20 minutes later, Midoriya Izuku's there to pick her son up. Another one? Maiko nods and Inko sighs. Thank you, Maiko-kun. It's all right, Inko-chan. I hope Izuku-kun feels better. The mother approaches her son, who's sleeping peacefully on the futon in the nurse's. Aizu? Honey, it's time to wake up. We're going to the doctor, okay? The boy's eyes are heavy with sleep, so Inko lifts him from the futon, cradling him close to her, thanks Maiko again, and leaves. She prays whatever's been causing so many headaches isn't too important. It seems Izuku here's finally gotten his quirk, Dr. Tsubasa explains, glancing over the charts in his hands. The older man leans back in his chair, ghost of a smile on his lips. Really, it's about time. It was beginning to become concerning. Through the dull ache in his head, Izuku perks up, swinging his legs over the bench and humming. He has a quirk. He wonders what it will be. What if it's like All Might's? That would be awesome. But my quirk's so weak that I've never really had headaches before. Why is this happening? Inko wrings her hands, but can't ignore the relief flooding her. Her baby's got his quirk. Nothing's wrong with Izuku after all. Yes, well, we do need to run a few more tests, but it's likely his quirk is a mutation from yours and not your husband's. He turns to the younger Midoriya. So, Izuku, any other symptoms? Any strange things? Well, the boy trails off. It's kinda hard to describe. Looking vaguely intrigued, the doctor leans in emotions for him to continue. Izuku looks to his mother and she nods for him to tell the doctor what he knows. There's a big library in my head. There's a beat. Then another. And another. After an awkward pause, the doctor clears his throat. I beg your pardon? A library, he repeats. There are books on people. Could you elaborate? Like, on the people I know that there are books. Most of them are really short and a lot of the pages are blank. Dr. Tsubasa leans back in his chair and hums contemplatively. What do the books say? A lot of things. Izuku's eyes shine. Like their quirks, and their height, and what they like and don't like dash. Are there any other rooms? Izuku pauses. Well, there are other doors, but they're locked. One of the doors says, lab, and another says, control room. I see. Are the books only on people? No, I have a quirk theory section and some science sections, but the science books are mostly blank. The doctor jots this down before leaving Inko with her son to name his new quirk while he updates the boy's file. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Male. Birthday, July 15th. Quirk, Mind Palace. Quirk description. User is able to retain information in books. Other rooms available. Extent of quirk unknown. Danger level. Examiner's signature. Dr. Tsubasa. That night, Izuku eagerly awaits going to daycare the next day. He can't wait to show off his quirk. While Inko cooks, Izuku hangs around her, constantly tugging on her sleeve. Mom. Do you think the other kids will think my quirk's cool? Inko smiles down at her son. The coolest. He breaks off into a fit of excited giggles and laughter. I'm going to be a hero. Yes, sweetie. The cutest. Izuku stops and pouts. Mom. Only joking, sweetie. Only joking. No, she isn't. The next day, Izuku bounds up to Katsuki at recess, excitement lighting up his eyes like fire. Kaken. Kaken. I finally got my quirk. Now I can be a hero too. The other boy huffs. It doesn't matter if you can't protect yourself, shitty dash. Katsuki. Crappy nerd. Katsuki bites out with a glare. Green eyes are gleaming with pride. But don't you want to know what it is? Teeth, whatever. Despite his words, the blonde's eyes gleam. It's called Mind Palace. Show me, he demands. Izuku hesitates. Well, it doesn't really work like that, Kaken. It dash. What kind of ''ing quirk is that? You can't be a hero with that sheet. Katsuki. The boy whirls around. Quiet, hag. Maiko's glare is sharp enough to stab him from across the playground. She takes a step in the pair's direction before Akito tumbles off the jungle gym and falls, wailing. Glancing between the two situations, she sighs and goes to help Akito. Kaken. Not all quirks are offensive, you know? Sir Night Eye is a hero, and his quirk's precognition. Katsuki snorts. Whatever. That just means you'll always be my sidekick, loser, because I'm always going to be the best. Biba dash. Quit stuttering. I want to play heroes. I'll be All Might and you can be the villain I'm beating. He points to one of the extras. Kaken, what about me? The blonde glances back at the boy with wet eyes and curly green hair. I want to be a hero too. We don't need another hero, idiot. All Might can do it all himself. But dash. Just be a civilian with that brown-haired beach. He huffs, jerking a thumb at Keanu, who glowers at him. Your quirk's too useless to be a hero's or a villain's. But Kaken, I want to help. Izuku protests, grabbing onto Katsuki's sleeve. Why can't I be a hero with you? Get the hell off me. Gut. You'll just get in my way, Deku. The blonde shoves the shorter boy away and storms off. Watching from the sidelines as the other kids shriek and run in the game of heroes and villains, Izuku sniffles, big fat tears rolling down his plump freckled cheeks. Keanu, the other civilian, is a girl with chin-length light brown hair and bangs held in place by a butterfly clip. She honestly looks rather plain, just like him. They watch the other kids play for a few minutes in silence before Keanu speaks up. You want to do something else? Her voice is soft and she doesn't even glance towards him when she asks the question. Izuku scrubs at his cheeks before meeting his green eyes to her gray ones. Yeah. While the rest of the children play at heroes and villains, Keanu and Midoriya spend the day at hopscotch. Izuku loses every time. His balance is awful. So that night, when Hisashi asks how his day went, Izuku can't say it was all bad. Oh, you poor fool, it will get much, much worse. H5 brings about their final days at the daycare. Maiko will be lying if she says she won't miss any of them, but there are some she won't miss quite as much. Still, she's watched these kids grow and explore the world around them with feverish curiosity, build bonds and stretch the limits of their quirks. Except for Keanu Shiori. Izuku's friend is quiet, but an obedient child. She doesn't cause any trouble, bless her really, and is sweet. Shiori's quirk is considered dormant, since she lacks the joint in her toe common in quirkless individuals. Normally, Maiko would be a little more concerned about it, but Shiori never seems to mind. Izuku, on the other hand, loves to fire off theories on what her quirk could be, or, if it's so passive, it's hard to pick up on. Shiori chases Izuku across the playground before they settle underneath a tree. Maiko's lips break into a smile. Out of all the kids, those two have to be the cutest. She knows she's not allowed to have favorites, but the two are close, and Shiori's often Izuku's one-person audience for his ramblings on varied subjects. Kaori. Look at this. Izuku motions for her to come closer. She peeks over his shoulder at the book years above her reading level. What's the book about? Quirk history, he replies simply. This page is about Crimson Riot. I'm working on adding it to my library. See his quirk. That he hardens his hair? Izuku's head bobs as his eyes gleam. He's from a few decades ago, but apparently he was really popular. That how do you fight someone with hardened hair? Well, he was really proficient in hand-to-hand combat, Izuku explains. And he kinda used his hair like a rhino's horn. Proficient. Shirori repeats. Really good. Shirori makes an O shape with her mouth and nods. Well dash. Akito swings above them in the tree by his hair. Guys, look up. Shirori huffs while Izuku practically lights up. That's so cool, Akito-chan. Does it hurt? Akito shrugs. Not really. It only hurts if I do it for too long. Interesting. Is your hair strong? Is it hard to cut? That would make sense if you can swing by it. Is that why your hair's really long? Because you can't cut it? Is it unbreakable? Is your scalp really strong as well, or is it just desensitized to pain? Do you dash? Izuku's mutterings continue as Akito hangs in the tree, staring at the freckled boy. Shirori flicks him. Aizu. Oh. Color creeps into his cheeks. Sorry, it's just your quirk is amazing. Thanks. Akito snapped back to reality and is beaming again. I really like it. You know, you're smart, Midori. You're like a super genius or something. T-dash. Shitty Deku? A super genius? You've gotta be kidding. Katsuki smirks at Akito. Or maybe you're just a DMN idiot. Somewhere inside, Maiko stops picking up toys and goes stiff. Her multicolored eyes narrow and a hiss escapes her lips. Katsuki. Hey, Kaken, that's not nice. Izuku frowns. Akito-kuen's smart. Yeah. As a rock, he sneers. Besides, Deku couldn't hold a candle to me. Izuku steps between the two. The blonde's fists curl. You still trying to be a hero, nerd? With your useless quirk. That's not any of your business, Kaken. The hell? Of course it's my DMN business. I'm going to have to protect your stupid but when I'm number one. He stalks forward. You can't be a hero, got it? Only I can. You're beneath me, nerd. His palms start crackling. Whimpering, Akito swings away while Izuku only backtracks until he's pressed himself against the tree. Kick and dash. He starts, only to be cut short when he face plants and starts screaming bloody murder. Keano quickly pulls her foot back in. Who the F did that? Izuku freezes before slowly making eye contact with Shirori. She raises a finger to her lips, telling him to be quiet. He nods in understanding before turning back to the scene before him. Maiko rushes over, very surprised to see Katsuki in such a state. What happened? He fell. Shiori's lying. No, I did if any not. Katsuki snarls, gripping his nose. Maiko chides him before literally dragging him to the nurse, kicking and screaming about how All Might never gets hurt, so he doesn't need to go. Izuku turns to his friend, frowning. Cory, that wasn't nice. What wasn't nice? I have no clue what you're talking about, Aizu. I didn't do anything. The rest of the day passes uneventfully, save for Katsuki's extra profane language. Cory! Wait up! Izuku jogs after his friend who's waiting for the bus. Mom said you were coming over today, remember? Oh. Izuku smiles and leads Shirori to Inko waiting by the entrance. The older woman beams at them. Did you two have a good day? Emchim. Yeah. Maiko-san showed us her quirk. Oh, what did she do? She brought Rin-san's drawing to life. That sounds fun. It was of two puppies. Izuku continues as Inko ushers the two into the car. Wow. Two? I thought she could only bring one drawing to life. Well, yeah, but she made the two puppies smaller so she could handle it, Izuku explains, tossing his bag on the car floor. They were cute dash, Shirori begins before the ground quivers. For a second, Inko feels like time stops as something blurs by their windshield before crashing into the car beside them. Not spending another second thinking, she flings her door open, dragging Izuku and Shirori out from the back seat. Mom, what's going on? The ground cracks as waves move through it. They're thrown to their feet. Stop. Chicken of the hero twins, Gemini, barks. Her eyes are hidden behind the curtain of bangs hanging in front of her face. Despite the danger, Izuku can't help but wonder why she chooses to inconvenience herself for the sake of a look. The villain rises to her feet, blood running down the right side of her face. She has fins for ears and scales dotting her face and arms. Heroes. Pathetic, leave, she croaks, claws extending. The villain's voice is gravelly and raspy, her forked tongue flicks over her chapped lips as she glares. Izuku feels shivers run down his spine at the sight of her. We will not give in until you are apprehended. Ikaru, the other member of the hero duo, shouts confidently, albeit rather dramatically. Inko rises to her feet, pulling the children behind some cars for cover. Izuku sneaks glances at the battle, green eyes tracking every movement of the heroes and villain. The little recorder inside his head gets to work and his green eyes faintly glow. Name, Ando Hikaru. Age, hero name, Solar Flare. Age, 25. Hero name, Celine. Notes, the two make up the hero duo, Gemini. Solar Flare's quirk is known as Sun, while Celine's is known as Midnight. Both quirks are reasonably powerful on their own, but are considerably more powerful together. Weaknesses, Solar Flare seems to favor his left side more, and leaves his right side open quite a bit, while Celine has the opposite problem. They're both average in hand-to-hand, but they rely heavily on long-distance attacks. Their quirks are not as effective in close quarters. Both don't seem to get along very well, as seen in their interviews. Name, unknown. Age, unknown. Villain alias, Siren. Quirk, seems to be a mutation and emitter type. Notes, Siren has a voice amplification quirk, along with the appearance an underwater beast. Weaknesses, upon examination, she seems to have gills. Perhaps she has a weakness to heat or fire. This hero matchup is unfortunate for her, considering Solar Flare's quirk. Judging by her behavior, she's trying to wrap this up as quickly as possible. However, Izuku's jerked back by his mother as pieces of a car come flying their way. Izuku! Siren lets loose a shriek and Gemini's blown back. Their cover skids to the side and they fly a few yards back. Shiori lands on a ruined car door, cutting her chin. Izuku's arms are littered with scrapes and bruises. Despite the ringing in his ears, Izuku attempts to refocus on the fight. The heroes are playing more the part of actors than real heroes. While Siren is down, they don't move to apprehend her, but instead laugh and taunt her. Addition to the hero duo, Gemini's weaknesses, inefficient. Causes much damage. Arrogant. More interested in the glory than doing real good. Maiko races out from the daycare and picks up Shiori, shouting for Inko and Izuku to follow her. Hopping to her feet, Inko sweeps Izuku into her arms and they race into the daycare. Maiko leads them to a small room where other parents and their children are huddled. Maiko closes the door and tells everyone to keep their heads down. The building shakes every few minutes, and the room is quiet, save for the deep breaths and strangled sobs of the children. Then the fighting outside stops. Silence hangs in the air. Maiko opens the door and pokes her head out, sweeping her gaze through the halls before beckoning them out. Slowly but surely, the group inches out of the tiny back room. At the entrance of the daycare, the hero duo stands, proud as ever, while Siren is loaded into a police vehicle. Do not fear, citizens. The villain has been apprehended and will bother you no further. But because you have been saved by me. Solar Flare. Celine glares at her twin, swatting him in the head. By Gemini. We both took her down. Even if I did most of the work. The last part is whispered. The group breaks out into cheers and some of them are directed to ambulances. In the end, no one's too badly injured. The most serious thing is a possible concussion from one of the parents, so the kids are treated for little things before flocking to the heroes in hushed awe. Shiori gets a Ms. Joke bandage for her chin and Izuku gets covered in All Might bandages, much to his glee. Gemini spends another hour in the parking lot, basking in the attention they're receiving. They sign autographs, take pictures, the works. Bystanders, who'd been drawn in by the battle, crowd the pair, cheering them on and exalting their efforts. Gemini makes a point of taking many pictures with the kids, specifically Izuku and Shiori. Solar Flare and Celine hoist the two on their shoulders and smile brightly. FAKS, THOSE FAKS, THRE OYING. From the edge of the crowd, a young man glares at the duo. LIRS, 2IDONT begun. He turns and leaves, a plan beginning to form in his mind. He will cure this society of its illness. Yes, you will, Akaguro Kaizom. After the excitement is over, Inko takes the children home, noting that Misaki will be by to pick her daughter up soon. As if cued, there's a knock at the door. Inko opens the door and Keano Misaki waves at her. Hello, Inko. I'm sorry I'm late. Inko shakes her head. Oh no, it's quite all right. We were very busy. Well, it's getting late. I'll take Shiori and we'll get out of your hair. I've got to start thinking about what to make for dinner. Come in. Inko offers. We're just about to have dinner, and you're not bothering me before you say it. Misaki snaps her mouth shut with a sheepish smile. If you don't mind, Dash. I don't, Inko insists. Please come in. Knowing that Inko will probably hold her child until she eats with them, Misaki gives in. What about Akira-san and your boys? Should I invite them over too? Akira is taking Haru to a party and Joji's staying with Hajime and Yuno, so they should all be fine. Surprise spreads across Inko's face. Hajime, Akira's brother, is an international businessman, and he's hardly ever in Japan. Yuno and Hajime are in town? For a bit. He's going back to Britain next week. He certainly gets around. A laugh springs off of Misaki's lips. Yes. I'm surprised Yuno puts up with all his traveling. Here, let me help with that. She takes the plates from Inko's hands and begins setting the table. Her eyes catch on the bandages wrapping Inko's arms. You weren't caught up in the villain attack at the daycare, were you? Inko sighs before shaking her head. Unfortunately. Misaki pauses, knitting her eyebrows together in concern. The kids weren't hurt, right? A little scraped up, but none the worse for wear. The other woman relaxes. That's good. Inko nods before changing the subject. On a lighter note, guess who I ran into downtown today? Who? Bakugo Mitsuki. I haven't seen her in a while. Doesn't her kid go to the same daycare? Seeing her at pickup doesn't count, Inko says, rolling her eyes. We had coffee and caught up. But she's the friend you grew up with, right? The scary one. Misaki. Inko scolds. Mitsuki is not scary. Misaki continues setting the table, smirking. Sure, she hums. Whatever you think. Anyway, guess what? Masaru landed a job as the lead clothing designer of that big boutique uptown. Really? Shiori lays on the floor, staring at the walls. Posters and hero merchandise fill Izuku's bedroom, from his present mic alarm clock, to his best genist curtains, to his all-might bedspread. He's such a dork. Hey Izu. Do you ever think about the future? Like, besides being a hero? Are you listening? Izuku's surprised when an all-might pillow beans him in the head. What? I'm listening. What did I just say? His cheeks turn pink. I'm sorry. I was reading about the periodic table and how it's evolved since the dawn of quirks. Did you know Dash? She gives him a look. Oh, sorry again. What were you saying? She flops down on the bed, laying on 2 Gemini plushies. What do you want to be when you grow up? A hero. Like All Might. He gives her a confused look. You know this. Yeah, but like what else? What? Do you think I can't be a hero? No. She says quickly, sitting up. But what else? What are you going to do when you become a hero? Not if, when Izuku notes as a warm feeling blossoms in his chest. Well, I want to save people, and I want to make sure everyone feels safe. I want bad guys to be afraid of me. I'll be like POW. Leaping to his feet, he swings at the air. And they'll run away. I don't think that's how it works. It does with All Might. She rolls her eyes before a look of mischief passes over her face. She pounces on him with a pillow. All Might doesn't lose at pillow fights. Not fair. He cries, shielding his face from the pillow assault Shiori brought down on him. Detroit Smash. He pushes her, grinning eagerly before he grabs a pillow and flies at her. The two mothers come running at the sound of shrieks and their hearts melt at the adorable sight. "All right, you two," Misaki announces, picking them both up underneath their armpits like sacks of flour. "It's dinner time. Let's get washed up." She takes big steps, rocking the children from side to side. "No. We need to finish our pillow battle, Mom." Izuku protests. "Maybe after dinner, Inko chuckles. While Misaki helps the kids wash up. Honestly, all that intelligence and Izuku still can't remember to wash his hands. Hisashi enters the apartment looking half dead. A frown tugs at Inko's lips, but she puts on a sympathetic look for her tired husband. "Hard day." He grunts in reply, kisses her on the forehead and wraps her in a hug, resting his head on her shoulder. The position is somewhat awkward due to their height difference, but Inko lets him rest for a minute, rubbing her hand over his back. "That bad?" "Everything was absolute shit," he grumbles, not moving. Normally Inko would chide her husband for his language, but he has clearly had a bad day, so she lets him slide. "Why don't you go sleep? Here, give me your coat. I'll save your plate." Her husband nods numbly in response before zombie his way into the bedroom, brushing past Misaki and the two children. "Daddy," Izuku says. "Hey there, champ," Hisashi slurs, rubbing at his eyes. "You're home. Guess what, Dash?" "Hey, champ, why don't you tell me about it later? Daddy's really tired. He needs a nap." "But Dash." "Izuku, let him sleep," Inko orders, voice stern, but light. Reluctantly, Izuku lets his father pass, and Hisashi stumbles into the room and closes the door behind him. "All right, why?" "Go sit down," Misaki instructs, goading the two children in the direction of the table. "Eat while it's hot." The end of Izuku and Shiori's days at the daycare comes with little fanfare as they are ushered into their elementary years. Maiko remains at the daycare and is now dealing with Joji and a new group of children. Still, she can't deny how much she loves them. And this group doesn't threaten to give her gray hairs before 30. It's Misaki's turn to pick up the first graders from elementary. The pair are waiting outside the entrance where pickup is being overseen by the teachers. Just as Misaki pulls up, Joji throws his door open and flies out of the car. "Izu!" Joji scrambles up to the green-haired boy to give him a hug. Misaki chuckles. "Hey, Trouble." "Trouble's friend," she jokes, nodding towards Izuku. Shiori huffs. "I am not Trouble," she pouts. "Izu." "Guess what happened today?" Joji's skipping and squealing. "What?" Izuku says as they walk towards the car. "I got a boyfriend." Misaki chokes on nothing, Shiori trips and Izuku just stops. "What?" Misaki's trying to recover from her shock. "He's really nice. His name is Natsu. He's got pink hair and he can breathe fire. Just like me. Isn't that cool?" To emphasize his point, a puff of fire leaves his lips before he quickly blows ice to cool the skin. "We're a lot alike. Joji dat sweetie dat darling, I love you, but I don't think you're too young for a boyfriend." "But Shiori's got a boyfriend." He protests. Misaki whips her head in Shiori's direction. "Shiori." "I don't." "Aha." Joji insists. "She's got Izuku." Izuku's just standing there, green eyes wide and lost. Misaki takes in a deep breath, exhaling through her nose. "Joji, sweetie, what does boyfriend mean?" "A friend who's a boy." The white-haired 4-year-old answers. Relief floods through Misaki and she sighs. "You can have as many of those as you want." Joji pumps his fist in the air. "I'm going to have a lot of boyfriends." Misaki laughs the entire way. Once they leave their backpacks in the apartment, Misaki gets a text from Inko saying that she'll be late, because she and Hisashi are discussing something important with their family. "Mom, can we go to the park?" Shiori asks. "Yeah. Please, Aunt Saki?" Misaki pretends to think about it. "Well, I'm not sure. The park's really far away and dash. Please? We'll be extra good." Izuku bargains. She breaks into a smile. "Okay." The four walk the 2 blocks to the park and Misaki turns them loose. After locating a bench where she has a full view of the playground, Misaki seats herself and leans back. It's a good day. Then she hears the screech of tires followed by a scream and her world shatters. Inko's attempting to console a heartbroken Misaki while Hisashi and Akira speak in low voices. Police have taped off the area and a man is handcuffed and put into the back of a cruiser. In the street, police work to clear the area of bystanders. The sky's becoming gray and the wind blows harshly. In the center of this scene, a tiny body lays in the street, covered with a large white sheet. Blood spots the sheet and pools around the head area and into the cracks in the street. Izuku stares forward in disbelief, and everything seems to drag on. Voices sound so far off. Victim is 4 Kayano. He hears a detective say into his radio. Deceased. Ikar. Driver distracted. 2 ambulance workers lift the young child's body into the ambulance and shut the doors. The 2 workers climb into the ambulance before the vehicle pulls away. Dead. My baby, Misaki whispers brokenly. Her breath is ragged and harsh and she's clinging to Inko like a lifeline. Akira appears much more reserved, but his haggard looks gives away his grief. Hisashi pats him on the back. I'm sorry. The man remains silent, his gray eyes are trained forward and unmoving. Joji. Shiori takes in a shaky breath, and Izuku's reminded that she's there. It had all happened so quickly. Joji, Shiori and Izuku had been playing at the park when the ball rolled out into the street. Joji had gone to retrieve it, since the street was empty, when a car pulled into the street at a high speed. Shiori's blood had run cold and she felt her heart stop dead in her chest as Joji turned to see the incoming car. The sound of her brother's bones crunching and the sight of his blood on the street and windshield. Shiori squeezes her eyes shut. She will never forget it. The young girl's body quivers as she sobs. Izuku hugs her tight until the police come armed with questions about the incident. A younger officer, called Tsukachi, tries to comfort the pair, promising justice for Shiori's younger brother. But on the day of the trial, justice doesn't come. Tsukachi, the kind officer who has helped the Kayanos raise money for Joji's funeral, tries to calm Akira down. They found him not guilty. He killed my son. Akira slams his fist into the wall. Misaki, numb, sits on a bench, glaring at her husband. Akira, just stop. Her voice is cold and hopeless. It doesn't matter anyway. He's gone. The last part is quieter, and her eyes grow misty once again. Akira whirls around. That son of a bitch killed our son and you're telling me to let it go? Joji's death has been hard on the family. Akira and Misaki fight more, Shiori's quieter and Haruko just doesn't react. Inko knits her eyebrows together as Tsukachi attempts to defuse the situation. Come here, she whispers, pulling Izuku, Haruko and Shiori towards her. It had been unfair. The driver is the son of a wealthy businessman who could afford the best lawyer in the country. The lawyer had managed to convince the jury that Joji had run out into the street and that the driver didn't have the time to react. And she had the audacity to call it a tragedy. Tsukachi succeeds in calming the couple down and sighs. He promises himself that when he's a detective, he'll stop things like this from happening. Little does he know, this is only the beginning. All Izuku and Shiori can think is this. It's not fair. The next year, Akira walks out and takes Haruko with him. Shiori doesn't see much of her brother or father after that and Misaki doesn't like talking about it, so she doesn't ask. Not too long after, Hisashi and Inko split. Unlike the Kayanos, it's not a messy divorce. The pair mutually agree that it's for the best, and Hisashi makes sure to be present in Izuku's life. He takes care to not miss anything too important and Izuku calls his father almost every day to tell him about school. But it's not the same. Kaken becomes more of a bully than a friend and spreads the idea that Izuku's quirkless. He uses the explanation that Izuku's quirk, mind palace, is what the boy has made up so he can pretend to be normal. Kids start avoiding him so they don't get unquirked. Look out. He's going to unquirk you. A girl squeals to her friend. Izuku frowns, trying to talk to the boy, but he's already fled with a shriek. Izuku sighs before he feels a tap on his shoulder. Hey Izu. A smile spreads across his lips. Hi Kaori. She glances around the playground at the kids pointing at him. She'd been part of the unquirk thing until a month ago. She had accidentally knocked Kakin over with a strong wind while he was bothering them. Since her quirk had manifested, people have stopped bothering her about being quirkless. Izuku had easily been more excited than her, shooting off possible uses for her quirk and beginning a new chapter in her book. You want to hang on the jungle gym? Sure. The world looks so different from upside down. Nicer, Izuku decides. His cheeks flush as he hangs like a bat from the jungle gym with the blood rushing to his head. So, have you tried anything out with your quirk yet? Not really. Mum can't afford quirk training, but the quirkologist says I should get discounted training because of how much Mum makes and how late my quirk came in. Just think about how cool it will be. You could be flying. Shiori pauses. I guess. A PRT silence falls between the two second graders. How's your mom? That not good. I think at least. The doctor said some things I didn't understand, but I think she's getting worse. Mom doesn't do much anymore, but Bishop helps out sometimes. I haven't met him yet. He's the retired pro hero next door, right? Yeah. I read about his hero work. He's really cool. I mean, I don't think he ever got a chance to get really big. But now he's your neighbor. You have a pro hero as your neighbor. That's awesome. Maybe we can get advice on how to be heroes. I dunno. He's kind grouchy. I don't think he really likes people. But we can try. An explosion goes off by Izuku's head. Startled, he falls toward the ground. Shiori tenses before she reaches out and pulls. Just before he hits the ground, a gust of wind sweeps underneath Izuku, softening his fall. You're so useless, Deku. You need the second most pathetic person in our class to save you, Bakugo mocks, scaling the jungle gym. He stands atop it, arrogance clear on his face. I'm going to be a hero, and you're always going to be some no-name quirkless freak. Shiori fights the temptation to blow Bakugo off the jungle gym as he continues his verbal assault, but she's already received one warning for the month, so she just sits there. And she feels helpless. What kind of a friend are you? Are you okay? She whispers when the blonde's gone. Izuku doesn't look at her. I'm fine. They don't talk for a while after that. Even though Shiori never teases him, she doesn't speak up for him like she should. A bit ago, she wouldn't have cared how much trouble she got in for stepping to someone who was being AD-. Now, with Misaki's illness, she knows her mother can't handle the stress. Everything's wrong and she knows it. She should be able to help her mum around the house. She should be able to stand up for her friend, but that she couldn't. It hurt. On the other hand, Shiori notices that people start to hang around her more. She skips rope with Mika and Izumi at recess sometimes. Izumi's a bit bratty, but she's not all bad. Mika just seems to follow after Izumi. They're the closest thing to a friend she's had since Izuku. Friends, she thinks. I don't just have one anymore. They aren't as good as Izuku, but now she has more people, more friends. She's not sure if that's a good thing. Hey, Shiori, come here. Izumi calls for the brown-haired girl. Shiori sits in front of Izumi without a word. Turn around. I want to do your hair. Shiori's hair's grown down to her upper back in the last 2 years. Izumi decides to use her as her practice dummy for her hairstyling. The other girl wants to be a beautician when she gets older. An explosion sounds from behind a corner. I wonder what Katsuki-chan's doing, Mika whispers. Izumi snorts. Probably beating on that quirkless kid. Honestly, Midoriya's so weird. He's always talking about quirks. He doesn't even have one. But hey Izumi tugs on Shiori's hair. Least you aren't friends anymore, right? You didn't catch his quirklessness. It's not contagious, Shiori says under her breath. Izumi narrows her eyes, pausing the braid she had been doing in Shiori's hair. What? Nothing. Shouting and crying erupt from behind the corner. Let's go see what's going on, Izumi suggests. Both Shiori and Mika know better than to object, so they follow. You think you're better than me, shitty nerd? The class eggs Bakugo on. Izuku's eyes are wide with terror and confusion. For just a second, he locks eyes with Shiori and she freezes. Do something, damn it. Why aren't you doing anything? Izuku tears his gaze away, looking utterly betrayed, and something inside her snaps. The rest is a blur. 1 second she's watching, the next second she's looming over Bakugo, screaming while Izumi tries to hold her back. What are you doing? Stop. She says. Let me go. Shirori kicks and swings, fighting to get the bigger girl to release her. Unfortunately, the teachers come, take one look at the scene, and drag Bakugo and Shirori apart. Bakugo and Shirori are sent to the principal's and Izuku to the nurse before he joins the two. The principal is a Japanese-American fellow with blue eyes and black hair shocked white in some areas. His face is drawn and harsh, and he towers above the desk he sits at. Now, he begins, sweeping his gaze over the three. Can somebody please tell me what happened? In the end, Shirori loses recess for the rest of the week and Bakugo gets a day's suspension for bullying and quirk usage. The principal tells her that it won't go on her record, since it's her first incident. He does warn her that if this happens again, she will also be suspended. But at the end of the day, she couldn't find it in herself to regret it. She waits in the lobby for her mom, or bishop, to come pick her up. Thank you. Quickly turning, Shirori meets Izuku's eyes. He's a few feet away, shuffling his feet. The hall is silent for a bit before Shirori takes a deep breath. I'm sorry. More silence. It stretches longer and longer until Shiori's about to leave. I forgive you. Izumi drops her like a stone, not that she minds. Mika sometimes talks with her when Izumi's not around, but they aren't exactly friends. So, she's back to square one. But she'll take one amazing friend over two good ones any day. Maybe her mum will be a little less mad at the situation. The next year, a second Keano is buried and Shirori goes into foster care. Her first family is okay, but it isn't long before she moves on to Ms. Yamoto. And nothing can describe the horror that is Yumiko Kyuka. The hospital is sterile-smelling and too white. It hurts her eyes. Inko's outside shouting, presumably at Fukuda, her social worker. What do you mean she won't be prosecuted? That girl slit her wrists to get away from that woman. And now, ma'am, if you cool just. Calm down dash. I see no reason to be calm. Fukuda swallows. You see, we have no evidence dash. No evidence. She scoffs. And in light of this event, we have to consider dash. Consider what? She snaps. That the scars are self-inflicted. If Inko wasn't mad before, she is now. The short green-haired woman all but explodes, going off on the social worker in a manner similar to a volcano. Izuku's sitting beside her bed, oddly silent. It's not fair, he mutters. I know. Strike two. The rest of 5th grade is passed uneventfully, and 6th grade might have as well if Hatsum hadn't moved to their school. Aizu. Shirori. She cries. Look at this. My design for my new baby. A paper with detailed notes for a 6th grader is shoved into Izuku's hands. Wow, Mei. This is amazing. Are you actually going to build this? You're looking at Hatsum Industries' future Sue. We're going to sell my babies around the world. You two are witnessing greatness in its infancy. And for a small payment of dash in the same breath, Mei begins her pitch to get them to buy into her company early. Think of it as an investment. Izuku chuckles. Mei dash. Excuse me, is Hatsum Mei in this classroom? One of the office attendants asks. The class falls silent. She is, Takahashi-sensei responds. Is something wrong? The attendant purses his lips. I need her to come down to the office. Her parents are here. Mei doesn't come in for the rest of the week. When she does return, the kids bombard her with questions about where she was and what happened, but the usually perky girl doesn't so much as respond to them. It takes a few days before she talks to her friends. Some guy attacked my sister. Mei's usually boisterous voice is replaced with a voice hardly above a whisper. She doesn't meet their eyes. Imiko-chan? Is she okay? Izuku's eyebrows knit together. She's in the hospital. Did they catch the guy? Mei scowls and slams her fist down on the table. No. They just said there was nothing that they could do. They're the police. The police in Akumi don't do jack. Shiori shakes her head. It's wrong. We need someone to uphold the law here. Right? Because heroes are so eager to deal with the crap part of town. I mean, it doesn't have to be a hero. Just someone or someone's dash. Shiori rolls her eyes. Not a word. Some people who are willing to do the right thing despite having nothing to gain. Izuku finishes seriously. And I'm saying it could be us. Mei and Shiori blink, glancing briefly at each other before staring at Izuku. What? Strike 3. Never send to know for whom the bell tolls, villains, it tolls for thee. Vigilantism is illegal. And you don't have anyone to train you, Mei would point out. I know, but someone's got to keep people safe, Izuku would insist, and the argument would continue. Throughout 6th grade, the debate pops up whenever Izuku floats the idea across the table. It always ends in stalemate. The year ends and Mei heads off to semi-private academy for their robotics program. I can't believe you got in. Izuku exclaims as Mei flaunts her acceptance letter. I can. No one can resist the sheer genius of Hatsum Mei, future head of Hatsum Industries. Shiori sighs. Can you please stop calling yourself that? Mei ignores her. Where are you two heading? Izuku and Shiori aim for Aoudara Junior High, very unambitious, they know. Izuku wants an easy 3 years so he can plan for UA. Shiori, on the other hand, is living with a new family who sends her. And oh joy, guess who else follows? None other than Bakugo Katsuki. Shiori and Izuku flip through books in his room, whittling away their last few days of vacation. It's quiet, with a few comments or questions every once in a while, but the two pre-teens just soak in the time to do absolutely nothing. What class are you in? 1A. Oh. Shiori pauses. I'm in 1B. Which class Kaken is in? With your luck? 1A. Wow. Thanks, he drawls, rolling his eyes. Izuku flops down on his bed and lets out a long-suffering sigh. Shiori smiles, glancing around while Izuku laments his future. The room hasn't changed much overall in their years since elementary, but there are little subtleties that she can pick up. Most notably, there isn't a decrease in All Might merch, but merchandise from a hero Shiori doesn't recognize pokes out here and there in between the red and blue. The man is dressed in dull colors with a white scarf winding around his neck and yellow goggles over his eyes. Wonder who that is, she thinks before reconnecting herself to the conversation. Hey, look on the bright side, maybe the teachers will actually give a sheet and expel him. He rolls over. Huh, you're a riot. I do try. They fall into a comfortable silence. Izuku yawns and sleepily drapes a blanket over his form. Hey, Kaori? Yeah. How much do you hate me? That can't be good. Not enough to say no immediately. What do you want? A nervous chuckle escapes his lips. Well, you're not going to like it. I figured. What is it? So, that you know how Bishop was a pro? Yes, and before you ask, I am not giving you his phone number so you can freak him out with your fanboying. Izuku bats her in the back of the head. Shut up. I don't do that. Yes you do. Just tell me what you want. Ithink Bishop Todiak Yashoda fight. She blinks. What? Well, with Akumi being so dangerous and all, I think, Mei, you and me should not learn to fight. Izuku, this is about vigilantes, isn't it? No. What makes you think that? I just think it would be a useful skill. Why, because I'm about to go to school with Kaken again, and I just dash. Fine. And for the record, you SCK at lying. He stops rambling. Really? Yes. But dash. I don't agree with you on everything, and I don't have to. Just don't get killed. A smile spreads across his lips. You're the best, Kaori. Shiori lets loose a sigh from a bone deep. Exhaustion that comes with being Midoriya Izuku's friend. I know. It's been a year or two since Kayano Misaki passed and her daughter went into foster care. Jesus Garcia doesn't expect the young girl to keep in contact with him. He had been sure she'd drop him after a few months, but she consistently calls or texts every few days, or at least once a week. So it's no surprise when around 3 o'clock one Friday, he gets a call from her. Hi Bishop, What's up, kid? My friends were wondering if you could teach us some fighting skills or techniques. What? That's what I said. Kaori. He hears in the background. What did he say? Izuku, get off me, I'm trying to ask now. Alright. Midoriya Izuku. While he has never met the green-haired boy, he's heard enough about him to feel like he's known him for years. The boy's an avid hero fan, and aspires to be one himself. That being said, Shiori describes him as dorky and nerdy often, and it's not surprising given his excitement that Bishop can practically feel through the phone. Why don't you all go to a dojo? Because we're all broke and can't afford lessons. Right. He forgot that part. I'm not a teacher. First time for everything. He sighs. I'll think about it. Okay, but just a heads up, Izuku might die if you say no. Kaori. He barks a laugh. Alright, I got something to do. Bye, kid. Bye, Bishop. The man shakes his head and the preteen hangs up. He's known the kid for years, and she never fails to surprise him. A teacher? Me. He laughs again. That's gotta be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No, a voice in his head says. Thinking you'd last a second out there as a pro is. The apartment's silent for a moment as he scowls. It didn't hurt to dream, he thinks before he heads out to meet with a few associates. Yes, it did. The first day of school is upon them before they expect it. Mei's off to Sumai with claims that she of what she will build. Shiori and Izuku catch a train and walk to their new school. Students swarm the school gates, chatting eagerly with their friends. Good luck, is Shiori's departing phrase to Izuku before she leaves for 1B. Izuku turns to his class door and fires off a hasty prayer to whatever god was up there before he enters. Bakugo is the first person he sees when he steps into the classroom. Izuku breathes deeply as he shuffles across the classroom. He drops his bag on his desk and tries to make himself as small as possible. The class fills up and gradually becomes louder until the door slides open and a middle-aged man of short stature enters, seemingly dead on his feet. The chatter quiets and students take their seats. Welcome to Ardura Junior High, Class 1A. I am Hagiwara-sensei. We are glad to have you. Hagiwara looks like he's sleepwalking through his introduction speech. As if cued, the teacher yawns and groggily blinks. Let's take attendance. He glances over the rows of desks. He checks off their names. You're all here. Congratulations. So unprofessional, Izuku thinks with disdain. So, you kids can socialize or something until the first year's orientation. I'll be at my desk. No one bother me. A brave boy in front of Izuku raises his hand. Yes, Hagiwara-sensei replies, quickly glancing at the seat chart. Tomoko-san. Tomoko has a cheeky look on. What if someone dies? Hagiwara-sensei narrows his eyes and leans forward, a scowl marring his expression. Do you want a detention on the first day? Tomoko shrugs. Don't know. Would you give me one? Don't tempt me. Izuku leaves for his orientation with mixed feelings about his classmates and teacher. Deku. Well, not all of them. He doesn't turn around, he knows it's Bakugo. Instead, he picks up his pace and loses himself in the crowd, where he knows Bakugo won't dare make a scene. 1A takes their seats in the front rows of the auditorium. Shiori's class, 1B, is 2 or 3 rows behind him. He can see her sitting on the end of the 6th row, fuming. He'll ask about that later. The principal gets up in front, welcomes the first years, makes a few pathetic attempts at a joke, and plays an informational video about the school, its history, electives, and extracurriculars. When the video ends, the principal begins speaking once more. Now, like all middle schools, we require all our students to take self-defense. If you already take classes, you'll need a parent and your sensei to sign off on it. Now, onto sports dash. After the mind-numbing orientation, lunch is a welcome distraction. Izuku rubs the sleep out of his eyes. It's an effect of extreme boredom brought on by listening to someone he really doesn't give a shit about, and zombies his way to the cafeteria. At one of the tables in the back, he finds Shiori in a similar state. Her head's against the table and she shows no signs of moving. With a chuckle, he slides into the empty seat beside her. So, how's your day going? She groans, not adjusting her position. I'm going to kill all my classmates and myself. Well, he clears his throat, but he's still smiling. That sounds pretty serious. You might want to get that checked out. I hate you. Love you too. She shoots him a glare. Why are you so cheerful? She huffs, sitting up. Who says I'm cheerful? I could be planning to blow up the school for all you know. He grins cheekily, feigning innocence. I'm just quiet. No, you're not. No one else agrees with you. I miss the days when you were shy and didn't like talking. You and Kaken. She cringes. Please don't lump me in with that Pomeranian. But I think you two would get along great dash. So, Deku and ^ｎythિંગ Pocahontas came to Ardra, huh? Dear God, why? Izuku swallows before slowly turning to meet Bakugu's ruby orbs. His lips are pulled back in a cruel smirk and his posture exudes confidence. Man, guess they let anyone in, huh? The two don't reply. Scowling, Bakugu sets off an explosion in front of Izuku's face. Surprised, he falls back in his seat. Bakugu reaches out and yanks the front of his Gakurin, pulling him forward. Not going to stick up for your quirkless boyfriend? Put him down, Bakugu. Her frame trembles with rage, and her fists are balled so tightly they're pure white. Bakugu scoffs and drops him. Pathetic. The people who'd been watching the interaction turn away and the teachers just look on. You okay? Izuku straightens his clothes. Yep. Sure. He pauses for a moment. I'm tired and I want to die, but that's normal. She snorts and the tense mood fades from the air. So, did you hear about the self-defense classes? I did. Are you excited? Not really. I am. He pulls out his lunch. Bishop get back to you yet? Nope. But are you sure? Sure as when you asked me this morning. She stops. Do you really want this? Yes. And she leaves it at that. In the end, Bishop agrees to train the three. Hatsum only learns the basics before she sits around tinkering at their sessions. She likes the slow pace and the free slot in her afternoons. For Shiori and Izuku, though, it's pure hell. Muscles I didn't even know I had hurt. How do my ribs hurt? How? Izuku's panting like a Saint Bernard on a hot day. Shiori doesn't reply she can't really, because she's not doing much better. Bishop grins at the sight. You kids ready for round 2? Absolutely not, Izuku thinks. Sure. His mouth chirps, like it has a mind of its own. Traitor. Izuku gets in a fighting stance and faces Bishop. Come at me, kid. Not a minute later, he's slammed against the mat once more. You're too obvious when you swing and your footing is a mess. Now again. For the next hour and a half, the ratty mat and Izuku become very familiar with each other. It knows all his secrets and he wants to take it to meet his parents. You wanted this, his mind supplies helpfully. Go Izuku. May cheers. Kid, you gotta put some meat on your bones or something. You're too light. Bishop's face fills his vision. He offers him a hand and pulls Izuku up. Alright, you did good today. And you dash, he turns to Shiori. Work on your punches. They're still a bit sloppy. She nods and begins packing up her stuff. Izuku drains his water bottle and swipes Maize just to sate his thirst. It isn't as bad as it was when they started. Shiori and Mei had to carry him home. They thank Bishop and leave. Hey, Izuku, I was thinking. With you wanting to be a, you know what, you're going to need gear, right? Izuku already knows what direction Mei's steering the conversation. I mean, it'd be nice, but dash. Perfect. You can test out my babies on your patrols. Test. Yep. Mei is known, despite being a genius, for the spectacular failures of her babies. Pass. You don't get to skip out on our greatness, Izu. I'm going to deck you out with all the latest Hatsum Industries tech. Izuku gulps, vaguely feeling like an inmate on death row. His phone pings and Izuku gropes around in the dark in search of it. Upon finding his phone, it slips from his hands. With a groan, he silently contemplates if it's worth getting up for. After about 10 minutes of back and forth in his head, Izuku sits up and fumbles for his phone. He finds it again and unlocks the home screen, squinting at the bright light. One notification. Article, New vigilante Stendhal exposes villain hideout, heroes being outdone? Izuku hums and scrolls through the article. He knows Stendhal is fairly new on the vigilante scene and is virtually a ghost, save for the few notes he leaves for the pros and police. Stendhal has a strong credence and believes, correctly so, that the hero system is corrupt and must be rebuilt. At the end, there's a rare, albeit blurry, security camera photo of Stendhal leaping between buildings. There's nothing identifying about the picture, but it's not often that people actually see Stendhal. Not even the pros have caught more than a glimpse of him, and to his victims, he's a blur of knives and scarves. Izuku sends the picture to his printer and tapes it to his wall before heading back to bed. In the distance, Akaguro watches with distaste as yet another pro-hero lets a civilian die as a result of their useless bravado. The hero swears before quickly calling it in, fabricating some lie. Akaguro's lip curls in utter disgust as he leaps down from the building. The pro-hero whirls around to meet the business end of his katana. He goes to jump back, but Akaguro moves with him. A fight ensues before the weaker is killed. The police arrive to find two corpses, one a civilian's and the other a hero's. All for a better and more just world, the vigilante whispers before he disappears into the night. Izuku is a fast learner. Whether or not this is a side effect of his quirk is the subject of many pages in his analysis journals. Once he's confident he knows the basics of fighting, he starts planning. Mei invites herself over to present him with her inventions that probably won't, but has a small chance of possibly, maybe failing. Inko gets used to the young Hatsume's presence around their apartment and often makes an extra portion to accommodate the girl at their meals. Izuku finishes his analysis on Endeavor while Mei talks. Izu, I'm just saying if you let me finish the armor dash. Mei, no. I swear it won't Iron Man you. Iron Man me? She rolls her eyes. You know, that Iron Man movie from the 21st century with Robert Downey Jr.? A guy tries a prototype Iron Man suit and it snaps his spine in half. That how nice. Don't worry. There's only a 28% chance of it actually happening. I don't like those numbers. That pessimism is going to get you nowhere. He closes his notebook. I'd prefer that to having my spine snapped. Inko opens the door and peeks her head in. Mei-kun, Izu, dinner will be ready in a few minutes. Kay. All right, Mom, Izuku replies. With a smile, she closes the door and moves through the apartment to the kitchen. She's just about to chop the green onions when a knock comes at the door. It's a bit surprising, since she isn't expecting anyone to drop by, and she's cautious when she approaches the door. No one can be too careful in Akumi, after all. Shiori's waiting there. This catches her off guard, since Izuku's friend usually calls before coming over, but she lets her into the apartment. Hi, Inko-san. Hello, Shiori, what happened to your arm? Inko gestures to Shiori's left arm that hangs in a sling with a frown. Ritsu pushed me down the stairs. Inko goes into Mama Bear mode. Shiori dash. It's fine. He freaked out afterwards, so his wife drove me to the hospital. I think they're sending me back anyway. Something about being too much to handle. You mind if I stay for dinner? Inko blinks. Oh yes. Of course. Always room for you. Come, we're just about to have dinner. She follows Inko down the hall. I could set the table dash. Oh no. Your arms hurt, the older woman fusses. Izuku and Mei-kun are in his room. I'll call you when dinner's done. But dash. Inko leaves no room for argument and lightly pushes her in the direction of Izuku's room. Go on. I've got it under control. I dash. Go on. There's a little more force in Inko's voice this time, and Shiori knows better than to argue with her, so she obeys. After knocking on the door, Shiori's greeted by Mei and Izuku, who are arguing about armor. Oh, hey Kaori. Midoriya flashes her a smile. He doesn't even ask what she's doing there or what happened to her arm. He knows better than that. Hey. And so does Mei apparently. Shiori, tell Izuku I'm a genius inventor. I'm not convincing him to test out your babies, Mei. She sits on the bed beside Izuku. Traitors. The both of you. She declares, throwing her hand over her heart. Kids. Dinner's ready. Coming, Mom. Within minutes, the three kids are seated at the table. Dinner. 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 Mei chants before Shiori smacks her in the head with her good hand. Oh. What was that for? Quit it. Inko laughs good-naturedly and dishes out bowls of katsudon. Eat up. Dinner is passed with joking jabs at one another and overviews of their day. So Mei, how's summi? Great. Everyone's from some super rich, prestigious family and I'm just that kid who got in on a scholarship, but I am ruling the robotics department with an iron fist. To emphasize her point, she slams her fist against the table. An iron fist? That's not nice. Have you made any friends there? Mei shrugs. There's this guy Dash. Ooh, Izuku jokes. Go on. Mei rolls her eyes, reaches over and smacks Izuku in the back of the head. Quiet. Anyway, he's the class rep or something and he's super pushy. He's always telling us what to do and he's so dramatic. What's his name? Oh, he's Ingenium's little brother, ida. Does he want to be a hero too? Inko politely inquires as she helps herself to more rice. He said something about applying for UA in a few years, so I guess? I wonder if he's going to try for the recommendation spots. His brother is a pro hero, so he would have more experience and training than most. If Dash, Izuku slips into yet another ramble. The three females just sigh and continue their conversation without the boy. Have you heard from Harukuin or your father recently? Shiori shakes her head. Not since I got to this family. Oh. She leaves it at that. They all glance back to Izuku, who's still mumbling. Should we stop him now? I'll do it. Mei volunteers. She takes a deep breath and shouts, Izuku! The boy's head snaps up and he nearly falls out of his chair. What? I'm Lee Stenang. He continues to stammer out apologies until he notices that the others are laughing. His face reddens and he buries his face in his hands. And me. Shiori shakes her head. Not worth the prison sentence. Please? You're my very best friend, he pleads. Nope. Inko lightly smacks her son's hand with a spoon. None of that, Izuku. He rubs his hand. Sorry, Mom. Dinner ends and Mei and Shiori say goodnight and take their leave. Time for bed, Izuku, Inko announces. You've got school tomorrow. Okay, Mom. Izuku goes to his room and sets his alarm for a few hours when he knows Inko will be asleep. After all, tonight's just the beginning. Izuku has planned a vague patrol route, trying to keep his first night as a vigilante light. He needs to be wary of whatever few underground heroes might patrol at night, like Eraserhead. A scream rips through the air before quickly being hushed. Izuku's drawn to an alley. In the darkness, he can make out the silhouettes of two people. A teen boy's pinned against the brick wall by a woman who holds a claw to his throat. The boy's eyes are wide with terror and he's whimpering, begging the woman to let him go. She tightens her grip and pushes him against the wall even harder. Where's the money? She hisses, sliding over this. I don't have it yet. Please. I'll get it to you tomorrow? She cackles. You don't have it now. What makes you think you'll have it tomorrow? I'll figure something out. Just let me go. My brother's waiting for me, I can't dash. The woman throws him to the ground, hissing. She stalks forward, and now Izuku can see her more clearly. His heart stops, he knows her. Siren. Deep breath, Izuku. And he throws himself into the fight. Izuku has the element of surprise, but he knows it won't last long. He goes for Siren's knees and she stumbles forward. With a hiss of fury, she whirls around, claws extended and swipes at Izuku. Her nails tear his hoodie and draw blood. Biting his tongue, Izuku socks her in the stomach as hard as he can before swinging up and hitting the bottom of her jaw. Run! He tells the other boy. The teen freezes. Damn it! Siren tackles him and digs her claws into his side. Izuku screams. Through the blinding pain, he rolls to the side and kicks her off. Siren crashes into some bins, bringing loads of trash down onto her. Shakily, Izuku rises to his feet and approaches the villainess. Who are you? Siren spits, blood seeping through the cracks in her skin. Clutching his bloody side, Izuku stares down at the villainess. I'm a hero. He slams her head against the pavement and she goes limp. Izuku leans against the wall as the adrenaline drains from his system. Why you? The teen. Izuku turns and meets eyes with the boy. He's shaking like a leaf, and his eyes are wet with tears. Are you okay? ''ŵanｔ saved me. I think that much is obvious. Do you need someone to walk you home?'' The boy takes a breath, then another, and then another before replying. No. I can make it. Are you sure? Ayak. He winces at the pain that shoots through his body. The boy rushes forward. Sheet, are you okay? What the hell am I saying? Of course you're not okay. You need an ambulance dash. No. No hospitals. Izuku bites out. I'm fine. See? Fine. A conflicted look passes over the boy's face before he sighs in defeat. If you're sure. Thank you for saving me. No problem. What's your name? I'm Natsu. Izuku nods. Who are you? Me, Sheet. Did he even think of a vigilante name? He's not going with Small Might. There was a book they were reading in class. I'm Perseus, and I will be a hero. He's had worse. Report this to the police. Before Natsu can say anything, Izuku scales the building as best as he can, and disappears. As soon as he's gone, Natsu whips out his phone and dials his older brother. Miko, you are not going to believe what just happened. Are you okay? Yes. But I do kinda maybe sorta need you to call the police. The boy on the other line sighs in frustration. We talked about this, Natsu. Heh. A little ways away, Izuku drops down in an empty alley with a pained hiss. He pulls out his phone before pausing. He can't call his mom, because she'd kill him. The hospital's already out. Bishop looks like a good choice. And then he remembers that he doesn't have the former pro's number. Sheet. May would probably be up at this hour, but she doesn't have Bishop's number. But Shirori does. Of course, she's not any less likely to kill him. Giving in, he calls her. It's picked up on the first ring. What did you do? Her tone is accusing and she doesn't sound tired at all. Despite his situation, he feels offended. Do I have to do something for me to call you? Yes. Now what did you do? Did I need you to call Bishop? Why? I'm bleeding in an alley. What? I might have gotten in a little scuffle with a villain. Don't worry. I'm pretty much fine. Izuku hears Shirori let off a string of curses he didn't even know she knew under her breath. Where you? I'm texting Bishop right now. No, don't worry, I can dash. Shut the hell up, Midoriya. I'm calling May and we're getting you to Bishop's apartment. Send me your location. He does, and 10 minutes later, he hears approaching footsteps. At this point, his head has begun to feel fuzzy and his arm and side has gone numb. Izu, are you awake? He feels a light slapping at his cheeks. Yeah, I'm awake. Oh God, Shirori, get his legs. I got his arms. Izuku's lifted from the ground, though one of his legs hangs. Right? He thinks distantly, her arm's broken. How far is Bishop's apartment? A few blocks. He said he needed to get someone. What if someone sees us? Let's balance him between us. Looks less suspicious. They hold Izuku upright between them and carry him to Bishop's flat. May's glancing over her shoulder all the while, paranoia eating at her already frayed nerves. Of all the things she expects to happen at 3 in the morning, getting a call that says one of her very best friends has been hurt is not one of them. Chewing her lip, they press forward. Izuku, stay awake, Shirori tells him. I'm awake. I'm fine. He insists, though his speech is slurred. We're almost there. They approach the familiar apartment building. Stairs, come on Izu, May says as the two girls attempt to hoist Izuku, who's basically a dead weight at this point, up the stairs. Each flight is hard to manage, but thankfully, Bishop meets them halfway. He carries Izuku up the stairs bride style and flies into his apartment. Shirori and May follow hot on his heels. The kitchen island is covered with various basic medical supplies. Bandages, cotton pads, rubbing alcohol and tweezers sit in a box in front of a woman with a wide, wrinkled face. The lady is stout and her lips are pulled down into a scowl. Her skin is a dark brown and her hair is practically white. Is the boy here Jesus? Yeah. She feels around for Izuku. Where is he? We're laying him on the couch. She tuts. That bad? Bishop doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. The woman stands and makes her way to the couch at a painstakingly slow speed. He's hurt. May blurts out angrily. Quiet, child. I'm going as fast as I can. She sits on the couch beside Izuku and places a hand on his chest. Shirt. Bishop complies, helping Izuku take off his hoodie and shirt. His abdomen is littered with scratches and blood. Red, angry skin peers back at them and surrounds the cuts and holes that look vaguely like puncture wounds line his side. The woman's hand lays on Izuku's worst injury, his sides. Izuku seizes, pain evident on his face. Hold still, the woman orders before she continues. The room is silent, but Shirori and May watch with a mix of horror and fascination as the wound knits itself back together. Izuku is fighting a scream, but it's clear he's in agony. Almost done. A minute later, she takes her hand off, and the cut on his side is entirely healed, while the slashes on his arm are partially healed. I don't think he can handle more, she announces. Thank you, Bishop says, bowing. The woman huffs. Or even. Someone's gonna have to clean that arm, though. Of course, I can do it, Shirori volunteers. Do you know how to? I don't know the basics. She knows enough, Bishop interjects. The woman leans back and yawns. All right. So who are you? May pipes up. Doesn't matter. Bishop shoots her a side glare that the blind woman can feel. But call me Mama. Mama? You. Mama swings her cane around and points it in Shiori's general direction. You've got an injury too, don't ya? How? Tease my Quirk. Come here. Obediently, though she can't deny that she hesitates, Shiori shuffles forward and allows Mama to put her gnarled hand on her broken arm. And all she feels next is pain. She collapses on the floor, gasping and shaking while Mama mutters an apology. Terrible side effect. Sorry about that. It's okay. Shiori can't stop shaking, so she forces herself to breathe. You'd better get to clean into the boy's arm. Would be a shame if it go infected. She nods and Bishop moves Izuku to the kitchen. Bishop and Mama talk for a bit before Bishop disappears into his room with a huff and Mama settles down to watch the TV with May, who's just a bit uncomfortable. Shirori dabs at the bloody cuts with cotton pads soaked in rubbing alcohol. The two sit in silence, save for Izuku's occasional hiss or complaint. She doesn't look at him. I'm sorry. There's a pause, but she doesn't halt her task. No, you're not. You'd do it again in a heartbeat. But I am sorry. Sorry you got hurt. Not that you did it. Cory Not right now, Izuku. He snaps his mouth shut and doesn't speak until Bishop reemerges from his room, still angry. Does your mother know? Is the first thing he says. Izuku bites his lip and shakes his head. No. Bishop opens his mouth and closes it a few times, like he's trying to decide how to say what he wants to say in the best possible way. What the F were you thinking? Nailed it. I wanted to help. Kid, look at me. Izuku meekly raises his gaze to meet Bishop's scarred face. This is what happens when you run in half-butted. And I'm lucky. No, I'm not done. You went out there without protection, backup, and as a FING kid. You are 12. Do you have a death wish? A lump forms in Izuku's throat. I'm just sick of it, okay? The heroes avoid this part of the city like the plague. The police won't do sheet. Izuku cursing? That gets Bishop's attention. And people are getting mugged in broad daylight. I don't care if I get hurt. I'm at least doing something. Because no one else cares. The apartment falls silent, except for the mutterings of the TV. Everyone's staring at him, and Izuku's angrily scrubbing at his cheeks. I'm just so tired. Everyone's always scared, but no one does anything about it. Bishop crosses the room without a word and wraps Izuku in a hug. You're going to kill me early, he mutters as Izuku buries his head in his chest and sobs. He lets Izuku cry for a few minutes before pulling away. You're serious, actually serious about this vigilante thing? Izuku just nods, sniffling. Bishop sighs and rubs his eyes. Hey look, you're too young to do this by yourself. But Dash, I'm not done. You need someone to back you up. Izuku stares up at the former hero. Why you're going to Dash? Bishop can still find it in himself to laugh. Oh hell no. Shiori is. Shiori nearly drops the bottle of rubbing alcohol. What? You need someone you can trust to back you up, and Shiori's been training the same as you. What about me? Mei's frowning at the idea of being left out of something she cares about. I want to help too. Tech support, Bishop assigns. This is stupid, Mama mutters, turning her attention back to the TV. Welcome to my world, Bishop huffs before they begin to plan. Izuku's forgotten what it feels like to not be sore. That's what you get, Shiori says when he complains. The two have increased their combat training, and Izuku's taken a brief break from Vigilante while the three decide on what to do. Bishop comes harder at them than ever with dirty tricks and underhanded tactics. At the end of every session, Shiori and Izuku stagger home, sore and bruised. As for Mei, she attacks her studies at Sumai with a newfound fervor that's akin to madness. This scares many of her friends off. She gives them the middle finger and buries herself in her work. She creates so many things the teacher has to put a limit on how many projects she can do a week. But it's not fair. She can't help but think she's not doing enough. Shiori and Aizu will be out there actually fighting the bad guys, while she just listens in, far away, surrounded by her computers. Pathetic. Do more. It's not enough. What if they die because of your mistake? Not good enough. Start over. She bites the thought back and works even harder. She drinks more coffee than water and begins pulling all-nighters. The days blur together. She doesn't go to lunch much anymore. She needs to work, not to eat. She needs to be useful. And she needs to ignore that demed voice in the back of her head telling her this can't be healthy. Excuse me, may I accompany you to lunch? Hatsum's head snaps up and is met with the tall class rep. What's his name? Oh, Raida Tenya. The boy looks awkward at best, but it's clear he's making an effort. Oh God, he better not have a crush on me. No, she says shortly. The manic energy returns to her eyes. I'm making babies during the lunch PRD. To his credit, the blue-haired boy doesn't outright leave, but he starts. His face goes scarlet and he starts sputtering. Smirking, Mei leans her head against her hand and watches his reaction before he manages to compose himself. I beg your pardon? You're what? The poor teen looks positively scandalized. Babies. Take a look. She holds up her phone, ignoring his protests about how phones are not allowed to be out on school grounds. He pauses and scrolls through the elaborate designs and varied inventions saved on her phone. These are very impressive. He sounds sincere and astonished. You bet. I'm going to be the CEO of Hatsum Industries. He blinks. I wasn't aware that was a company. You say it quite often. Does your family run it? Mei shakes her head. Nope. It's my future baby distributing business. Do you refer to all of your inventions as babies? You bet. They're all made with love. She sings songs. I see. Well, may I then accompany you to the workshop? Elites, she thinks bitterly as she forces a bright smile. Sure. So, that's how the two found themselves heading towards workshop. Ida speaks animatedly, not unlike Mei, waving his hands and chopping the air. Mei stops at her table and pulls out the comm system she's been working on for the team. They've decided on Cerberus since Izuku had to go and set the whole Greek trend for them. Ida's polite, but it's very clear that he's out of his depth. The class representative hovers around her table and watches her work with a silent respect and awe about him. Not that Mei minds. If I may interrupt your work for a moment, Hatsum-san dash. Mei doesn't really pay him any mind. What's up? She hums. Her hands fly across the table, connecting parts and little loose ends to the comm system. This should close the circuit dash. Hatsum. Listening. Must you skip lunch to work? Surely there are more suitable times. Genius never stops. She brightly declares. So I'll never stop. There's a need and Hatsum Mei's going to meet it. He examines her for a second before he resigns himself. I see then. Ida walks towards the door, pausing only momentarily. Excuse me if I am overstepping, but I believe that you are useful and worth more than you think. Before she can reply, he leaves. Mei puts the comm circuit down and glares at the shut door. She's now alone in the workshop and free to fume. Stupid class rep. Always assuming things. She knows that. She just doesn't believe it. It was bound to happen eventually. After all the running around, intense training, planning and avoiding Kaken, he's sick. He tried to play it off when he woke up feeling like death warmed over, but his mom takes one look at him and sends him right back to his room. He sighs and rolls over. Still not comfortable. He adjusts his position again, but still can't find a way to fall back asleep. So he moves. And he moves again. 2 hours later, his pose is something like a pretzel, but he's finally comfortable. Of course, Shiori chooses then to start a conversation in the new group chat they'd created for Cerberus. Keanu Shiori is online. Keanu Shiori, we should use code names. Hatsume is online. Hatsume, hold on, I got this. Hatsume has changed Keanu Shiori's name to Tornado. Hatsume, you are welcome. Tornado, Hatsume, mei yes. Tornado has changed Hatsume's name to Frankenstein. Frankenstein, fair. Frankenstein, but still. Frankenstein, rude. Tornado, Frankenstein, language. Tornado, I literally typed 2 letters. Frankenstein, but I take offense at those 2 letters. Midoriya Izuku is online. Midoriya Izuku, guys, WTF. Tornado, oh, look who decided to join. Frankenstein, feeling better? Midoriya Izuku, no. Tornado, okay, but seriously, we should use code names for, Frankenstein has changed Midoriya Izuku's name to Green Bean. Green Bean. Green Bean, remind me why we're friends. Frankenstein, BC am your best option. Green Bean, no, Shiori is. Frankenstein. Tornado has changed Frankenstein's name to Second Best. Second Best, I don't get it. Tornado, it's because you're his second choice. Second Best, why you so mean to me? Second Best, is it BC I'm beautiful? Tornado, no. Second Best, is it BC I'm a genius? Tornado, no. Second Best, then what? Tornado, I don't like you. Second Best, lies you love me. Tornado, I do not. Green Bean, anyway. Second Best, right. So you are Percy. Green Bean, Persis. Second Best, whatever. Green Bean, well, we're Cerberus. Tornado, what kind of name is that? Green Bean, Cerberus was the guard dog of the underworld and he had 3 heads. Tornado, but doesn't that sound more like bad? Underworld, crime, am I crazy? Second Best, yes. Tornado, again F you. Second Best, that's GAY. Tornado, I hate you. Green Bean, we're not changing it. Tornado, who made you the boss? Green Bean, I'm the one who started this. Tornado, and who had to come and haul your busted butt to Bishops? Green Bean, you and Mei. Tornado, right? Mei, what do you want to call it? Second Best, Hatsum Industries. Tornado, we're going with Cerberus. Green Bean, so what are we gonna call you two? Tornado, no. First, we're gonna change your vigilante name. Green Bean, what's wrong with Persis? Tornado, simple. Tornado, it's stupid. Green Bean, so what am I gonna do? There are already articles. Second Best, who cares? Tornado, you literally did one thing. Tornado, you stopped a mugging. Congrats, Mr. Big Shot who can't take care of himself. Second Best, and your name wasn't mentioned. Tornado, so we're changing it. Tornado, because it's stupid. Green Bean, you two are mean. Tornado, shut it. Second Best, I try. Tornado, what about Rabbit? Tornado, BC, all of your hero costumes look like they have bunny ears. Green Bean, they do not. Second Best, yes they do. Green Bean, this is harassment. I'm calling the police. Tornado, good luck with that. Second Best, Aren't we here BC they don't do their job? Green bean. Shut up. Second best. May 1 Izuku 0. Green bean. Fine. Rabbit. Tornado. It makes you sound like Eminem. Green bean. Who? Tornado. A rapper? Late 20th to early 21st century? Green bean. I have no clue who that is. Tornado. Of course. You can list all the first-gen heroes, but no music artists. Second best, or inventors. Green bean. I do too. I know Tom Edison. Second best. It's Thomas Edison. Green bean. You know what I mean. Tornado. Even I knew that. Green bean. You guys are mean. Let's get back to the main subject. Tornado. Second best. Deadless. Tornado. I thought we were going with animals? Second best. Daedalus. Tornado. Green bean. What about you, Kaori? Green bean. Tornado. Did the great Midoriya Izuku just make a spelling error? Second best. Oh my god. Green bean. I hate you guys. Second best. Love you too red heart red heart red heart red heart red heart. Green bean has changed Green bean's name to Too Sick to Deal with This. Tornado. Sounds like a personal problem. Too sick to deal with this. Okay, what about you, Kaori? Tornado. I want to be a snake. Tornado. Or a bird. Tornado. Or something not stupid. Second best. Badger. Tornado. No. Second best. Woodpecker. Tornado. No. Second best. I got a good one. Too sick to deal with this. What is it? Second best. PP cat, winky face. Tornado has removed second best from Cerberus. Too sick to deal with this. Kaori. Tornado. I'm going to be Cobra. Tornado. And don't add her back. Too sick to deal with this. We need her. Tornado. No. Too sick to deal with this. I'm going to add her back. Tornado has removed Too sick to deal with this from Cerberus. Tornado. Peace and quiet at last. Tornado. Tornado. I need them. Tornado has added Too sick to deal with this and second best to Cerberus. Too sick to deal with this. I have to go. Delete the conversation. Second best. Mom's calling GTG. Too sick to deal with this is offline. -2 best is offline. Tornado has deleted Cerberus. Tornado is offline. 2 months later, their summer break has started, Izuku turns 13, and all hell promptly breaks loose. Izu. My baby's a man now. Mom. Izuku whines as he's crushed by a sobbing hug from the older Midoriya. Shirori and Mei share more than a few laughs at his expense. The day is passed with presents, katsudon, laughter, joy, tears, and bright-colored paper. Izuku's cheeks hurt from smiling by the end of it, but he considers it a day well spent. Later that week, they start their first patrol. All news of Perseus has since died and has been written off as a one-time vigilante. Let's make a statement. Mei declares brazenly. The other two exchange a glance before shrugging. Why not? Bishop sighs, feeling at early symptoms of a migraine stirring. Mama looks over from the couch. What's wrong? Have you ever got the feeling that your kids are out there disappointing God? You've adopted them, so you're a parent now. Welcome to hell. He gives her an unimpressed look as he goes to empty his aspirin bottle. I'm not their dad. I didn't adopt them. I'm not worried. She snorts but doesn't say anything. Bishop keeps his phone close all night just in case. But it's not because he's worried. He's not. Aizawa is ready to go home. He's ready to throw himself at his bed and sleep till morning. He's ready to kiss his husband and complain about his day. He's only got 5 more minutes left on his shift, and he's just finished stopping a mugging. It's been a good day. His phone rings. It was a good day. With an annoyed sigh, he answers it. Eraserhead speaking. This is Detective Tsukachi. You're needed at the scene of an assault. I'll be there as soon as I can. He hangs up, shoots his husband a quick text telling him that he might be 30 minutes late and flies into the night. Eraserhead. Thank you for coming quickly. Tsukachi nods quickly at the underground pro before gesturing for him to follow. We have a bit of a situation. Vigilantes. It seems so. Eraserhead resigns himself to the knowledge that he will likely be getting less sleep for the foreseeable future. Any bodies? Not dead ones. Tsukachi steps over the yellow tape. We've got 3 low-level thugs. No serious or life-threatening injuries. But there are injuries, the Erasure hero says pointedly. Tsukachi nods with a yawn. The worst was a broken arm. Any description on the vigilantes? Eraserhead inquires, glancing at the villains being loaded into the back of police cars. Small. There's a beat before the hero replies. That's it. Essentially. The fight wasn't long either. They interrupted 3 men assaulting 2 teens. The villains attacked and it was over. Tell me we have footage. Descriptions? Anything? No pictures. The teens think the vigilantes were talking to a third party. Comms? Are we sure these aren't new heroes? Tsukachi shakes his head. They gave their names. No heroes are registered as Rabbit or Cobra. I see. We do have one lead on Rabbit. A year ago, a vigilante calling themselves Perseus stopped an attempted murder. Perseus? Eraserhead mulls over the name. Not familiar. It was a one-time thing, so we didn't pursue any leads. One of the victims says that Rabbit said he wasn't Perseus anymore. Alright, meet you down at the station? Sure. Tsukachi gets into a patrol car and leaves. Aizawa rubs at his tired eyes and texts Hizashi that he's going to be a lot later than expected. This is going to be the beginning of a massive headache. Tsukachi finds an email on his computer marked, from Cerberus. Hello Detective Tsukachi. After many years of what can only be described as inactivity from the police in Akumi, we have decided to take matters into our own hands. We understand that you have been brought in specifically on a favor, so we hold you accountable for none of this. We know that you are a good man, Tsukachi Naomasa. However, for the others, we must serve justice in their place. We still keep Akumi safe, be it on the side of the law or against it. We look forward to working with you, Detective. See you soon. Deadless, member of Cerberus. Tsukachi stares at the email for a bit before starting a new file. Cerberus. Inko loves her son with all her heart. She loves his friends. She loves how he turns tomato red and stumbles over his words when he gets embarrassed. She loves how determined he is to become a hero. She does not, however, love that he keeps things from her. Izuku isn't nearly as discreet as he thinks. She knows this from all the times he came home with poorly concealed bruises. But she doesn't press. Because she knows her son. And her boy, when backed into a corner, gets desperate. And a desperate Midoriya Izuku is a disaster waiting to happen. Hey there, kiddo. Hisashi's voice is once again present in the apartment. Inko smiles at the sight of him and Izuku rushes over. Are you ready? I should be asking you the same thing, President Bush, he jokes, rustling Izuku's wild green hair. What's this movie you're so excited about? Into the Spider-Verse. They're playing popular hero movies from the 21st century, and I need to see this. Then we better get going. Bye, Inko. Bye, Mom. The door closes and Inko's alone in the now silent apartment. Time to do some digging. Some moms feel badly about going through their child's things. They think that their child has a right to their own privacy and will come to them if the need arises. Inko is not one of those mothers. While she won't press Izuku, she likes to know what's going on before he decides to let things get bad. Izuku's the kind of person that prefers to suffer in silence than to talk. She knows her son's computer is password protected, so she begins with his closet. Various hoodies and All Might merch is crammed in there, but what catches her attention is a tiny metal box shoved into the back corner and buried under loose clothing. Gotcha! She opens the box and is as startled as she is pleased. Without a word, she closes the box and returns everything to its original place. This is the kind of secret she can handle. That night, Izuku doesn't question why his mother makes katsudon without him asking or why she seems to be in a particularly good mood. He fears for what that means. Mom? Did something happen? What? Oh no, sweetie, she assures him, flashing too bright, too proud a smile. I've just realized how much you've grown up. You really take after me in more ways than I expected. Like what? Oh, just things. Honestly, you don't need to worry about it, dear. Izuku loses much sleep that night. And the night after that. His mom knows something and he doesn't know what. The second term swings in and several things go bad at once. Hatsum Imiko moves out and falls in with the wrong crowd, Shiori's sent to a youth shelter and Bakuga's out for Izuku's head. But the last one's a given, really. He only mentions it because Kaken's more aggressive than usual. The teachers can't be bothered to intervene, Mei's off at Sumai, and Shiori's dealing with her own problems. So he doesn't bring it up. But now that he's here, behind the school, outnumbered 3-1, he wishes he'd said something, or at least taken his mother up on her offer to drive him home. Hindsight really is 20. It's not that he can't fight them, though he'd really rather not. But he knows that none of his bullies have any reservations about using their quirks on him. Even worse, his back's pressed against the brick wall and they're closing in. Kaken's eyes gleam with a murderous hate that Izuku can't begin to understand. No teachers to save your quirkless but, Deku. As if they did anything either way. Any last words? Izuku gulps, unable to cease the tremors shaking his frame. You hear this? Hikaya, better known to Kaken as Fingers, mocks. He repeats, mirroring Izuku's terrified expression. God, what if he loser? He ain't such a big shot now that his girlfriends aren't here. Hikaya snickers. Hey, remember when dash? Shut the F up, you sheet bags. Kaken roars, glaring at the two extras standing behind him. No one gives a F about what you remember. Hey, I'm just saying gak. Hikaya chokes as someone lands a hit to his throat. What the hell? His voice is raspy. Bakuga whirls around to meet the new threat, palms crackling, but Keanu's already dragging Izuku away as fast as she can. Come on, Izu. Bakuga's blood pressure skyrockets. You two fuckers get back here. I'm not done yet. Izuku stumbles. Shiori, slow down. They're gaining, is all she says. They turn down a street into one of the alleys they know well. The alley has a wooden fence in the middle of it, separating the apartment complex on the other side from the shops. Keanu, with the use of her quirk, Izuku suspects, clears it with ease. He, on the other hand, is considerably less graceful. His feet scramble for a foothold and he can hear the shouts of his classmates behind him. Shiori! A gust of wind wells up beneath him and flings him over the fence. They keep running for a few more blocks before they're confident that the three boys are gone. The pair catch their breath outside the corner store, keeping a wary eye out. The sun beats down on them and sweat beads glisten on their foreheads. Thanks. No problem. They head to home base, which is essentially the basement of an abandoned factory building. It's in the largely deserted manufacturing district. Tall, empty buildings loom over the cracked streets. Boards cover the windows and graffiti stains the walls. Mei's inside. She just nods and they slip into the building through the gap under the boards. The stairs to the upper floors have long since collapsed, so Cerberus operates out of the first floor and the basement. Mei's set up a few computers and a police monitor that was totally obtained legally down there. Mei's tinkering with something that looks suspiciously like a bomb. You guys are late. Ran into some trouble. Sorry, Shiori huffs, tossing her bag to the floor. Mei puts her tools down for a second and frowns. What dash? Anything interesting happen? Izuku cuts in and forces a bright smile. The interruption is out of character and Mei examines him with suspicion, but doesn't press. There's an elusive human trafficker that the police have no leads on. Wait, human trafficker? Shiori leans in. We've only been at this a couple months. That's a pretty big fish to fry. But the police won't do anything, Izuku argues. That's why we're here. I don't know, Izuku. Since we've started up, the police have been getting really interested in Akumi. Mei trails off. No, they've been interested in stopping us. We need to help. Mei, what if Imiko-chan was kidnapped and going to be sold in a different country? What would you do? The pink-haired girl is quiet a long time. It's not the same, Izuku. But dash. The police monitor crackles before a voice comes through. Officer Sansa to Detective Tsukachi. We've got a hostage situation on 240 Tallow Street. We think 12 people are inside. We need backup. Are any pros on the scene, Officer Sansa? Only Endeavor, sir. Backdraft is on his way. Roger that. Be there as soon as possible. The three teens make eye contact. So, May's voice trails off. Broad daylight. Pros on the scene? We'll be caught in a second. We could go observe, Izuku suggests, though he's itching to record the fight. See how the pros handle things. It's uncommon for heroes to be in this part of town. May nods. Okay, so let's go. She pulls out 2 hoodies. You two can wear my newest babies to the hostage situation. What? Turns out, May's babies are hoodies that are supposed to deflect attention and subtly blend in with one's background. That being said, it's at least 80 degrees and Endeavor flames aren't making it any cooler. Still, no one really pays the junior high kids any mind as they drift towards the front of the crowd. Several police officers are blocking the scene off, keeping the crowd at bay. The heroes are positioned outside the building while the villain makes his demands and threats. This is stupid, Shiori mutters. They're wasting time. Izuku doesn't tear his gaze away from the situation unfolding before him. I'm sure they're just planning to get everyone out safely. Endeavor draws the villain out and attacks them with a burst of flame. The villain's screams are audible and the horror of the moment is amplified when the building begins to catch fire. Izuku takes a step forward only for Shiori to yank him back. What are you doing? We have to help them. He cries, struggling. Kori, they'll die in there. You're not fireproof, Izuku. She hisses as the three make their way towards the back of the crowd. You'll die too. We can't leave them in there. There must be something. May clears her throat and the two look to her, on the verge of an argument. The hoodies are fireproof. I've got some gloves and if you can cover your faces. She holds 2 pairs of gray gloves in one hand and Izuku and Shiori's comms in the other. I'll direct you. Izuku looks at Shiori. We can help. She doesn't challenge him and takes her comm and gloves. Is anyone on this floor? Izuku shouts as the flames devour the building around them. A little girl is hanging onto Shiori's neck with her head buried in her chest. Papa? Where's Papa? Was your Papa on the same floor? She asks. The young girl sniffles and nods. Well if dash. I need a layout of the building. Shiori says into the comm, I can't see anything. Izuku doesn't get the chance to scold Shiori on her language before May replies. On it. There should have been a doorway in front of you. Do you see anything? The pair of vigilantes scan the burning room. Izuku notices a small space that looks like it leads into the next room. I see something. The young girl begins to cough and sputter, tears leaving streaks on her soot-covered face. I've got to get the kid help. I'll be right back. Shiori sprints off to the lower floors where the heroes are trying to evacuate the civilians. Izuku focuses on the burning pile partially blocking the doorway. He steels himself before closing the gap between himself and the door. He pulls as much of the flaming debris away from the door as he can before he slips through the space. Just as expected, a man is slumped by the window, his chest rising and falling in unsteady, shallow breaths. Izuku rushes over and loops his arm under the unconscious man's, hauling him to his feet. Izuku stumbles under the man's dead weight. Sir? Sir, are you awake? The man doesn't answer. Sure, I mean Cobra. I need help. Now. Little busy. How bad? Oh, let's see here. If you don't come, I'll probably die. The girl's father will die and Daedalus will kill you for letting one of her babies burn, he snarks. You could have just said it was bad. 2 minutes later, Shiori flies into the room with a hero duo hot on her heels. Izuku's relief is short-lived when he realizes that she didn't bring the heroes to help. The heroes are chasing her. Stop. You will stand down. Kuda Daizo of Waterhorse stares down the pair as his wife puts the fires out around them. This man is hurt. He needs medical attention. The two exchange a glance. Give him to us, Daizo orders. Izuku lets Kudamitsu take the civilian from him. She carries the man with much more ease in comparison to Izuku. The building creaks. Rabbit, we gotta go. Now. Shiori's tone is final, despite how they're backed into a corner. You dash. Daizo, Mitsu says. He's not breathing. That's all it takes. The water horse duo give the pair of vigilantes one last conflicted look before sprinting off. Deadless, we're on the 3rd floor in the room overlooking the alley. Let me pull up the plans. There should be a staircase leading to the roof. Do you see it? Izuku scans the room, but only see burning piles of debris. Collapsed. Mei swears. You're going to have to go through the windows. I'm sorry, what? It doesn't register in Izuku's mind, even as Shiori drags him towards the window and jumps. Izuku's heart finally starts beating when they make it back to home base. Oh my god. Oh my god. We just did that. Izuku gives Shiori a look, and quirks his lips up into a smirk. How did my babies work? Did you feel hot? Any burns? Were they too heavy? They didn't get damaged, did they? What dash? Mei rattles off questions as she looks them over. The hoodies were fine, Izuku says with a cough. Yeah. The gloves didn't work out too well. Removing her gloves, Shiori's hands are covered with red, angry skin. And blisters. After taking off his own gloves, Izuku finds his hands in a similar state. He hadn't noticed the stinging in his hands earlier and dismisses it as a side effect of the adrenaline. Mei pales, eyes wide with horror. Oh my god, guys, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for them to dash. You're fine. It was a test run, Shiori interrupts easily. No harm done. Think Mom'll patch us up? If she doesn't kill us first. Mama doesn't, in fact, kill them first. She does, however, whack them on the head with her cane and shout at them for 20 minutes at least. Bishop just stands behind her giving them his best disappointed dad look. Mama heals them, with no small amount of pain on their part, and tells them that, while it will not scar, the skin on their hands will be sensitive for a bit. She also warns them against any physically exerting activity, since their lungs are in bad shape from inhaling the smoke. They spend the rest of the day at Bishop's, with Mei staring at the tattered gloves and muttering under her breath. When it gets late, Bishop kicks them out and tries, to no avail, to reclaim his TV set from Mama. She whacks him with her cane when he points out that she can't actually see the shows and tells him to let an old woman do what she wants. The second Izuku opens the door, his mother is on him in an instant. Midoriya Izuku wears a smile that's spoiled by the calculating look in her eyes. Izuku, she says evenly. We need to talk. And suddenly the events of the day don't seem as terrifying as facing his mother. She sits him down at the dinner table and lets him start eating before she speaks. I know about your vigilante activities. He inhales his rice and begins choking. Inko just smiles and waits while her only son chokes to death on his food. That little hostage situation downtown was you and your friends, right? The smile set on his mother's lips is pleasant enough, but there's something amiss. I know. Oh, come on, Izuku. I know all about it. You're rabbit, right? He takes a deep breath, hand shaking as he sets his chopsticks down. How did you know? I'm your mother, Izuku. I know everything. Inko takes a moment to relish the pure look of terror on her son's face before laughing. Kidding. I found your costume in your closet. Oh. The younger Midoriya's cheek reddened. I guess I'm not good at hiding stuff. Don't worry about it, sweetie. Shiori and Mei are the other members of Cerberus, aren't they? Would you believe me if I said no? No, not really. Are you mad? She sighs, tucking a strand of green hair behind her ear. No, sweetie. I'm not. Are you going to make me stop? There's a pause before Inko shakes her head. No, I'm not. Izuku does a double take and his mother laughs. Sweetie, have you ever heard of Viper? And no, were they a hero? She shakes her head once more. No, she was a vigilante. I'm honestly not surprised you don't know about her. She was around long before you were born. Maybe, 20-some years ago. Why does she matter? Oh, well, you see, she operated here in Akomi, but was only active for 6 years or so. Then she stopped. Was Viper arrested? Inko shrugs. No one knows. But my point is that Viper did a lot of good for the people of this city, and I know you want to do the same. So, because of that, I will let you continue. Relief flooded through Izuku. Mom dash. I'm not finished. His heart drops again. I do have a few conditions. First, you tell me if you or anyone else gets hurt dash. Izuku cuts in before he can stop himself. Mama takes care of that. His eyes widen with shock and he slaps a hand over his mouth. Inko pauses, eyebrow arched. Mama? She repeats. Who is that? That she's Bishop's friend. Inko's lips thin. I'll talk to him about that. Izuku says a quick prayer for his mentor. Second, if the job gets too big, you tell the police. I'll get arrested. There's an anonymous tip line. He sinks back into his seat in defeat. Is that all? No. Third, you tell me what nights you're going out and what route you're taking. This time, Izuku just nods. That's doable. Fourth, if your grades slip, you're done. But dash. No negotiations. And finally, Izuku, her green orbs soften and she reaches across the table, placing her hand over his. Please come home to me. This will be dangerous. Only this time does Izuku meet his mother's eyes with determination and certainty. I will, Mom. With a small, sad smile, she leans over and plants a kiss on her only son's forehead. Now go to bed. Little vigilantes need their rest. He starts down the hallway, a good night on his lips before his mother calls out to him again. Oh, and Izuku? He turns around. Yeah. Just as a little project, I want you to research Viper. I think there are some useful things you might find. She's got on that smile again, that mysterious, pleased smile she wears when she knows something that he doesn't. Thinking nothing of it, he nods once more and heads straight to bed. Well, almost straight to bed. You told your mom what? Shiori is, for lack of a better word, said. Izu. This was supposed to be a secret. Mei is more upset than angry. The greenette lets loose a nervous laugh. The bright light from his phone casts shadows over his face and throughout his room. Sorry. Is she mad? Is she going to report us? He sighs. No, she's okay with it? Shiori makes an annoyed noise. You had one job, Izuku. One. The boy rolls over, pulling his blanket closer around him. I know. You couldn't handle the one thing you had to do. I know. So now what? I mean, if Inko-san is okay with it, we could still continue? Izuku nods, glancing at the others through the video call and takes a moment to observe his friends. Mei, who doesn't sleep anymore, looks the same as she does in the day, if a little comfier. Bruise-colored bags hang under her eyes, but the manic energy isn't missing from, despite the late hour. Her hair's pulled back into a ponytail with pink locks falling out of it and spilling down her shoulders. She's wearing a loose black t-shirt that reads, Crazy Genius, and gray shorts. Her desk is a mess of design sketches, wadded-up paper ball, nuts, bolts and tools. The lamp in the background provides the perfect amount of light for him to be able to see her clearly. Shiori, on the other hand, is near invisible in the darkness. He knows it's past lights-out time in the shelter, so there aren't any lights to illuminate the dark room. From the vague outline he can see of her, she's in a dark-colored tank top and shorts. Her hair's loose and tousled and her gray eyes are squinted. The corners of her lips are quirked down into an annoyed scowl. His eyes catch on an almost entirely faded scar to the left of her chin. It's a light one that begins near her chin and drags up until it's the same height as her bottom lip, from the fight at the daycare between Siren and Gemini. Okay, my phone's dying. And Sakura keeps kicking my bed. I'm going to sleep. Night. Shiori goes offline. Izuku's the next one off. With a yawn, he sets his phone on his nightstand and falls asleep. Izuku doesn't dream. He hasn't since his quirk manifested. The familiar surroundings of the library appear and a bright grin works its way onto his face. He loves this place. It's safe, far away from bullies, pain and worries. Now, what to study today? He extends his hand and a well-used book floats towards him and flies open. The book is the same green as his hair and has gold-colored binding. In gold lettering on the front is written, Mind Palace. It isn't a how-to guide, though he wishes it were, because that would make life so much easier. It's a collection of notes on his quirk and what he knows so far. Despite being an avid lover of quirks, He has barely scratched the surface of his own. Izuku spent years trying to open the chemistry lab or the control room, to no avail. There are no keys or hints, or anything really. He has to figure everything out by himself. But what's new? Izuku strolls through his library, head buried in his book. He has no fear of tripping or bumping into anything, as the library is constantly rearranging itself around him. Thoughts swim from his head onto the page, appearing in neat print. Not many things are added to the green book, so he sends it back to the shelf and calls for another. A red and black book comes to him, titled Endeavor. Oh boy, does he have some choice things to add. Arrogant. Poor attitude towards others. No regard for others' safety. Reckless. Poor excuse for a hero. Has control over flames, but often does not exercise it. Little good judgment. His concentration is so intense that very few things could break it. But one thing does. The control room, whose door had always been locked, is open, with the door ever so slightly ajar. Izuku makes a squeal of excitement and dashes for the door before it has a chance to close. With bated breath, he pushes the door open to reveal a room that looks right out of a Star Trek episode. It has a large screen at the front and control boards everywhere. Each is sectioned off and labeled with various names such as senses, body functions, muscles, and so on. Izuku sits down in one of the seats and brushes his hands over the controls. The systems were to life. "Hello, Midoriya Izuku," a voice says. Izuku leaps back, startled. "What dash? I am your aide." Izuku picks himself up off the floor. "I have an aide?" He frowns. "Where were you before?" "I have always been here." A pixelated green mass appears in front of him and Izuku scoots a bit farther back. "So, what should I call you?" "I have no name." "Tomo." "Yes, sir." What about Tomo?" "It means wisdom and knowledge." "I have no opinion on the matter, sir. You may call me what you wish." "Do you not always look like that?" "I can change." The pixels rearrange themselves into a very, "What the hell are you doing?" He screeches. "What?" Keano Shiori's ghost? Says. "I thought you would be more comfortable with a familiar face." "And not Kaori's. Change into something else." A distant thud sounds in the library. "It seems you're waking up. I'll try to open the chemistry lab for you, sir." "Call me Izuku," the boy replies as his surroundings fade away. "Yes." "Izuku. Have a good morning." Izuku wakes up with a smile on his face and reaches for his phone. He can't wait to tell Mei and Shiori. The third year of junior high begins to creep up on them as their second year draws to a close. 2 more months till break, Shiori says, sounding relieved. "And then we'll be back as third years." Mei cheers. Shiori groans and wraps herself in the blanket. Mei glares at her and makes a grab for it. "So, we need to talk about high school," Izuku announces despite the dispute beginning over the blanket. The day is cold and Shiori's currently fighting Mei for the blanket. "Duh. Do we want to go to the same place?" After winning the blanket, Shiori plots down on the couch with a triumphant smirk. Mei rolls her eyes and cuddles near her. "I'm going to UA for their support department. Best in the country, and the perfect way to make connections for my future baby selling business." "I don't know where I want to go." They don't bother asking where Izuku wants to go. He's been talking about attending UA for years. The plan he's made for himself is as follows. Go to UA, attend the hero course, graduate and intern at Sir Nitai's agency. Beyond that, he doesn't have much else planned. "Kaori, you should try for the hero course." Every time that UA came up, Izuku suggests it, and every time, without fail, Shiori shoots him down immediately. At this point, he says it as more of a joke than a real option. "You think I could make it?" Izuku's head snaps up so quickly he gets whiplash. Mei chuckles and pops a candy into her mouth. Yeah. Your quirk is really well suited for heroics. There are so many possibilities, so many applications that you haven't explored yet. Like, can you create wind in addition to manipulating it? Can you fly? Would you be able to use your quirk underwater? Is your lung capacity any different because of your quirk? Does Reality settles back in. "Oh, right. Sorry. But you really should. Mei cuts in excitedly. Think about it. All three of us at the top hero academy in Japan. Whoop-dee-doo. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Don't you want to become a licensed hero? Then we could do what we're doing now, but, legally. Lower your voice. But, honestly, I don't care what side of the law I'm on. I just want to help clean up this part of the city. Mei elbows Shirori in the ribs. Someone's starting to sound like our resident brainiac. Shirori frowns. That I thought you were the resident brainiac. Nope. She replies, popping the P. I'm the resident genius. Her antics prompt a chuckle from the other two. Well, whatever it is, I've got to start saving up for the entrance exam fee and tuition. It's not covered? Shirori snorts. Nope. They can hardly remember to cover building repairs, forget about school tuition. I think Hanako-san's just waiting for us all to age out and leave. He frowns. What are you going to do? I guess I'm going to get a job. Izuku begins to object. Ardra doesn't care. I don't think UA allows its hero course members to have a job. Oops, she deadpants. He rolls his eyes and swipes the blanket from her. But, of course, this is assuming we even get in. Of course we'll get in. We're Cerberus. The exclamation earns her a smack to the head. Keep your voice down. Izuku laughs. Yeah, but, he hesitates. I heard the physical exam is, well, physical and my quirk isn't really suited for that. Then get creative. Izuku snorts. I'm supposed to say that? Yeah. You'll figure it out, resident brainiac. Mei is fixed with a dry look from Izuku. That's a stupid nickname. No, it fits pretty well, she replies. No, it doesn't. Fine. Shirori cuts in. We could always go back to Green Bean. He shudders. No. Never mind. The brown-haired girl clicks her tongue. Thought so. Mei chuckles and scrolls on her phone and discreetly nudges Shirori, flashing the headline at her. Vigilante, sweep, strikes again. Villains left disoriented. What's their quirk? Shirori bites her lip and nods. What? The two glance at Izuku and flash him a smile. Nothing. The greenette's eyes narrow with suspicion. Lies. His tone is half-heartedly joking. Mei and Shirori exchange a look and a mischievous look quirks her face. Fine. Izuku, you want to hear about PRDS? Let's talk about all the bloody details. Izuku's face goes pink in a matter of seconds. No dash. Mei playfully lunges at him and knocks him down, giggling in a manic way. What? Too scared? I dash. An unamused snort draws the trio's attention. What are you kids doing? Education, exclaims Mei, holding Izuku in a hug that looks more like a chokehold. Bishop rolls his eyes. No, I mean here. What are you kids doing here? I didn't let you in. Mama gave us the key, Shirori says. To emphasize her point, she waves the silver key around. Said we basically live here, so we might as well have the key. Bishop rolls his eyes and mutters something under his breath. Could you at least call before you come over? Mei shrugs, grinning cheekily. I don't know, Dad. She says the last word slowly and deliberately, maintaining direct eye contact. The entire room promptly loses their sheet. Bishop does a double take and nearly trips over a chair. Izuku stares wide-eyed at the both of them and Shirori cackles like a demon. Oh my God, Mei. Bishop, in the end, kicks them out, again. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't think to take the key from Shirori, so they'll be back. They always are. The sun is low in the sky, its rays filter through the spaces in between the buildings. Not much of the sky can be seen, but Shirori think it must be beautiful from the small glimpses they can get of it. It's chilly, so they walk briskly. Izuku goes home to his mom, Mei goes back to her family, and, well, Shirori? Back to the shelter. The second she walks in, it feels colder than it does outside. Shirori, despite her tolerance of extreme temperatures, an inherited trait of her mother's quirk, can't suppress the shiver that runs down her spine. Distant shouting can be heard from the front door, and Shirori can only guess who it is. You motherfucker! It's mine! Esi my butt Ryota? Probably fighting with Mikazuki, Shiori reasons. Ryota Akane and Mikazuki Sakura make it no secret that they absolutely hate each other. She groans, trudging down the hall and passes the common area. Kami and Himena are cuddling on the couch while Akio and Hiroshi sit opposite them watching a ballet special on the TV. All Shiori can think about is getting a nap, but that's probably not happening, she thinks, after walking into her room. Could you two calm the hell down? One of the older girls, Iwaya Hibiki, hisses, eyes promising murder. Shut the hell up. Mikazuki shoots something at her, a dart from her finger. It bounces off the metal frame of the bed and boomerangs towards Shiori. She manages to duck in the nick of time and the dart returns to Mikazuki, who's red in the face. Hey, watch where you point that thing. F off Keanu. I don't give a shit, Mikazuki snaps. Hibiki hops down from her perch on the top bunk. If it was possible, smoke would be coming out of her ears. She opens her mouth to say something probably very insulting, but Fujikawa Hanako flies into the room in a rage. All it takes is one look around the room before she grabs Shiori and Mikazuki's arms and drags Hibiki and Ryota behind her using her quirk. Fujikawa throws open the back door and tosses all four of them out. Don't you four even think about coming back until you stop being brats. The caretaker of the shelter screeches this at the top of her lungs before slamming the door in their faces. They know what she means, don't bother coming back today. And even if that's not what she means, they'd rather not. Fujikawa needs a day, at least, to cool off, and they're more than happy to give it to her. Mikazuki leaves first, because she's got a boyfriend who she stays with often. Hibiki looks annoyed at the inconvenience. It's cold out. Hibiki stalks toward a dumpster in the alley and pushes it. Behind it is a black backpack, a little worn, but none the worse for wear. The only decorations on the bag are some of those iron patches with sarcastic sayings or cheesy graphics. Hibiki opens it and swears. That beach. She took my cigarettes. Grumbling to herself, she reaches into her jacket and fishes around for a stray cigarette and a lighter. When she succeeds in finding both, she lights one end of the cig up and takes a long drag of it. Sighing, she exhales a puff of smoke. Hibiki grabs two more cigarettes from her pocket and holds them out to Ryota and Shiori. You guys want one? Ryota accepts the cig and Hibiki lights it up for her. Shiori wrinkles her nose and declines. No thanks. I want to live a little longer. In response, Hibiki snorts. Good luck. After another puff, Hibiki addresses them again. You two all right with sleeping tonight? Akane and Shiori shrug. I'll find somewhere, they say. Hibiki gives a nod, shoulders her backpack and takes her leave, only pausing for a brief moment to wave back at them. Akane sighs and leans against the wall, the smoke from her cigarette drifting up into the sky and over the building. Her brown eyes are stormy and dark, while her lips are drawn into a thin, white line. Damn it, Shiori whispers when she realizes her bag isn't with her. She's not about to get her stuff stolen for a second time. She climbs on the dumpster that sits under the window for the boys' dorm and throws trash at the window. Tahashir answers it. What? Toss my bag down. I don't have it. It's in the girls' dorm on the floor. I'm not allowed in there. Shiori rolls her eyes. That never stopped you. She receives a grunt in response before Tahashir disappears from the window and returns a few minutes later. He unceremoniously drops the bag and closes it a bit harder than necessarily the window before she can thank him. Not that she had been planning to either way. Don't get murdered, is all she says to Ryota, pulling a baseball cap from her bag. It's become a sort of morbid joke between the shelter kids and it's one of their greetings. Of these, they have many. Where normal people would say, good morning, they would say, oh God, are you still alive? They don't deny it's weird, but it's been going on too long to question it. Ryota snorts in amusement, flips her hand up in a quick goodnight motion while dropping her cigarette, stomps on it, and leaves. With a small smile, Shiori sets out down the alley, humming quietly. For a bit she entertains the idea of asking to stay at Bishop's, but drops it pretty soon after. It's not that she doesn't trust Bishop, she does, much more than any adult in her life, save for Midoriya Izuku, but she would rather not intrude. Being a nuisance to someone she wants to stick around isn't something she plans on doing. Enough people in her life have left as it is, so she doesn't plan on scaring off who she has left. Sleeping in the park isn't a terrible idea, but if you don't have a group, it's basically asking to get mugged, so that's out. She could sleep on a heating vent at the train station or a normal vent, but all the good spots are reserved for the veterans, because unlike the general population, they respect their soldiers. So, the train station is probably out too. The Shiori remembers her spot. It's been a while since she's had to use it, because Hanako had been in better mood than usual before today's incident. Shiori's spot is near the ghost part of town, where most of the buildings are condemned and only undesirables dare to roam. It's under an overpass with a blocked-off road. Not the best protection from the elements, but she'll survive. And if she doesn't, oh well. She decides to try and see if her spot's still available. If it isn't, Dagoba Beach is just a hop, skip, and a jump away. No one really bothers with that place but the beachcombers anyway. The sound of rustling stops her in her tracks. The person's breathing is near silent, but she can feel their presence, and thanks her quirk. Stiffly, she picks up the pace, making quicker strides to get out of the park before she gets mugged for money she doesn't have. The person moves quickly behind her, but keeps their distance. Her fists tighten at her sides, ready for a fight. Shiori has no qualms about fighting off this possible attacker with her quirk, whatever laws disagree be dmed. She tenses when the person jumps, from a tree, presumably, and she leaps back, putting as much space in between her and the other person. It's now that she gets a good look at him and relaxes, but only a bit. Erase her head. The rough-looking man seems surprised that he's been recognized. What are you doing out this late, kid? Walking. Her sarcasm isn't appreciated by the pro. Shouldn't you be heading home? I'm sure your parents are worried. He either thinks I'm a criminal or that I'm working and looking for some customers. Shiori bites the inside of her cheek, forcing the thought down. Just taking a shortcut. The last thing she needs is a pro hero on her butt. The underground hero looks her over for a moment before gruffly nodding. Be careful. Bad things happen in this part of town. She nods and continues on her way. At least there are some pros out there who care. Jesus sips the whiskey in his glass and sighs, allowing himself to relax. The atmosphere of the bar is hazy and loud, which wouldn't normally be his scene if his friend hadn't asked him here. Kaizome, seated next to him, watches him. With those predatory eyes, still and deadly. For once, he's without his weapons, or the visible ones at least, and the man looks something closer to normal. He's wearing a black medical mask to cover up his lack of a nose. Which is pretty FNG disgusting if you ask Jesus. Who cuts off their nose? So, your crusading days are over? No more Batman? Kaizome stares at him with a blank face. Jesus sighs. He's wasted here. No more Stendhal? The bar is sleazy, so he keeps his voice down, not that any of the other patrons are sober enough to process what he's saying. Kaizome's grip tightens on his drink, which he still hasn't touched, Jesus notes, and a fierce scowl contorts his face. There is still a sickness in society that needs to be culled. Jesus raises an eyebrow, but he isn't at all surprised. Culled? Death is a bit extreme, don't you think? He knows it's not for Kaizome. Jesus had read the headlines about the pro-hero Granite's unfortunate death, how he had died in the line of duty after attempting to save a civilian. The story was, and still is, utter bullshit. Jesus has seen the obvious flaws in the story and the cover-up, but doesn't know much about it until his friend comes to his apartment covered in blood and confesses. Not that he minds. He knows that Granite has done a lot worse than be reckless enough to kill a civilian, and while he doesn't outright say Granite deserved it, that doesn't mean he's not thinking it. So, are you going to start working under a new alias? Stain. Now Jesus is a bit surprised. That's a bit plain for you. Stain. Kaizome's tone is gruffer and more stern this time. I have chosen to DMN myself for the sake of this society's future. Yeah, I got that. Kaizome tilts his head and a smirk quirks his lips. A rare look of mischief glints in his eyes. So about those kids of yours, Dash. Not my kids, Jesus interrupts, shooting him a dark glare. The killer chuckles. Right. Those kids that aren't yours, who basically live out of your apartment, who you worry about and see every day, are the change I want to see. They are more heroic than most of today's heroes. The teasing lilt in his voice dies out by the end. Heroes comes off his tongue as sharp as his knives. Jesus is too tired for this, and takes another shot. Yeah, they definitely aren't mine. But he downs the rest of his glass. I am proud of them. They'll be great heroes whether or not they get a license. Akaguro Kaizome stands, straightening his mask and jacket. Well, if they ever need help, don't hesitate to call me. He pays for the drink that he didn't touch and leaves. Jesus watches his younger friend leave and sighs. He needs a cigarette. Belatedly, he reminds himself that he quit that years ago, and he's been clean since his injury. Good God, I'm getting old, he chuckles, with a bit of bitterness in his voice. Against his better judgment, he orders another shot. Tomorrow's hangover is going to bite him in the butt either way. Keanu's phone pings, stirring her from her sleep. Unknown is online. Unknown. Cobra, I hope you'll think about my offer. Unknown, don't text the answer. Meet me at the abandoned overpass in the construction district on Friday at 1 a.m. Unknown is offline. Me, I'll call Deadless. Me, but don't expect any trust. This is a possibility. Unknown is online. Unknown. Alright. Unknown. Also, your grammar could use some work. Me, do you actually want to meet or not? Unknown. Yes. I do. Her fingers hesitate over the buttons for just a moment. Me, why didn't you contact Cerberus as a whole? Unknown is offline. She doesn't receive an answer that night, nor that morning when she wakes up. So, with a sigh, she calls Mei up and starts making plans for Friday. Izuku knows something's up. Granted, it takes him a while to catch on, but he knows that Mei and Shiori are planning something. So, instead of trying to work around Mei, he just asks Shiori outright. And, as expected, she answers honestly. We weren't hiding it from you. You never specifically asked. Of course, he's still a bit mad. We're a team. You can't go behind my back about this. I was checking something out. I wasn't doing anything. Nobody set anything in stone. That's not the point. Guys, stop yelling. Mei shouts. Now you're yelling too. Yeah, just to get you to stop. I thought I could trust you guys. Shiori is 50 shades of done with their antics. Look, if it makes you feel better, you can come. I'm not stopping you. We only kept it between us because Sweep contacted me personally. We just didn't think you needed to know. He could be dangerous. The suggestion sparks Shiori's temper. He's a vigilante, she bites. Like us. Yeah, but who's to say he's got morals like we do? He could kill you. How do you even know it's him that contacted you? Shiori sighs. Because I know who he actually is, okay? We met in foster care a while back and I ran into him on patrol and recognized him. It's him. Why didn't you guys tell me? His voice cracks, and honestly, Izuku isn't proud of it. Tears start welling up in his eyes and he's fighting the burning in his throat, desperately trying not to cry. Shiori's hand falls on his shoulder. We wanted to be sure before we pulled it all together. That and, well, you might not like him. Izuku sniffles and dries his eyes. Why? Shiori takes a deep breath. Because Shinso Hitoshi can control minds. At that statement, Izuku's blood runs cold. Shinso Hitoshi doesn't remember when he first became a vigilante. It's more of a gradual process. He doesn't plan it out and make some debut like Cerberus does. At first, he'd just step into things to stop them, and after a bit he officially becomes a vigilante. When he goes to UA, he's going to learn to be an underground hero, and that means keeping to the shadows. So, in a way, his vigilante work is just practice for being an underground hero. Vigilantism is illegal. In all forms, quirk or not, but vigilantism involving quirks tends to carry a heftier prison sentence. That, of course, doesn't stop him. He'll quit, or at least slow down on, his vigilante work when he gets into UA's hero course. But he can't deny it, his fighting abilities are lackluster at best, and he relies too heavily on his quirk. None of the dojos around him teach the fighting style he wants to learn. Then he remembers Keanu Shiori. He doesn't really know her, but they lived in the same youth home for a bit. The rumor is that she and her friends are trained by a former pro hero. If he can get training like that, then he could stop relying on his quirk. The downside is, Keanu Shirori isn't really a warm and friendly person, not that he's any different, but that makes approaching her as a stranger harder, and she doesn't seem all that keen on accepting new friends. So he does the totally normal, not at all creepy thing and follows her. Long story short, he finds out that they've got more in common than being the products of a shitty system. It gives them common ground, so he contacts her. In hindsight, it might have made more sense to ask the entire team at least. He assumes the freckled boy and the pink-haired girl Shirori trains with are the other members of Cerberus, but he'd rather talk to as few people as possible. His quirk makes people uneasy at best, and Keanu Shirori, for as little as she knows him, never seemed put off by it in the slightest. That doesn't mean he hadn't expected Keanu to shut him down or outright deny everything. In fact, it's a little more than shocking when she suggests they meet up. It's his idea for the time and place. Unfortunately, slipping out from underneath his foster dad's watchful gaze is a little tricky. They're his first parents to actually give a DMN about him, and while he appreciates it, it does get in the way of being sweep. After he does manage to sneak away, he waits at the set rendezvous, nervous. It's not long before Kaya Cobra emerges from the shadows. "So, you wanted to work together?" "Yeah, that's the general gist of it." He can see her silvery eyes inspecting him from underneath her hood. During the silence, he takes in her costume. Both Rabbit and Cobra's outfits are similar, but the color scheme differs. Cobra has a charcoal-colored hoodie on with a black mask that hides the bottom half of her face and her neck. Her hands are covered by thin black gloves. The pants are a similar color, and for shoes she wears well-made boots. How did she afford those? They look... Sweep? Sweep, did you hear anything I said? Reality smacks him in the head by way of Keanu Shiori's hand connecting with his cheek. Hello. Sorry. I'm listening. Right. She's quiet again for a moment. You need to come back to our base. He nods and stands, but Shirori stops him. Don't take this personally, but dash. Of course. I know. He bats her hand away, scowl on his face. She frowns. I didn't mean dash. I know, so can we go already? Hitoshi's tone has a sharp edge and his patience is wearing thin. Fine. Keep up. Without warning, Keanu darts across the abandoned construction site, scales and building and leaps from roof to roof. Hitoshi's attempts to match Keanu's pace are pathetic at best. He's winded after the first one, and after successfully leaping across 2 buildings, he nearly falls into an alley. After that, Keanu pulls him along with her quirk that forces him to keep up with her. They end up in the abandoned manufacturing district. Hitoshi does admit that the building they chose is a good candidate for home base. Cobra slips through a partially boarded-up door and Shinso follows her through. She leads him to the basement where the other 2 members of Cerberus are. The pink-haired girl and freckled boy are seated at a table on the far end, watching him carefully. Mask off, Keanu orders, sitting down and pulling her hood and mask down. Fine. Hitoshi's skull mask comes down. The pink-haired girl gives him a ghost of a smile while the freckled boy's lips flicker between a smile and a nervous frown. Only use code names. Never know who's listening. Hitoshi nods. I'm Sweep. Deadless. I run tech support for Cerberus. Rabbit. IW work with Cobra on patrols. The greenette boy with glasses is clearly nervous. He shifts from side to side and casts uncertain glances at Shinso. Do you have a problem with me? Rabbit's head shoots up. It. She told me about my quirk, didn't she? Shinso accuses. You think I'm a villain? No. Your quirk is extremely useful for heroics dash. Bullshit. I dash. Hitoshi. Keanu's voice is clipped and cold. He can't help but notice she's wearing that expression she wears around everyone else that clearly reads, back off. Quit it. He takes a moment to breathe deeply. Rabbit speaks again. I didn't mean to offend you. Hitoshi raises his eyes to meet Rabbit's green ones and mutters, fine. Ooh, I made you a hoodie. Deadless leaps up from her chair and darts into a back room. She reappears a few moments later with a dark purple hoodie with a white cat symbol in the middle. Cobra said you like cats. The pride is hard to miss in her voice as she presents it to him. Thanks. The hoodie is fireproof, waterproof, and insulated, Keanu clarifies. He nods and accepts it with a quiet thank you. The rest of the night passes smoothly, if a bit awkwardly. In the early hours, the four part ways. It's not too long until they find themselves working together. Sweep catches a rumor about a Quirk trafficking ring operating out of an old restaurant after hours, and the vigilantes begin planning. Shiori walks by every day to scope the place out, noting exits and entrances. Hitoshi gathers any info he can get without setting off red flags. Izuku and Mei get to work with the actual plan of entrance, the backups, and the rescue. This may or may not involve Mei hacking into the city's building database. On the last night before the ring moves, they prepare to strike. What's this? Sweep says, picking up the earpiece. A comm we need to keep you in the loop with, Deadless. He nods and begins putting it in. Can you hear me? Yep. Deadless chirps. The police are on speed dial in case this goes sideways, Cobra informs him. Rabbit cuts in. But it shouldn't. Okay guys, there should be a grate above you. And of course, there is an estimated 5 feet up or so. Rabbit stacks a few trash cans and boxes together and they climb up to the grate. Cobra pulls out a Swiss Army knife and undoes the screws. The grate slides out of place and she catches it without a sound. Climb into the vent system. Move faster. Isn't your name Rabbit? Sweep hisses. I'm trying. I swear to God, if I have to come back there, I will kick both of your buttes. Do you guys remember the way? Straight until a 4-way split, then go left, then right, 2 more lefts, then go straight and there should be another grate above the boiler room, Rabbit replies. I'll check the security cameras. Back in a few. She hacked them. Is that really the most surprising thing she's done so far? Cobra mutters. They reach the second grate and drop down into the dark room. All right, the villains are mostly on the second floor. There's one on the first too, Cobra pipes up. I can feel him breathing by the front door. That right? Anyone else on the first floor? There aren't security cameras there. None breathing at least. So there are about 12 villains in total dash. Sweep blinks. He's never handled anything this big. 12. Maybe 13. 13. Cobra nudges him. Rabbit, what do you think? Rabbit closes his eyes and pauses for a moment. He's in the control room, standing at the balcony. Tomo, boost senses 52%. Tomo obeys. Yes, sir. The room whirs to life. He opens his eyes and can see around him perfectly, despite the darkness. He can hear the steady breathing by the door of a villain, just like Cobra had mentioned. What the hell? Sweep whispers. Rabbit turns to Sweep. What? Your eyes are glowing, Sweep says matter-of-factly. That's normal. Cobra creeps by the door. Rush him in 10. This needs to be done quickly and quietly, Rabbit says. Let me handle this. Despite their whispery protests, Sweep calmly marches out and strolls across the cement floor. Hey, I heard this is the place to score, right? What the dash? The bulky man goes still and his eyes glass over. Rabbit gulps, but Cobra elbows him and shoots him a look. How many captives do you have? The man answers without hesitation. 20. How many men do you have in this building? 14. Sweep groans, dragging a gloved hand over his face. Including you? No. Cobra scowls, bringing a finger to her calm, deadless dash. I said about. So I was off a bit, Sumi. The vigilante group lets out a collective groan. Go up and tell your leader to come down here. The man stiffly walks upstairs. Cobra, up to the second floor, but make sure they don't see you until I give the signal, Rabbit orders. Cobra nods and disappears up an abandoned elevator with not so much as a sound. That leaves Rabbit and Sweep alone, which, admittedly, is not the best matchup. Just go wait by the stairs or something. Rabbit hesitates, but sprints toward the stairs and crouches down, ready to pounce. It's not long before the leader comes down with his brainwashed minion. Shijuko, there's nothing down here. What the hell is wrong with you? Shijuko doesn't answer. Hey, big boss. Come in my way? The boss stops at the bottom of the stairs and turns to Shijuko. You son of a dash. Rabbit leaps onto the boss back, wraps his arms around his neck and squeezes as hard as he can. The boss starts sputtering and swinging around, trying to throw the vigilante off his back. Sweep picks up a pipe and shouts for Rabbit to get off. Letting go, Rabbit tumbles across the floor and Sweep brings the lead pipe down on the boss' head as hard as possible. The man crumbles like a house of cards, slumped to the ground unconscious. Sweep sort of smiles at Rabbit, pipe still in hand. We make a pretty good team, huh? Rabbit returns the uneasy smile. Yeah. This is Cobra. I need help on the second floor. Sweep, Rabbit. Cobra is currently holding off the villains upstairs, but she needs help. The captives also need someone to get them to safety. Did anyone call the cops yet? Nothing's showing up on the police scanner, so, probably not? Probably not, Sweep repeats in disbelief. We're gonna die. When they approach the second level, villains are swarming Cobra, who's practically backed into a corner. A few villains are downed, one of them is bleeding from the head while another is bleeding profusely from her chest with a knife jutting out of her ribcage. Her knee is twisted at a funny angle and her breath is hoarse. She's conscious enough to look severely sad, so they decide she's fine. Sweep directs the attention of many of the villains and takes charge of their minds the instant they reply. Rabbit feels a shiver go down his spine at the uncanny control Sweep exercises over the villains' minds. Rabbit, get them out of here, Cobra shouts, driving her fist into a villain's gut. Fight them, Sweep orders, and the villains under his control charge toward the others. While Sweep fights to maintain his hold despite the physical contact made with those under his control. Rabbit scampers over toward the locked cage and slices the lock off. Follow me. We're going to get you to safety. He leads them down the stairs and into the alley. Deadless, call the cops. The rescue is a success. Gotcha. Dialing now. Get Sweep and Cobra out before they get there. He nods. Cobra, Sweep, clear out. We've gotta go. Give us a minute. A tug on his sleeve draws Rabbit's attention to a young boy with gray hair and black eyes. Mr. Fish. Rabbit, he offers. Mr. Rabbit, why you're my hero. The boy says it with stars in his eyes and he looks at Rabbit like he's personally hung the moon. Thanks. Cobra and Sweep exit the building and they all disappear into the night, without a trace. The police arrive a few minutes later and find the present scene, scared, but safe Quirk trafficking victims and unconscious villains. Tsukachi sighs. Nothing. Officer Sansa shakes his head as criminals are loaded into ambulances and police cruisers. Aizawa groans as his phone begins ringing. Don't answer it, Hizashi mumbles, tightening his grip. The Ravenet sighs. I've got to. It's work. It can wait. No, it can't. He loosens the blonde's arms from around his waist and answers the phone. Hello. Eraserhead, it's Detective Tsukachi. What happened? Cerberus is working with Sweep. Another tired groan slips past his lips as he starts getting dressed in the dark. What did they do? They're moving on to bigger targets. This was a Quirk trafficking ring we've been after for the last 6 months. Shame that the vigilantes are doing a better job than the police, Aizawa bites. I think that's their point, Tsukachi answers dryly. Any casualties? No. Sweep was involved, so most of the criminals were brainwashed. They're fine, right? We were able to get them out of the trance. Aizawa pauses. I hear a but coming. Tsukachi's long-suffering sigh hisses through the phone. One is currently in a coma, another has a severe concussion and another has a punctured lung, broken ribs and trauma to her left knee. One of the Quirk trafficking victims claims the injuries happened when one of the criminals with a knife-throwing Quirk attacked Cobra. They dodged and that's when the punctured lung happened. The victim couldn't see much else, but they know a fight ensued between Rabbit, Sweep, Cobra and the villains. They're not sure, but they think at least one of the vigilantes was wounded. Please tell me we have some DNA on them. Not yet. He sighs. I can be there in 15 minutes. Alright, see you then. Aizawa hangs up and feels a familiar weight lean onto his shoulders. Shoyuta, Hisashi whines. I've gotta work, he replies, pressing a quick kiss to his husband's cheek before pushing Hisashi off of him. I'll be back in the morning. You always say that. I haven't lied yet. You better be back before I have to go to work. I'll try. Aizawa exits their bedroom and passes his foster son's room. The pale light of a screen peeks out from underneath the door. He sighs for what must be the 5th time since waking up at this ungodly hour and knocks. Come in. Shinsu's curled up in his chair at the desk, staring at his computer in the dark. You should be asleep, Aizawa says. I could say the same to you. Cheeky brat. I have to work. I'm working too. Aizawa huffs. What are you looking at? Shinso allows Aizawa to look over his shoulder. I'm chatting in Cerberus and Sweep forums. Word is that they teamed up. He turns to his foster father. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would ya, Catman? Aizawa waves him off with an eye roll. Go to bed. Hey, wait Aizawa. The lack of sass in Shinso's voice catches his attention. What? Would you mind if I got some of their stuff? Their stuff? Shinso awkwardly rubs the nape of his neck. Like merchandise. It's just, I basically grew up in a komi, and the police never did anything, and now there are these people finally getting rid of all the dash. Fine. Shinso lights up but quickly covers up his surprise and excitement. Thanks. Aizawa smirks. It's fine, kid. You can ask for things you want. That's what we're here for. Shinso doesn't think he hears the, that's a first, muttered under his breath, but he does. With a frown, he makes a note to talk to Shinsu's social worker about his past homes. Aizawa swats Shinso lightly in the back of the head. Now go to sleep. Hisashi will kill me if you turn into an insomniac like me. Sorry, Shinso deadpants. But I came like that. Just go to sleep before I ground you. Whatever you say, Dad. Shinso smirks at the tired erasure hero. Aizawa smacks him in the head a little harder this time. Cheeky brat. Shinso snorts and shuts his computer off before climbing into bed. Oh, one more thing. What? Do you mind if I bring some friends over tomorrow? Sure. Just don't wreck the place. He pauses. And they better not be loud. Gotcha. With a smile, though he'll deny it till the day he dies, Aizawa heads to work. The next day is, thankfully, a slow day. Bandages wrap Shiori's left wrist that has been slashed in the rescue earlier by the villain with the knife-throwing Quirk. All 3 of the field vigilantes are exhausted, while Mei's energy has yet to dip. Shiori sketches quietly in her notebook while Mei rambles loudly, Hitoshi plays with a cat and Izuku naps. Did you guys see the headlines? Mei waves her phone around. Cerberus and Sweep's big team-up is front page news. Front page. Keep it down. My foster dad's trying to sleep. Not anymore. They turn and see Aizawa zombie walk out of the bedroom, hair knotted and messy. You said they wouldn't be loud. Technically, you said that. And they're not all loud. He points toward the pink-haired girl. Just Mei. Aizawa grumbles something and makes his way into the kitchen. Of course I can't get any peace and quiet on my day off. Didn't know you took days off. Zashi made me. Ooh, you're whipped. Aizawa shoots a red-eyed glare Hitoshi's way. Shut it, brat. He starts rummaging through the fridge. I can and will kick you out. But you won't. Oh, don't tempt me. He pulls the milk out. Hitoshi chuckles. So, do you think Cerberus and Sweep are gonna stick together? He keeps a joking, yet careful eye on Aizawa to gauge his reaction. Aizawa just scowls and turns away. Silently, Hitoshi nods to his friends. Shiori plays along. It's a known fact among the group that Hitoshi's foster parents are the pro-heroes Present Mike and Eraserhead. Maybe. I mean, they did break up a Quirk trafficking ring together, right? Mei decides to test the waters. Yeah. They're heroes. Aizawa whirls around and cuts in. If they want to be heroes, they should go through the proper channels to acquire a license. Without a license, they're going to get themselves killed or someone else. Ooh, someone salty, Hitoshi teases. Did you not catch them with their hands in the cookie jar? Aizawa glares at his foster son who's comfortably reclining on the couch. He regards him with suspicion. Did you tell your friends? About what? Hitoshi says, batting his eyelashes innocently. With a huff, the hero storms out, unknowingly leaving the 4 people he's been trying to catch for the past year in his living room. He seems grumpy. Hitoshi shrugs. He's always like that. Are you sure you're not biologically related? Mei teases. He throws a pillow at her face and she tumbles off the couch, giggling. Izuku turns to Shiori. Hey, Kaori? Shiori puts her sketchbook down. Yadash. Shinso bursts out laughing. You call her Kaori? That's how. Shiori beans him in the face with a pillow. I've been avenged. Mei cheers, flopping down on Hitoshi's lap as he recovers from the attack. No, he was just getting on my nerves. Avenge yourself. Betrayal. Shut up. So, Hitoshi locks eyes with Izuku, trying to make conversation while Mei and Shiori bicker. What's your quirk? Izuku hesitates for a second, making Hitoshi scowl. I'm not gonna use my quirk on you, if that's what you think. And no, it's just that, he sighs. It's called Mind Palace. I can record observations and information about anyone, control my body's functions and alter things. Whoa. Alter things? Mei scrambles across the couch. Aizu, you never told us you got into the lab. Oh well, surprise? Mei go off at him, ranting about how he should mention these things. Why didn't he tell her, not everyone else, just her? And Shiori and Hitoshi just watch and laugh. What's the lab? Hitoshi asks. He's got a library, a control room and a lab. The control room an increase or decrease his body's abilities or senses like sight or hearing, the libraries for recording information, and I guess the labs for altering stuff? I don't know. Shiori shrugs. They begin speaking in low voices. What is his problem with me? He doesn't have a problem with you, she replies. He's just got a bad experience with mind control quirks. He scowls. But so what do you mean, alter things? Like DNA? Could you grow 2 more arms? Izuku shakes his head. I don't really know. I've only been doing small stuff like mess with my eye color. To prove his point, his eye color switches from green to red and from red to blue. See? So could you increase your strength or something? Okay, so Hitoshi can't deny that it's impressive, but that does little to assuage his resentment towards Izuku. His quirk isn't flashy like Izuku's or Shiori's. Even Mei is arguably cooler than him. They don't need someone else to show their quirks like he does. And like hell if someone's going to volunteer to be brainwashed. Kids at school avoid him like the plague and refuse to speak to him so he doesn't place them under his control. Really, he wouldn't do that, he knows better. Public quirk usage, especially when it comes to mind or body control quirks, is strictly forbidden. Even if it wasn't, he'd never use it. As a little kid with a newly manifested quirk, he never really intended to use it, but it activated when he least expected it. His birth parents used to muzzle him and gave him a notebook to write in. They wouldn't speak to him, ever. In fact, they hardly acknowledged his existence. It isn't until he goes to the neighbor to ask for food that he's taken from the home. So, forgive him for not being so understanding about Izuku's wariness around him, but he thinks he's entitled to be a little set off about it. Coffee, one of Aizawa and Hizashi's many cats, leaps onto his lap. She purrs as he runs a hand over her patchy fur. Cute kitty . Mei reaches out to pet her only for Coffee to snap at her hand. Hey! She hates being called kitty. Emi curls around Izuku's shoulders and rests there. She's Hitoshi's favorite cat, so he shoots her a glare of utter betrayal. Traitor, he mutters. What did you say? Izuku blinks at him, innocent. Nothing. Shiori snorts. She's playing with the orange tabby K. The older cat seems quite smitten with her. Mei's failed to attract any of the other cats in the apartment, of course, and she's, loudly, lamenting the fact. No one loves Mei. She wraps her arms around Hitoshi's neck, scaring off Coffee in the process. Love me, Hitoshi. Get off of me. Aizawa. The tired man sighs. What happened, Tsukachi? I thought I'd give you an update on the case. There's some noise in the back and Tsukachi lets a rare, annoyed curse slip out. Having a hard time? Tsukachi huffs. We wouldn't be if the officers would do their jobs. The only people who are actually doing the work are the ones coming in from Izuku, and we're thinly spread as it is. Look, I know it's your day off, but dash. Sure. I'll be by in 10 minutes. Rest and relaxation was getting boring. Aizawa hears the man chuckle, wincing at the extreme exhaustion in his voice. Treasure it. I'd kill for some of that right now. I might actually wring one of these officers' necks. The erasure hero snorts, draping his capture weapon over his shoulders. Don't bother. The prison sentence isn't worth it. There's another pause and Aizawa can hear arguing in the background before Tsukachi hurriedly says, something came up, and ends the call. Aizawa exits his bedroom and passes by the living room, where Hitoshi's fighting with Mei? Is that her name? Hitoshi has mentioned his friends' names to him and Hizashi, but he hadn't been listening. In any case, it seems like the pink-haired female is winning. You are Eraserhead. Izuku owes me money. Shiryoko? Shima? Shirori? Says. She turns to Izuku, beside her. Pay up. The greenette drops his head and sighs. Aizawa freezes, remembering what he looks like. Hitoshi smirks at his foster dad. Looks like the cat's out of the bag. He holds coffee up, waving her back and forth. You told them beforehand. Hitoshi gasps. Me? Tell the only friends I've ever had in my life a secret? What is this foolishness? Brat, Aizawa grouches. Old man, Hitoshi fires back. Aizawa grinds his teeth together and glances at Hitoshi's 3 friends. Dammon, he really needs to learn their names. Not a word of this to anyone. Not even your parents. Pink-haired girl whose name he doesn't know shrugs. My parents don't care anyway. Not a problem. Izuku looks sheepish. My mom knows everything. Sorry. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Hitoshi shakes his head. Wow, Dadzawa. I thought you'd be a lot more careful about keeping your identity a secret. You're sleeping outside tonight, Shinso? Ah, come on Dadzawa dash. Stop calling me that. Dadzawa, Dadzawa, Dadzawa dash. Get out. In the end, Hitoshi gets him and his friends kicked out, but they all know that Aizawa doesn't really mean it. Your foster dad's a lot nicer than Hinako, Shirori notes. He snorts. Doesn't take much to top that beach. Amen to that. I've got to go study for our finals, guys. See ya. Mei hugs everyone at least once and presses a kiss against Shinso's cheek before darting off, cackling like a maniac. Hey! Didn't know you two were involved. Shirori smirks at Hitoshi's red face. Do you need the talk about being safe? We are not dash. Izuku turns his head away, face beet red. Kikari, can you not dash? I'm just making sure. Hitoshi reaches over and smacks Shirori in the head, glaring at her. She shoves him away, chuckling. The 3 find their way to a park and skip rocks at the river. Shirori sits on the bridge, idly watching the 2 boys, somewhat competitively, toss rocks over the glassy surface of the water. Jesus Christ, I can't get away from you kids. Bishop continues to grumble to himself, but approaches the trio. Where's Mei? Being a good student and studying. I've seen your grades, Shirori. You should be doing the same. The girl shrugs and leans over the edge of the small bridge. I'll be fine. You want to graduate junior high, don't you? Hey Bishop. Izuku waves at him, eager. What are you doing here? Well, I was trying to relax like a normal person and take a walk, but dash, Shirori coughs into her first and rolls her eyes. He glares at her from the corner of his eyes. I guess that's not happening. He buries his hands in his coat and shudders. It's getting cold out here. How are you only wearing a jacket, kid? Shirori sighs. Well dash. It's part of her quirk. Izuku cuts in, rushing over to the bridge. It's from her mother's side, because her quirk was temperature control, and it carried over to her children's. You see, Shirori was the only one to get any of her father's quirk, which, as you know, was flight. He came from a line of air quirks, and combined with her mother's temperature quirk, Shiori got dash. Bishop holds up a hand. I get it, kid. It was a rhetorical question. Izuku sputters, tripping over his words. Oh, sorry, it's just dash. I know, you find quirks very interesting. Sorry to ruin the moment here, but who the hell are you? Bishop glances over at Hitoshi and groans. Oh god, there's another one of you? Yep. Sorry, I'm a little confused as to who you are. He's our trainer, Shiori says. She sweeps her arm toward Bishop. He's a retired pro hero. Bishop was his hero name. This guy taught you how to jump buildings? Staring at them in disbelief, Hitoshi's mouth hangs open. He's old looking and dash. I can and will kick your young butt across the river. Bishop gives him a look, daring him to say anything as a smug expression blankets his face. This old-looking guy taught these brats everything they know. His hands find their place on Izuku and Shiori's shoulders. They especially this one dash. He claps Izuku hard on the shoulder and the boy stumbles. Probably would have gotten themselves killed by now if they didn't learn to fight. So, wait, you teach people how to fight? No, I taught brats who refused to leave me alone to fight. So, you could teach me dash, Hitoshi points to himself. Right. Bishop frowns. Shiori nudges him and he leans down low enough for her to whisper something in his ear. He scrunches his face up into a frown. Another one? She nods. Really? Shiori digs her elbow into Bishop's ribs, shooting him a look. Bishop rolls his eyes and takes a few strides to meet Hitoshi where he stands by the river. Fine, but one condition. He places his hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. Sure. Pay more attention. With a sharp, sudden movement, Bishop yanks Hitoshi forward, sweeps his legs out from underneath him and throws him into the river. Smirking, Bishop brushes himself off. Lesson 1. Always be ready. I'm an a-hole and have absolutely no problem with body flipping you if you aren't paying attention. Hitoshi pulls himself out of the river, scowling. Cool water drips from his face and soaks his clothes. Despite how absolutely freezing he is, his cheeks burn. Shiori and Izuku laugh at him from the safety of the bridge. Yeah, laugh it up. I'm probably going to die of hypothermia, now. This causes them to laugh harder until they start crying. Sociopaths. Hey kidso dash. Hitoshi's quirk activates. Jump in the river, he orders. Robotically, Bishop walks towards the river and hops in. The shock from the cold water snaps him out of it. You little brat. Hitoshi smirks at him. Out of the corner of his eye, he can see Izuku shrink away, but Shiori grabs onto his arm and mouths something that looks suspiciously like, it's fine. He tries to ignore it. All of a sudden, Hitoshi's immersed in the freezing water. Bishop chuckles above him, smirking down at Hitoshi as he stands. Come at me, kid. Smiling, Hitoshi gets in a low crouch and lunges at the taller man. The next day, Hitoshi and Bishop are sick. Go figure. The Hatsums are a family of pink hair, similar looks, and high IQs to match. The matriarch of the Hatsum clan is Nico, a short, hefty woman with a hard jawline and pale pink hair that falls over her shoulder to her mid-back. Her head sits upon broad shoulders and a wide, strong frame. Her eyes are a bold blue and her smile shines bright and confident. The father, Riku, is much taller, standing about a head above the average Japanese male. His top half is almost comically bigger than his bottom half and his hands are worn and gnarled from years of hard work. Despite his burly shape and somewhat rough appearance, he's what most people would consider rugged and good-looking. Emiko is her father's daughter, having inherited his dark pink hair and height. She's on the leaner side, but little peaks of her mother can be seen. Her blue eyes, the lighter streaks of pink in her hair, her figure, her temper. Mei remembers when they were younger and closer how she used to envy her sister's model-like looks. Emiko would laugh and give her little tips on makeup or whatever. It was nice. Don't worry, Mei. You're going to be beautiful when you're older, I just know it. Really? She'd say. How do you know? Emiko would laugh and reply, because you're my sister. And they would fight, giggling and wrestling. But it's not like that anymore. Despite the mess Emiko's become, Mei misses the moments they had when they were actually sisters. The jealousy hasn't gone away, and the negative feelings between them have only increased. I hate you. A door slams shut. Mei can hear someone, probably her mother, pounding on the door. Open this door, Emiko. Go away. You better not be smoking in there. F off. Don't talk to me that way. Mei sighs and shuts her desk light off. That's probably enough studying for now. Besides, she won't get much done with the current screaming match going on. She throws herself onto her bed and rolls over to stare at the ceiling. Various blueprints and designs are plastered over the ceiling and walls along with certificates of excellence and awards. Pictures of a smiling family haunt her. In one photo, Mei and Emiko are hoisting a first-place trophy for science above their heads. Their parents are sharing a proud grin beside their daughters, with Riku's arm draped over Nico's shoulders as he leans down so that he can be seen in the photo. Mei smiles at the photo, distant and nearly forgotten. Something crashes outside and the screaming grows louder. Completely forgotten. Rolling to one side, Mei reaches for her phone and texts Shirori. Izuku never answers his texts, if ever, and Hitoshi might be a little mad at her for earlier. She snickers at the memory. Me, what's up? Shirori, to be honest. Shirori, little busy RN. Mei hesitates. She doesn't want to intrude. Me, what? Shirori, helping someone out. Do you have Tsukachi's hashtag? Me, that bad? Shirori, yeah. I need it now. Mei sighs. Me, yeah sure give me a sec. Me, 22668215888. Shirori, thanks, I owe you big. Me, you know it. Shirori, I'll catch you up on this later. Shirori is offline. For just a minute after Shirori signs off, Mei wonders if they're really friends, or if their relationship is just one of convenience to Shirori, a means to an end. You know that's not true. She smiles. If Shirori didn't like you, she'd have let you know already. I know. Mei goes to sleep soon after. Shirori shifts her footing on the fire escape, lingering outside of a bedroom window. The rusted metal groans in protest, and she prays it doesn't give under her weight. Her costume has been thrown on in a hurry, but she's got a good reason. She'd spent the last hour alternating between texting Mei and debating on whether or not to call in Hitoshi or Izuku. After deciding against it, she waits until the lights go off in the living room before tapping on the window and switches on the voice distorter. 6-year-old Kimoto Inami unlocks the latch her window and pushes it open. With a little odd gasp, she stares up in wonder at the vigilante before her. Wire dash. Cobra, the mangled voice says. I'm here to help you. Really? Inami's finger brush against the bruise on her chin. All she can think of is all the times she's tried to tell someone anyone, and all the times she's been dismissed. Is this really happening? Is she really going to be safe? How do you know? One of your friends told me, Cobra replies. A hero helps those in need. You're a hero? No, but I'm not going to let you suffer. Get your brother, Inami-kun. We're going to meet one of my friends. With a nod, Inami darts across the room with silent footsteps, leaving the vigilante at the window. She creeps through the hall, the quiet snores of her father reminding her of the danger. Makoto, her younger brother's room, is just down the hall from her. Tiptoeing to the door, she pushes it open and whispers, Makoto, wake up. Her brother stirs immediately, sitting up with a start. W-dash. She flies across the room, covering his mouth. The two wait in silence, tense, and listening for their father, but he remains asleep. She sighs in relief. We've got to go. But dash. Our hero came. The two Kimotos climb out onto the fire escape, which creaks under their weight. Cobra closes the window and holds a finger to their lips. We need to be very quiet. You two need to trust me, all right? Inami nods while Makoto hesitates. She takes his hand and squeezes it, giving him a reassuring smile. Inami feels she can trust the vigilante before her more than anyone else in their lives. Climb on. Makoto crawls up onto Cobra's back and hooks his skinny arms around their neck. Cobra extends their hand to Inami, who accepts it and holds on with an iron grip. After measuring up the distance, Cobra leaps off of the fire escape. They plummet for a second, and Inami cries out, startled. She's sure they're going to die these way some mistake Iwuchidois. And then? Weightlessness. She, Makoto and Cobra hover feet above the ground. Cobra's lost in concentration, maneuvering them so that they rise to the next building top. The vigilante sprints across the roof and jumps to the next one, carrying them. They stumble a few times but never drop Inami or her brother. Within a few minutes, they're on a rooftop overlooking the police station. Makoto sits beside Inami, dozing off on her shoulder. The police station. Cobra points toward the large building across the street. They've never done anything, Inami whispers, tugging on the vigilante's hoodie. Cobra turns to Inami with soft, kind eyes. I know, but it will be different now. I promise. Detective Tsukachi will take care of you. Two police officers burst onto the rooftop just as Cobra takes a flying leap off the edge, charging at full speed. Wait, dash! The man in the gray trench coat cries. Cobra! But the vigilante has already jumped. He rushes over to the edge, but there's no one in sight. He sighs and redirects his attention towards the children. You're Kimoto Inami and Makoto, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you. A smile spreads across his lips and for the first time in a while, Inami feels truly safe. I'm Detective Tsukachi. Why don't we head down to the station to talk? It's 3 a.m. Shirori yawns and shoots Mei a quick text as she stuffs her vigilante outfit into her bag. Me, thanks for the help. I'll fill you in on what happened tomorrow. And then, Shirori heads to the shelter with a rare smile on her face. For the first time in a while, she's actually happy. That night, she sleeps well. In hindsight, it's probably not the best idea to decide to go on a walk. In Akumi. At night. Inami and Makoto are safe, Shirori knows that, but she should have figured their son-of-a-beach father would come looking for them, even though it's been a day. But she's been in such a good mood that she hadn't been realistic. And now she's paying the price. Where? They. Oh. She could have stayed at the shelter and studied like she needed to, but no. She's here, getting her butt kicked. Lovely. Ken has a tight grip on the front of her shirt, hoisting her several feet in the air. I've seen you with them all the time. I know you know where they are. Of all the nights to forget her pepper spray. She could have sprayed him in the eyes and kicked him in the ball. Actually, that she should have brought a bat. She'd go to town on this motherfucker. Might go down for battery, but who gives an ever-loving F-dash? Ken throws her to the side. Answer me, you little beach. I know, dash. The bitter taste of blood burns her tongue and she realizes that she's bitten her cheek. I don't know where your FING kids are. It would help if you weren't a shitbag father, dash. He strikes her in the face, eyes wild before he takes a breath. Eerily calm, 2 black orbs meet her eyes. He leans down and tilts her chin up, making her look at him. Look, we both know that you did something with my kids. Now I just want my kids back. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, so I think you should start talking. Now. She doesn't say anything, glaring defiantly back at him. Ken sighs and drops her head. So it's like that, huh? All right. He cracks his knuckles and stretches upward. I can be the bad guy. He winds up. A white scarf wraps around Ken's outstretched arm. Confused, Ken whips around to meet the blood-red eyes of Eraserhead. Who the hell are you? The hero's lips twist and he snarls. Jerking the cloth forward causes Ken to stumble and Eraserhead leaps off the fire escape and kicks him in the head. Ken, however, is not an inexperienced fighter, despite the fact that he often had children as his opponents. Quick to his feet, Ken delivers a swift uppercut to Eraserhead's jaw and the hero blinks as his teeth slam together. Ken smiles and his quirk activates. Spikes fly out of his skin and Shirori dives behind a dumpster, narrowly avoiding being impaled. Eraserhead dodges in between the spikes, but one catches him in the shoulder and he's pinned to the wall. Pain explodes in his shoulder, immobilizing his right arm. He hisses as he tries to rip the spike out of the wall. Ken approaches calmly, the tips of his fingers sharpening into spikes. Are you one of those vigilantes? No, that stuff looks official. Underground hero maybe? That's. It's a shame really. But this place needs less people who can't mind their DMN business. Ken swipes his spiked finger across Eraserhead's cheek, a thin line of blood beating against his pale skin. I guess we dash. His eyes fly open wide and he starts gasping, clawing at his throat. The man collapses to his knees, choking and breathless. Eraserhead's eyes dart to Shiori, who's bracing herself against the wall. Blood coats the front of her face, running down from her nose and over her lips. Her eyes are narrowed in a glare and glint a shining silver. He activates his quirk. Don't! And Ken can breathe again. He lays on the ground, chest rising and falling unevenly. WHO? Rising shakily to his feet, Ken's temper boils over as he sees Shiori. You beach! Spikes grow on his skin and he ejects them. Shiori's hands shoot out and she tenses. The spikes freeze midair, quivering in place. Eraserhead tears the projectile from his shoulder and pounces on Ken. His scarves loop around Ken's arms and the fire escape above. Aizawa pulls on them hard. Ken shoots off the ground and struggles, swearing and trying to cut the material. He ties the ends of his capture weapon to the bottom of the fire escape and takes a moment to let the adrenaline drain from his system. He notices the spikes are still suspended in air. You can let them go, kid. She nods, drops her arms, and the spikes fall, clattering against the pavement in the alley. She paces back and forth, massaging her temples and mutters, I just wanted to take a walk. Like a nice, normal person. I just wanted to take a walk, I just wanted to dash. Eraserhead, clutching his shoulder, calls it in. Kid, we're going to the police station. Are you hurt? Being exhausted and having her bullshit tank filled to the top, she gives him a deadpan glare and gestures to the front of her face. I'm fine. He huffs, wincing as pain stabs him once again. Do you know this guy? He's the a-hole. Yes, but do you know him? No, you don't get it. That guy is the resident a-hole of this block. Everyone knows him. The hero inhales through his nose and presses his hands together. Do you know his name? Kimoto-ken. Aizawa sighs. Kimoto-ken. The guy he's been looking for since Tsukachi called him at the butt crack of dawn, telling him that Cobra had oh so casually left 2 abused children in the detective's care. They wait around until a cop car shows up and Tsukachi steps out. Despite the situation, Tsukachi gives Aizawa a wry smile. Rough day? Aizawa chucks his goggles at him with his good arm, which isn't his throwing arm, so he misses by a mile. Like you can talk, he snarks. Tsukachi snorts and tips his hat. So, where's our criminal? Aizawa points up and Ken lets loose a new, and very creative, he must say, string of profanities and slurs. The weary detective sighs. Wonderful. Aizawa loosens the restraints and Ken plummets, smashing against the ground. Tsukachi snaps the quirk-suppressant cuffs on his wrists. Kimoto-ken, you are under arrest for child abuse, child battery, assault and battery of a professional hero as well as unlicensed quirk usage and quirk battery. The officers haul the man to his feet and throw him in the back of the car while reading him his rights. Then, Shiori, Eraserhead and the police head to the station. This is going to be fun. How did it get this bad? He had been the greatest. No, he is the greatest. People have always given him his way all his life. In school he's top of his class, the very best. No one can beat him and no one even tries. His rule is uncontested. Once out of school, he marries the prettiest woman, a girl from the States named Lucy Vanderwall, and they become a trophy couple. They have 2 children and a dog. They're the American dream family if such a foolish idea still exists. He enlists as a soldier and rises to the top of the ranks, only to be humiliated and discharged with dishonor. Those DMED higher-ups, they were lucky to have him. He had been their best. They didn't deserve him. So, he becomes a police officer, a boy in blue. It's degrading. The people in Akumi are pathetic and the villains aren't worth his time. He and Lucy fight, they argue, they throw things, and then they divorce, leaving him with her 2 worthless children. Looking around, he can't find where it went wrong. What did he do? Ken begins to look for answers at the bottom of a bottle, but finds nothing but hazy nights, mood swings and pretty strangers that leave by the morning. None of them are Lucy though. Why is everything like this? He is the center of attention, the radiant star that the universe revolves around. How did he fall so far? Why aren't they watching? Why can't they see me? Why don't they know how special I am? I deserve so much better. He bares his teeth when he sees that little brat the hero saved in the station. She doesn't even look at him, like he's not worth her time. How dare she? He lunges at her, catching the two officers tasked with holding him off guard. He gets a few good hits in before he's pulled off and taken to a cell. This is his kid's fault. No, it's that brat's fault. She's gotta have something to do with this. Or, better yet, it's Lucy's fault. She left and everything went to pieces. If she had stayed, he and the kids would have been fine. The beach. So Ken sits in his cell for the rest of the night, thinking about just whose fault it is that he's been brought so low, blaming everyone in sight, but himself. Keanu drums her fingers against the table and takes a sip of the tea an officer had brought her after Ken had attacked her in the station. It tastes awful. Lovely. Today just keeps getting better and better, she mutters. She's been sitting in the interview room for what, 20 minutes? Maybe it's been half an hour. Either way, it's 3 in the morning and she's supposed to be up at school in 5 hours. That's probably not happening, though. She might just skip school today and go job hunting. She needs to save up for either way, but oh shit. Ardra is taking them to this fancy thing with other elite schools. The teachers will be sad if she misses it, but then again, will they really? They don't actually care, and with her face looking like this, it'd probably be better to hang around Akumi. The door opens and in walks Detective Tsukachi, wearing a polite smile. I'm Detective Tsukachi. I'm sorry about earlier. Kimoto Ken has been properly restrained so that he won't harm anyone else. I'll believe it if I don't see him out on the streets tomorrow, and if I do, I will personally shove my foot so far up his. She nods. Tsukachi seats himself across from her. His children, Kimoto Inami and Kimoto Makoto, were brought in late last night and reported multiple counts of abuse. She takes another sip of the sheet tea and nods again. Sounds about right. So you knew about the abuse? Yes. Shirori carefully files the little nod of his head as he writes down truth, where he thinks she can't see it. Did you ever report anything? Yes. His head bobs the same way, but he frowns. I never saw reports of abuse in his file. She rolls her eyes. That's because no one in this precinct does their DMN job. Oh. True. Do you know Inami and Makoto personally? They're like little siblings to me. True. Does he really think I can't see him? Do you want to press charges against Mr. Kimoto for his attack on you? Yes. He nods and slides a paper across the table. I'll need you to sign this. Got a pen? Paperwork, lovely. Just another reason to not become a real hero. A professional hero, she corrects herself with a smile as she recalls Inami's words to her brother. Our hero came. Something good happen? She glances up and notices Tsukachi's been watching her. I'm helping put this son of a beach behind bars. He chuckles and she slides the paper back across the table. That you will. I'll have to testify, won't I? Afraid so. He pauses. Is that a problem? No. But he is an officer here. Tsukachi frowns and sighs. Yes, this precinct is hard to work with. Now, I have a few more questions. She chugs the rest of the tea with a grimace. Sure. Tsukachi sends the kid home. It's 5 in the morning, and they're all exhausted. Aizawa, having been healed by a medic, strolls in. You look like hell, Tsukachi teases. Feel like it too, the rough man mumbles, making a beeline for the coffee machine. You're going to get addicted to that stuff. Already am. Tsukachi yawns. Poor kid. Aizawa glances up. You know her? Tsukachi nods and Aizawa frowns. You know her in a she's here really often because he's trouble kinda way? The detective leans forward in his chair. Why? Because she's my son's friend and I don't need that foolishness around my son. Thinking of adopting Hitoshi? Shut up, Tsukachi, and answer the question. Tsukachi shakes his head. I handled her brother's case 7 or 8 years ago. That case was why I became a detective. What happened? The detective lets out a bone-tired sigh. A kid was killed and his killer got away with murder. Aizawa stares at him for a long time before saying, "You look like you can use a drink." "What about Hisashi?" "He's used to me being late." "Come on, let's go. I know a good place." A 2-hour interview and an early morning trip to Mama's leaves Shiori cranky, sore and sleep-deprived. "You look dead," says Izuku when he meets Shiori at the train station. "Did you get enough dash? If the next words out of your mouth are, sleep, I'm going to kill you." He snaps his mouth shut with a sheepish smile. Right. They board their train and Izuku starts animatedly chatting about every little thing. Shiori doesn't engage in the conversation so much as she does listen to it and give her input every so often before falling asleep. It's going to be a long day. By the time his alarm, it's an all-night alarm, but don't tell anyone, blares, Katsuki is already up for the day. "Get up, brat. It's going to be a long day." "Shut up, hag. I am up." Katsuki fires back, chucking a shoe at the door. "Can we please have a quiet morning?" Masaru's pleas go unheard as the two blondes bicker until Katsuki slams the door behind him and storms to the train station. Perfect way to start his day. "Hey Bakugu." Fingers, what is that extra's name, waves at him. "Shut up. Oof, someone's grouchy today. You forget we're going to that dash." "I don't care." "But dash." Katsuki whirls around and glares at Fingers. "Don't care," he bites out. "Sheesh, fine." Legs rolls his eyes and gives that cheesy smile. "But you know it could be our chance to score some rich, hot chicks." "Forget hot, I'll just take a rich one," Fingers says. "I'm broke." "You extras FNG disgust me." They board the train and Fingers immediately wrinkles his nose like something stinks. It's those two again. Those two could refer to any number of people, but coming from anyone in his year, Katsuki knows it's Deku and, what's that girl's name? Right. Pocahontas. Colors of the wind and all that sheet. Let's move to a different car. I don't want to be seen with them. Legs is already halfway to the next car. I'm not moving, Katsuki grumbles, plopping down in his seat. He drops his bag to the floor. You extras do what you want. Legs and Fingers exchange an uneasy look before they join him. Pocahontas, or Sleeping Beauty in this case, wakes from her deep sleep to crack open an eye and glare at them. What's wrong? Deku asks. I smelled bullshit. He matches her glare, smoke curling off his fingers, daring her to try something. He'd blow her off the train before she even thought about it. Unfortunately, she never challenges him, which would have been just what he needed to not be a total pisspot today. Well, it's not his fault. They all get to school, and once off the train, walk as far away as they can from each other. The girl and Deku don't want to be confronted, and Katsuki's not in the mood to do any confronting. Once they get to class, the teacher has them sit down, and talks with eagerness Katsuki's never seen before. Alright, the trip. This is a great opportunity. We're the first school in this district to go to Sumai, Yuko, and Nagoya Private Academy's Culture Festival. You must be on your behavior. The teacher punctuates each word with a sharp glare. Class 2, as known for their rowdiness, after all. Katsuki scoffs and leans back in his chair only for the teacher to snap at him. He snaps right back, but the reaction is unexpected. The teachers never dare to step to him. It's this stupid party's fault. Within the next hour, kids are herded onto buses. They're supposed to be organized by class, but the students ignore the rules and the teachers are too excited to say otherwise. Deku's sitting with that girl again. She's half asleep and he's rambling about heroes. The idiot. You can't be a hero without a quirk. He does have a quirk. No, he definitely made it up. He had to. He's got nothing that proves he's got a quirk. Katsuki sneers. Stupid, delusional Deku. Idiot. Who the f said that? Say it to my face. Glances around, but sees no one. Whatever. Katsuki slides back down in his seat. Fingers is talking about some new video game and Legs is smoking out the window. He doesn't listen to what the extras have to say, because it doesn't really matter. They're both idiots either way. So are you. Seriously, who's saying that? Bakugo growls and whirls around. Hey, Bakugo, you okay? You look kinda said. Legs smacks Fingers in the arm. He's always said. Fingers snickers like he's clever. You're right. His anger now has two subjects to direct it at. You two fuckers got a death wish? No. Fingers backs up to make himself as small as possible. Legs points a quivering finger in Deku's direction. Hey, Bakugo. That loser's taking out his stupid notebook. Why? He still thinks he can be a hero. I heard he thinks he can get into UA. Can you believe it? Bakugo's temper explodes. Do you? Deku flinches, instinctively moving closer to Shiori. Why is Kaken? He still calls you Kaken dash. Shut the F up, Fingers. No one asked you. The boy in question pipes down. Katsuki redirects his glare toward Deku. Heard you thinkin' you can still make it into UA nerd? I mean it's just a thought, Kaken. It's my dream school dash. F. You're nothing and the school's going to see that. Only I'm going there, got it? He catches the warning glare his teacher's giving him. Best behavior, she mouths before facing the front again. With a grunt, he throws himself back down in his seat. This isn't over, nerd. Back off, comes a very cranky-sounding voice. There it is. The fight. He grins ferally, standing up in his seat again. You want to go Pocahontas? No, I want you to back off so I can take a FING nap. You're loud. Ooh, she dash. Shut up, Fingers, before I shove your hand so far up your dash. We're here. Their homeroom teacher announces it so forcefully she could have broken something. She impales him with a glare that reads, I don't care what you do, but behave. Now, everyone single file off the bus. Don't get lost and be respectful of everything and everyone. We are guests. Translation, if this up and I will probably kill you. He bares his teeth but doesn't say anything. They get off the bus and he wanders around, only lingering at the things worth his attention, which isn't much. Hey, look at her. She's pretty cute. Fingers points at a taller girl, taller than him at least, with long black hair and, Odin, she is actually pretty. He starts going up to her and flirting. The girl, who's from Nagoya Private Academy if her uniform is anything to go by, is clearly uncomfortable with Fingers' attempted advances. Leave her alone, you fucker. But dude, it's not fair to come out looking like that dash. The girl frowns and backs up and Bakugo explodes. For what, the 5th time since he's got up? Maybe he needs some anger management. At him. Back the F off, you pervert. If he doesn't like you, you need TOF respect that and back the hell up. He storms off and Legs follows, prompting Fingers, who does hesitate for a moment, to chase after his friends. Momo doesn't like festivals. She has friends, but none of them are people she's especially close with, save for Kiki, who's out sick. It promises to be boring until a boy she doesn't recognize comes up and starts rather aggressively hitting on her. At first, she tries to decline, but he's either ignoring her or he can't take a hint. Her obvious discomfort grows by the second, but the boy continues to get friendlier and friendlier. She's saved by a hot-tempered, foul-mouthed blonde. What an unlikely hero. Momo sighs in relief and tugs at her uniform. She'll have to order a bigger size. Piburai has been harsh and unforgiving. You okay? She turns around, but sees nothing. Down here. After looking down slightly, she meets eyes with a shorter girl with long brown hair and bangs. You're short, she says before realizing it. Momo puts her hands over her mouth. I apologize. I didn't mean to be so rude. I'm not short. You're just awkwardly tall, the definitely shortish girl bites. I am very sorry. Momo clasps her hands together and bows, feeling her embarrassment rise to her cheeks. Stupid, 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 stupid. So are you okay? Momo's head shoots up. It. Okay. Alright. I mean no. I mean dash. She takes a deep breath to compose herself. This is mortifying. You are a Yaoyorozu. Show some dignity. Yes. I am fine. Shiori. Both girls turn. Mei? I knew you would be here. Mei bounds over and jumps. Catch me. Wait, Mim holding ramen dash. Shiori drops the steaming cup of ramen she's holding, but to her credit actually catches Mei without stumbling or falling. Damn it, Mei. We talked about this. I wasn't listening. The pink-haired girl sing-songs. And who are you? She looks her up and down. Are you Shiori's girlfriend? Shiori drops Mei. Momo's face goes red again. Just who are these kids? Mei looks like she's from Sumai, and Shiori's obviously from that invited school, which was it? Something junior high? And how do they know each other? Oh, I do know you. You're Yayarozu Momo. From Nagoya Private Academy. I've heard all about you. I'm Hatsume. The girl sticks her hand out, a big smile on her lips. I'm an inventor. And the future CEO of Hasjum Industries. That's not ambitious. Momo shakes the girl's hand to be polite. And you are? I'm Dash. This is Shiori. Keanu Shiori. Best friend to the future CEO of Dash. Shiori clamps a hand over Mei's mouth. Keanu Shiori. You're from that school, right? Ardra Junior High, yeah. So, how do you two know each other? Oh, well, we went to the same elementary. In junior high, I went to Sumai. She declares proudly, puffing her chest out a bit. Oh, right, and she and Izu went to Ardra. Corey, you won't believe it. They have a hero stand. Izuku calls out before rushing down to it. That was him. Shiori throws a thumb back at the plain boy. He wants to go to UA. Really? Momo raises an eyebrow. I do too. Heroics. Yes, I want to be a hero. I want to go to support. I'm going to create support gear for you Dash. Mei points to Momo, him, she points at Izuku, who's currently debating with a Yuko student on some hero trivia. And you? She points to Shiori. Oh, you want to be a hero as well? Yeah. What's your quirk? Momo blinks. Oh, I can convert my lipids into matter. For example Dash. A Russian nesting doll forms out of her hand. I can do that. She hands Shiori the doll while Mei looks dumbfounded and, for the first time since Momo's met her, is silent. Of course, that doesn't last long. That's amazing. If you don't become a hero, come work for me and we can make beautiful babies together. Mei shakes her back and forth as she excitedly rattles off ideas and possibilities. Momo takes a step back, face practically on fire. Hui is she so bad at socializing, bee babies. Inventions. That's what she calls them, Shiori clarifies, jabbing Mei with her elbow. Oh. I apologize then for my overreaction. Don't worry. Everyone does it. Shiori narrows her eyes to give Mei a pointed look. Because no one refers to inventions as babies. Mei sighs and rolls her eyes. I'm unappreciated in my time. But you Dash, she smiles at Momo. You're really special. I can't wait to cash in on the fact that I knew the great and powerful Yayarozu Momo when she was a junior high kid. Momo blushes. That's very kind of you. Do you want to explore the festival with us? Before she knows it, Mei's dragging Momo from booth to booth, amassing such a great collection of gadgets and parts that she has to have Momo make a cart to carry it all. Shiori trails behind, looking disinterested in most of it and keeping conversation with Yayarozu as Mei goes on a shopping binge. She disappears every so often to locate the plain-looking boy with freckles Midoriya Izuku. He's adorable, Momo thinks with a tiny grin as he proudly sports his newly won All Might merch. Izuku is kind and so thoughtful, if a bit sheepish and nerdy. But all in all he has a good heart. Momo came to the festival that day, expecting to have a terrible time. But in the end, she left with 3 new phone numbers with friends to match. Not such a bad day. Not such a bad day at all. Izuku refreshes his search bar again. His brain is numb after having stared at the computer screen for so long. Is there anything about them? Viper, he types and hits refresh. And again. Viper Vigilante. And again. Akumi Vigilante. And again. Akumi Vigilante Viper. Most of the links are about Cerberus or Sweep. He sighs and leans back in his chair, rubbing his eyes. His phone pings. Liddy Committee. Mei's changed the group chat name again. Great and powerful Mei? How did you guys do on finals? Kaori, we don't speak of those evil things. Great and powerful May, did you pass? Great and powerful May, I thought you would be happy about that. Great and powerful May, so why you mad? Kaori, when I got my grade, the teacher called me after class. Great and powerful May, why? Kaori, they thought I cheated so I had to take the whole thing again. Great and powerful May, ha ha ha, they weren't ready. I knock em dead Shiori. Kaori, I hate you. Great and powerful May has changed Kaori's name to They Weren't Ready. They Weren't Ready. They Weren't Ready, really? Bunny Boy, I'm proud of you, Kaori. You really studied hard for finals. Great and powerful May, what place in the class were you guys? Bunny Boy, I narrowly lost second place to Kaido. Kaken got first, like always. They Weren't Ready, I got ninth. Great and powerful May, Shiori. Great and powerful May, you didn't tell us you were in the top half. They Weren't Ready, there are only 2 halves to be in. Great and powerful May, but this is the highest you've ever scored. They Weren't Ready, you say it like I don't know that. Great and powerful May has changed They Weren't Ready to number 9. Number 9, this is acceptable. Great and powerful May, how's the hunt for the not real vigilante going? Bunny Boy, they are real. Bunny Boy, that I just haven't found them yet. Number 9, you want me to ask Bishop? He might know. Bunny Boy, no, it's fine. I'm sure I'll find something. Number 9, why are you doing this again? Bunny Boy, Mom wanted me to look into it? It's kinda weird. Number 9, dude. Bunny Boy, what? Number 9, what if Inko's Viper? Bunny Boy, Shirori. Bunny Boy, we're talking about my mother. Great and powerful May. Number 9. Bunny Boy. Bunny Boy, you might be right. Great and powerful May, Izu. Number 9, Izuku. Great and powerful May, we are always right. Number 9, we? When did this become a thing? Great and powerful May, you are right. We need to get married first. Number 9 has removed Great and powerful May from the group chat. Bunny Boy, again, Kaori? Number 9, don't make me remove you too. Bunny Boy has added Great and powerful May to the group chat. Number 9, I hate you Izuku. Great and powerful May, you are a meanish Shirori. Number 9, I can live with that. Great and powerful May, I want a divorce. Number 9, fine with me. Great and powerful May, you are a meanie. Number 9, you already said that. Great and powerful May, well you are a 2x meanie. Izuku glances over at his computer and pauses. He'd left a post about Viper on a vigilante thread, but, like his searches, there's nothing. His phone pings. Eraserhead's BBYBOI is online. Eraserhead's BBYBOI, alright, which one of you fuckers changed my name? Number 9, take a guess. Eraserhead's BBYBOI, May. Great and powerful May, why me? Eraserhead's BBYBOI, when is it not you? Great and powerful May has changed Eraserhead's BOI's name to Gucci Eyebags. Gucci Eyebags, may catch me outside. Great and powerful May, beach, I will wreck you. Great and powerful May, come for me. Gucci Eyebags, so what are you guys talking about? Number 9, finals and Izuku's mystery vigilante. Gucci Eyebags, 4th in my class. Great and powerful May, 1st. Bunny Boy, I got 3rd. Number 9, alright, you FING geniuses don't have to brag. Gucci Eyebags, what you failed? Number 9, no I did not fail. Gucci Eyebags, then what's the problem? Number 9, I don't want to talk about it. Great and powerful May, just scroll up. You'll see. Gucci Eyebags, this is literally one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Number 9, I will kill you. Gucci Eyebags, please do. Great and powerful May. Me too. Bunny Boy, what is wrong with you guys? Don't you want to live? Gucci Eyebags, not really. Great and powerful May, nope. Number 9, I could go either way. Bunny Boy, should I be concerned? Number 9, we're us. What made you think you shouldn't be concerned? Bunny Boy, touche. Gucci Eyebags, So I want to hear about your non-existent vigilante. Bunny boy, they're not non-existent. Gucci eye bags, but you can't find them. Number 9. We've already had this argument. You're late. Gucci eye bags. Gimme the name. I'll ask one of my foster dads if they know them. Izuku pauses. He knows he's been rude, mostly unintentionally, to Shinso. He doesn't mean it, but it's clear that he's rubbed the indigo-haired boy the wrong way. They aren't exactly friendly, not like Shinso, Mei and Kaori are, but they work together. Things have steadily been getting better, and like all quirks, Izuku's become fascinated with Shinso's. It's got so much potential for heroics, and it's clear that's the direction Shinso wants to use it in. So, for now, he can use that against the way his skin crawls when he sees Shinso use his quirk. Once, offhandedly, Shinso mentions how he thinks he can do more with his quirk, but has never had an opportunity to test it. Izuku's been considering volunteering, just to see how far Shinso could reach. After all, it wouldn't do for the two of them to have tension between them. He's got to make it right. Not all mind control quirks are the same. Just like not all self-righteous brats with flashy quirks are heroes. What? Nothing. Bunny boy, you would do that? Gucci eye bags. I'm about to nod if you don't hurry up. Bunny boy, my mom said one was called Viper and the other was Shark. Gucci eye bags. BRB. Number 9. I'm going to visit Junbai. Number 9 is offline. Great and powerful Mei. Bio. You had to stay to hear about the vigilantes. Bunny boy, Mei, she's not here. Great and powerful Mei, I hate you Isuku. Number 9 is online. 9. Oh, anime. Number 9 is offline. Great and powerful Mei, no. Shori come back so we can fight. Bunny boy, Mei, chill. Great and powerful Mei, make me. Gucci eye bags. I'm back. Bunny boy, did they know anything? Gucci eye bags. Well, Yamada didn't know anything but Aizawa kinda rolled his eyes and did that thing he does when he's annoyed. Great and powerful Mei, he did the thing? Gucci eye bags. He did the thing. Gucci eye bags. Anyway, he said they were a female vigilante duo from like 15 years ago or something. Gucci eye bags. Apparently they operated out of Akumi for like 5 years being going ghost. Gucci eye bags. They were never caught. Gucci eye bags. He said Shark had short blonde hair and Viper either had green or black hair. Great and powerful Mei. I'm telling you Izu. Great and powerful Mei. ITSURM. Great and powerful Mei. Midoriya Izuku Kikin but and Takin names. Gucci eye bags. Explanation now. Bunny boy, there is nothing to explain. Mei is being insane. Gucci eye bags. Makes sense. Great and powerful Mei. Blasphemy. Bunny boy, I'll keep looking. Great and powerful Mei. Your mother is a vigilante. Bunny boy, I'm going to ignore her. Gucci eye bags. I always do. Great and powerful Mei. I hate you guys. So mean. Bunny bye. Okay, I've got homework to do. Bye guys. Gucci eye bags. By Bunny boy. Great and powerful Mei. Bye. Bunny boy is offline. Izuku places his phone on his desk and checks the vigilante thread again. Absolutely nothing. He feels like slamming his head against the table. Great. He sighs and begins to work on the final paper due this year. It's almost summer, he reminds himself. When summer comes, Cerberus and Sweep are going to increase their patrols without the burden of schoolwork eating up their time. That's something to look forward to. He hears the door open. Oh, you don't have to do that dash. Inko says with a smile in her voice. No, it's fine. I was available so I might as well help, right? His mother laughs. Izuku sneaks a peek of who his mother's talking to. Bishop is, somehow, carrying 10 shopping bags while his mother only holds 5. Really, I could have made a few trips. Ms. Midoriya dash. Inko please. We're not strangers. He places all the bags on the table. Izuku enters the kitchen. Hey mom. Oh, Izuku, did you finish your paper? Almost. She smiles at him. Well, take a break. I'm going to make dinner. And your friend Bishop dash, she lightly smacks him in the arm. Is going to stay. Bishop looks confused. I am. He is. Oh, of course. I've been meaning to talk to him. With a little hum, she turns on her heel and goes to start cooking. Izuku and Bishop exchange a quick look. Izuku's never seen a grown man look so terrified of his 5'3" mother. But then again, Midoriya Izuku is a force to be reckoned with. Izuku shoos Bishop out of the kitchen when he offers to help cook. He ends up watching some hero show in the living room with Izuku. Bishop taps his finger the entire time, glancing around every few seconds like he's looking for an out. Are you not afraid? Kid, it feels like I'm staring death in the face. He pauses before shrugging. 40 years was a pretty good run. Izuku frowns. What is it with everyone and dying? Bishop snorts. Kid, I'm joking. Oh. You really need to get out more. You've been hanging out with Shiori too much. She's my best friend. That's the problem. Izuku throws a pillow at him. Kaori would be mad at you. I'm pretty sure she's always said at me, kid. Where is she? Visiting June. He frowns. Oh. Izuku doesn't question it. Dinner's ready, you too. So, Bishop was your hero name? Bishop nods and takes a sip of tea. It's more of a nickname now. So, how's training going? With Shiori, Izuku, and Mei. Well, there's actually a fourth one now. But the kids are doing great. Oh right. Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku's mentioned him. Izuku braces himself. He knows something's about to happen. Inko smiles at Bishop. So, Bishop, when did you start teaching my son to become a vigilante? Bishop spits his tea out. Izuku stares at his mother's smiling face and feels a chill run down his spine. Oh shit. Loud music blasts out of a boombox. The abandoned subway tunnels really are the best for meetups. Miles is working on his latest piece, Expectations, and everyone sort of gravitated towards him. Hibiki, Tasher, Akio and Petey are there, and oh wait, Minazuki's here too. She cuddling with her boyfriend in the corner. Hibiki's watching Miles work, Akio's in a dance-off with someone and is actually winning, Petey running on a high and Tahashi's trying to talk up some girl. Glad to see nothing's changed. Junchi is sitting by Petey, laughing and talking. The male's about 19 with a skinny frame and blonde peach fuzz on his head. He's paler than the last time she saw him and his eyes are red and puffy. Hey Yano. You're not high, are you? He chuckles. Nice to see you too. Ha. Very funny. She takes a seat beside him. Morales is really getting into it. June hums in agreement. Miles' piece is full of bright colors. It's got an outline of him on it and Expectations sprayed above it. What happened this time? His father's getting on his butt about that fancy academy he goes to. Ah. So, survive your finals this year? June gives her a playful jab to the side. You passed? Yeah. What place? 9th. His eyes widen a bit. Wow, guess you're pretty smart now. He flicks her forehead, smirking. There is a brain in there. I was beginning to wonder dash. She stabs him harder than necessary with the point of her elbow right in between his ribs. He wheezes. Shut up. Geez, you're mean. Been called worse. June yawns and stretches out. You hear about the robbery on 25th? Tell me about it. Our vigilantes stopped him dead in their tracks before the heroes could even pull on their thigh-high boots. What heroes do you know that wear thigh-high boots? Doesn't matter. Some people are starting a petition to get Cerberus and sweep legalized so they can help out more. Don't actually think it's gonna work, do you? Hey, might as well try. He pulls his jacket off. I'm a fan. He's wearing an indigo t-shirt with darker sleeves. On the front it says, Our Heroes, and the back it reads, Sweep, Rabbit, Deadless, Cobra, in silver. There's merch for them? Hell yeah. Where have you been living? Under a rock. He gestures around to the others. Many people at the party have some vigilante merchandise on. Hope for a kumi. We support our vigilantes. Our heroes wear masks, not capes. Vigilante justice. Fast like rabbit, smart like deadless, deadly like cobra. We stand sweep. Oh, Hitoshi would love that last one. Must have been. Even Hibiki, who's adamantly refused to get into trends, has on a Cobra t-shirt. So, what's up with you? She shrugs. I've been looking for a job. I heard Jin's is hiring. I'll check it out. Hey, the cops are outside. Well, sheet. Not about to get arrested today. But when they get outside, they only see a body being moved on a stretcher and a crowd cursing at the cops. Keanu and Jun shoulder their way towards the front. What happened? What happened? He shot her. He shot her. Arrest him. The crowd chants. The in question is an officer talking with others. The police are trying to keep the crowds back. Hibiki stands at the front, the very picture of righteous fury. Cerberus. Cerberus. She begins shouting and the crowd joins. Cerberus. Sweep. Cerberus. Sweep. Within minutes, the entire mass of people at the scene is calling on the young vigilantes to bring justice where it has not been given. We should probably go, Keanu whispers. An officer punches a civilian. Another civilian hits back. Then all hell breaks loose. What the hell are you wearing? Hitoshi looks away from the fridge. What do you mean? Aizawa gestures to his clothing. That. Oh. Hitoshi glances down at his sweep sweatshirt. You said I could get their merch. I don't remember this conversation. It dash. I don't care. Yamada chuckles. Ah, come on, babe. Hitoshi likes it. Aizawa shoots him a red-eyed glare. Just don't get too carried away. Hitoshi smirks, opening a soda. Oh dash. Both Yamada and Aizawa's phones ring at the same time. Hello. Not a minute later, the two pros are out the door and Hitoshi's delivered with a strict order to stay inside. Emergency GC. Shirori, problem downtown. Protest turned into a fight. Help needed. Already there. Izuku, got it. I'll let Bishop and Mom know. May, they'll step up. Give me 2 minutes. Do you need your costume? Shirori, no, it's in my bag. He texts his reply. Me, on my way. Me, just a warning. Me, present Mike plus Aizawa are gonna be there. Shirori, at least. Shirori, be careful guys. Hitoshi hurries to his room, throws on his sweep outfit and leaves through the window, scurrying down the fire escape and landing in the alley. This is going to be a long night. May sprints towards the HQ, hoodie low. The streets are quiet. She slips into the abandoned building and makes a beeline for the basement. Flicking on the lights, the muggy smell of home base hits her nose. She throws herself into her chair, slides her headset on and fires up the police monitor and computers. May pulls up several streaming recordings of the chaos, as well as security footage. Rewinding it a few minutes, she can see an officer gun down a teen girl. Not too long after, the fight breaks out. A few clicks of her mouse later, she's got a file for evidence being sent directly to Tsukachi's email. Then she calls up the detective. Detective Tsukachi, she says through the voice distorter. Deadless. Don't even want to know how you got my number. It's better that way. There's a situation downtown. We're where? A civilian attacked an officer. Think again. Check your email. There's a few minutes of silence before the detective sighs. Is it too much to ask for you to stay away from this whole mess? This is our home, Detective Tsukachi, she replies. We will defend it. And with that, the call ends. Deadless, we've got a good handle on the situation, but the cops have guns. It's getting bad. Izuku. She hears a few shots pop in the background. Tense, she begins dialing all the possible ambulances and heroes in the area. Pros are gonna flood the area, so once it's done, get out. Gotcha, look out. A mini explosion sets off a high-frequency squeal in her ear. She drops the headset for a second, watching the soundless security footage play out before her for a second. The officer who shot the girl chases Cobra into an alley, out of her sight. The last thing she can see is the gun in his hand. Her heart stops. Damn it. Cobra, reinforcements on their way. Hold on. Nothing. She waits. Nothing. Shirori? Do something. You can't let her die. She's about to call Tsukachi after a few seconds of radio silence. Then, deadless, that's Shiori's voice. Oh thank God. Someone's here. Where are you? Back alley on 34th behind Fuji's Antiques. She pulls up the security footage and freezes. Cobra, she says through clenched teeth. Get out of there. I mean you no harm dash. Stain begins, stepping over the body of the officer who started this mess. But he has done wrong and must be punished for it. Cobra hesitates. I know you, you're around Bishop dash. Cobra dash. You have done no wrong. Do not expect to taste my blade. He flicks the katana towards her to prove his point. Bishop was right about his kids. Before she can protest, the villain, or is he a vigilante, springs into the air and disappears over the top of the building. Cobra! Sweep peels into the alley, looking winded. Fine. Let's go. She zips by him. Sweep looks between her and the now gone Stain and groans. I just got here. You should pay more attention. She hisses, knocking an officer back. Shut up. Sweep fires, dodging a swing. Cobra helps an injured Hibiki crawl away from the fight. She doesn't even care that Hibiki's phone's out and filming. Pulling her into a store, they're in a slightly quieter scene and Cobra can assess the problem better. You're bleedin', Hibiki manages through gritted teeth. Yeah, and so are you. Now hold still because this will hurt. She pops Hibiki's shoulder back into place and looks her over. The girl doesn't so much as yelp, which Cobra's gotta give her kudos for. What else? Nothing bad. Dimmin, this hurts. I know. Stay here, but if any civilian comes by, help them in. DMN police. The heroes will be here soon, Cobra says, but she's not thrilled about it. Hibiki stares at her with bitter eyes. There are no heroes. There are some, but not many. Be the change Akumi needs to see and we might find more. Cobra shuts her mouth. She's wasting time. I've gotta go. Sprinting out of the store cover, she's greeted with the sight of Sweep taking a bullet to the stomach. He crumples into the street, blood leaking through his costume. Someone screams. She doesn't know if it's her or Sweep, but it catches Rabbit's attention. Rabbit knocks the officer out, a little extra hard, and stares at her. Get him out of here. The heroes are here. We need to get to Mama. Of course, they're not lucky enough to get a clean getaway. They balance Sweep between them and start a four-legged race to get away. Eraserhead lands in front of them. Stop. Nananananano, Izuku thinks, heart slamming against his ribs. Cobra stays relatively calm, but her urgency is clear. He's hurt, let us through. We have medics on the scene. They can help him. Cobra grits her teeth. We don't have time for this. Eraserhead's scarf shoots out and wraps around Cobra's ankle. He yanks on it and she hits the ground. Sweep cries out in extreme pain and Izuku staggers at the new weight. Then someone throws something at Eraserhead. Go! June calls. Run! Cobra hops to her feet, salutes him and grabs one of Sweep's arms. Akio, Tahashir and Hibiki join in distracting the hero. Eraserhead makes quick work of the civilians, but by the time he's done with them, the vigilantes are already gone. And when he turns around, so are the civilians. Swearing under his breath, he exits the alley and goes to help contain the situation. Heroes are crawling over the area. Hitoshi, Shiori and Izuku are tucked in a little space between buildings, barely noticeable to whoever doesn't know it's there. Deadless dash. How bad is it? Shiori hesitates. They got him in the stomach. The line is silent for a moment. God guys, I am so sorry dash, she's about to cry. Hey, not your fault. But we need the quickest route to Bishop's now. Izuku sighs. He's not at home. Damn it. She kicks the wall. Where is he? At my apartment. God damn it dash. Her nerves and patience are fraying. God, please, not another one. Don't let him die. Mama still might be at Bishop's. She's got the key, Izuku points out. Who the hell is Mama? Sweep says, wincing as he speaks. We're gonna get you healed and back to your apartment before your foster parents get home, is all Shiori says. I'll cause a distraction. You get him to Bishop's apartment, now. Shiori knows Akumi as well as she knows her reflection. It's familiar, and she notices each little part that no one else does. That being said, being chased by Endeavor isn't easy. Despite his gigantic size, the man is agile. He keeps on her tail with some difficulty, but not enough to lose her. She might actually be struggling if Mei wasn't directing her. "Take a left here," Mei says. She grabs onto a pole and swings around, turning down a narrow alley. Too narrow for Endeavor to get through. He growls and swears before sprinting around. He'll be there when she gets out. Or he would have been if she hadn't gone down the sewer. "I'm going to stink for a week." Izuku takes every back route and alleyway to get to Bishop's, even though he wants to get there as fast as possible. Hitoshi's blood is soaking through his clothes and staining Izuku's, but he can't focus on this now. He's got to be brave. He's got to focus. He's got to keep Hitoshi alive. He's got to be what he's always wanted to be. A hero. You already are. Riot breaks out in Akumi's streets. Police to blame? Police brutality sparks violence in Akumi. Akumi outrage, 9 dead, 34 injured. Death toll rises to 9 in the aftermath of the brawl in Akumi. Officer who started the violence is critical hero killer Stain claims responsibility. Vigilantes spotted in the midst of Akumi's crisis. Vigilante sweep shot. Cerberus intervenes in Akumi's riot. Cerberus, Sweep and Stain nowhere to be found. Sweep dead? Akumi Police Department under investigation. Mizudafu Police Chief releases a statement. Detective Tsukachi comments on the Akumi crisis. Heroes called into Akumi to handle the situation. Riots and protests break out in response to police brutality. Akumi in crisis. Momo scrolls down the articles on her phone in silence. She can hear the news from the living room. Without a sound, she enters the room and sits on the couch between her parents. Her father loops his arm around her shoulders and pulls her close. She leans into his chest and holds her breath as clips from the riot play on the large screen. Gunshots screech in the grainy phone recordings. People stumble through the streets, bloody and terrified. Anger. Fear. It's all there. She watches Sweep take a bullet to the stomach and collapse in a gasping pile. Cobra is swift to get him up while Rabbit takes care of the offending officer. It's all wrong. She clings to her father, white-knuckled grasp. Quietly, he strokes her head to comfort her, his eyes not leaving the news. The death toll rises to 11 as 2 civilians have succumbed to their injuries caused by the violence. At this time, it is not known whether or not the vigilante known as Sweep survived the gunshot wound he sustained. All hospitals are advised to report all males between the ages of 19 to 28, around 170 centimeters admitted for gunshots wounds. You have friends there, don't you? Her mother's voice is soft and sympathetic. Momo sits up bolt right, and her father just manages to not slam heads with her. She pulls her phone out and calls everyone. Shiori, Mei, Izuku, but no one answers. Then she goes to the group chat. Texting hell. Me, I saw the news. Me, are you guys okay? Me, please answer. Me, guys, seriously, you're scaring me. Me, were any of you in downtown Akumi? Nothing. She tries the other group chat. Girl squad. Me, guys. Me, please. Me, is everyone okay? Contact, Hatsume. Meet Mei? Me, are you safe? Contact, Midoriya Izuku. Me, Izuku, are you alright? Contact, Keano Shirori. Me, Shirori, what happened? Me, why is no one responding? No one answers. A sob escapes from her lips. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They have to be. Darling Dash, her mother wraps her in a hug. I'm sure they're fine. Don't worry. I'll get the cook to make your favorite dinner. Maybe you can invite them over sometime this week? Her father tries for a comforting smile. She sniffles and nods. The Yaoyorozu patriarch leaves to tell the cook the new menu for dinner. She chews on her thumb while her mother switches the channel to something else. Please be okay. Aizawa and Yamada stumble into their apartment, dead tired. The 2 pros had been the first ones on the scene, and are only just getting home, late in the afternoon of the next day. Hitoshi's nowhere in sight, but he should be out of school by now. Aizawa stifles a yawn as he searches the living room that Hitoshi basically inhabits. He's not there. He searches the kitchen for his foster son. He better not have left the apartment. He had been very clear that. Yamada pops his head into the room. Hey, Shoyuta, I think Hitoshi's sick. Shoyuta glances up tiredly. What? He's in his room. Aizawa follows the blonde toward the boy's room. Hitoshi's curled up in a fetal position in bed. His breathing is rough and sweat beads his forehead. Aizawa presses his hand against Hitoshi's forehead. The boy cracks open an eye and stares at him. Try as he might, Hitoshi can't hide the fact that he's been crying. His eyes are red and puffy and there are remnants of tear streaks on his cheeks. You look worse than I feel, kid. Hitoshi snorts and bats his hand away. I'm going to assume you didn't go to school, right? No, the indigo-haired boy mumbles into his pillow. Sorry. No, it was the logical thing to do. Sorry we're home so late. It's fine. I'll make soup, Yamada offers and exits the room. Slick it. We all need it. Zash'll call you when dinner's done. After that we're going to bed, Yamada calls. Hitoshi snorts. It's 4:30. Really? Man, it's really late. Should be in bed already. Aizawa yanks the covers over Hitoshi's head and stands. Seriously, problem child. Get some rest. He turns to leave, but Hitoshi grabs his hand. Aizawa, wait. What? What happened at the riot? Was anyone hurt? Aizawa sighs and sinks back into the mattress. Your friends live in Ikumi, right? Yeah. I guess you haven't seen the news. 10 people were killed and more were injured. Hitoshi becomes paler than he already is. Killed? Aizawa shakes his head. It was bad, kid. A mess. The police force in Ikumi is finally under investigation, though. Does that mean you're going to keep trying to catch the vigilantes? There's a hopeful note in his voice. Aizawa side glances his foster son and sighs. Look, Hitoshi, I know you really look up to them, but what they're doing is illegal no matter how much good they're doing. They don't have licenses. Now, since they haven't done anything too bad yet, we should be able to get them off easier, but I have to bring them in. Hitoshi's face falls. But, for now, we'll be focusing on corruption inside Ikumi's police force. Hitoshi almost smiles. And the heroes will pick up your slack while you do that. He sighs. Hitoshi, they aren't heroes. Tell that to everyone in Ikumi. Aizawa rolls his eyes and pushes his foster son. Stop annoying me and go to sleep. Yes, sir. I swear to God, problem child dash. Hitoshi chuckles and snuggles up in his bed. With a hint of a smile, Aizawa leaves the room and promptly passes out on the couch until Yamada calls for dinner. They can't actually wake Hitoshi up for dinner, the boy's oddly exhausted. They dismiss it as him sleeping off whatever he's got, eat, and then collapse into bed. Hitoshi can still feel phantom agony from where Mama healed him. The others had watched him with sad, understanding expressions. He's scared as hell, they all are as soon as the officer pulled the trigger. For a moment he thinks he's going to die. The world spins around him. The pain in his stomach becomes number and his consciousness wanes. He and Izuku arrive at Bishop's apartment and, to both of their surprises, Mama is there, along with Bishop and Inko. Bishop asks how bad it is. Izuku can't respond. His mother holds him while he cries and Hitoshi is brought towards Mama. Hesitantly, she stretches out her hand and places it on the wound. And then his world explodes in a new pain 1,000 times worse than before. His consciousness fades totally and he passes out. When he comes to, he's in his room and his foster parents are coming in. It's the late afternoon. Assuming Shiori or Izuku have just dumped him at home, he sits up. Bad choice. Every organ he has feels like it turns upside down when he does that and nausea rolls over him. He sprints to the bathroom, crying and throws up until he can't anymore. His dads come in and assume he's sick, which isn't too far from the truth. But they'd kill him if they really knew what happened. Aizawa finally leaves and Hitoshi gives in to the pull of sleep. He doesn't notice that someone has washed, sweeps, black dye from his hair. Tsukachi. The wearied detective smiles at his friend. He has a rare day off despite the media storm that's going on in Ikumi. Originally, the Ikumi police chief is going to arrange a cover-up, something Tsukachi can do little to fight. But, Not too soon after the riot, everyone and their brother are watching the video of Officer Tamaguchi starting the whole mess. Backed against the wall and with no out, the Akumi force is now under investigation. Something, Naomasa supposes, he can thank the vigilantes for. Not a sentence he says every day. Toshinori chuckles. You seem to be in need of a drink. Coffee only. It's before 5. He gives the blonde a pointed look. You're not supposed to drink during the day. Coffee then. Naomasa nods. Coffee. Toshinori orders 2 cups of coffee and sits down. How are you? Tsukachi yawns. We got a rare day off. Of course, Akumi's still a mess. The blonde frowns. It's quite an unfortunate situation. That's one way to describe it. Toshinori shakes his head. Any leads on the 4 vigilantes? Naomasa leans back in his seat with a sigh. Nothing, Toshi. We have no leads. Hell, we don't even know the genders of any of Cerberus members. I'm sure something will come up. In the meantime, having those vigilantes run around isn't all bad. Worse things could happen. I suppose. But I wish people would go through the legal channels. Or train to become pro-officers. Well, pro-officers are still very new. Naomasa rolls his eyes and drains his cup. I know. He wishes someone would have started the program sooner where people can train as small-time heroes that work for police departments. It takes less time to become a pro-officer than a pro-hero, but it's not as flashy a job. Pro-officers are similar to underground heroes in a way. There are a fair amount of pro-officers, but Naomasa wishes there were more. Specifically in Akumi. God knows they need them. I noticed All Might stopped to train today, Naomasa notes. Toshinori absent-mindedly tucks his bandaged hand into his pocket. Pious. Very fortunate. After a whole morning of stopping major incidents, you'd think he'd be tired. Naomasa's tone is becoming sharper. But he did run off pretty quickly after saving the train passengers. Toshinori rubs the nape of his neck with his hand, becoming a bit nervous. I'm sure he's very tired. You ran out of time again, didn't you? Naomasa whispers, narrowing his eyes. Toshinori sighs. Down to the minute, he says with a confirming nod. Naomasa shakes his head. Damn it, Toshi, you're not supposed to do that. I'm sorry, but there are so many people that need help. There are other heroes in Mizudafu. Naomasa sighs. I hope your successor isn't as reckless as you are. I said I was sorry, Naomasa. If you were sorry, you wouldn't keep doing it. Toshinori sighs once more. My friend, please. Naomasa relents. Fine. Have you spoken with Gran Torino recently? The towering blonde shivers. Shirori and Izuku return to the quiet apartment having dropped Hitoshi off. Maze managed to get to Bishop's in all the chaos. The chatter of the TV is the only sound in the apartment. 11 dead. What a mess. Inko, May and Mama are on the couch, while Bishop waits by the door. He relaxes only slightly once they're in and bolts the door behind them. Crime is running rampant through the streets and violent protests demanding justice are raging. Heroes are still trying to contain the situation, Bishop mutters. It's hell out there. May's staring at her phone. Her parents are out of town for the day, but her sister had been planning a night out with her friends. She still hasn't gotten through to her. It might be a bit late for the risks of vigilantism lecture, Inko says with a sigh. She loops her arms around May, Shirori and Izuku. They lean into the short woman. Whether or not any of them cries, no one will say. Oh babies, she says softly, smiling. I know it gets hard. But I'll be here to help. Izuku begins to lift his head. What? Oh, Izuku, you're my little genius, but sometimes you can be rather dense. She allows herself a sly smile. I'm Viper. Izuku lets out an unnaturally shrill screech. Shirori shoots him a side smirk. Told ya so. Also called it. The 4 share a shaky, somewhat watery laugh. Inko takes Izuku and Mei back to the Midoriyas. Hatsum, Nico and Riku had sent Inko a text asking if Mei and Imiko could stay the night until they got back to Akumi. Apparently, Akumi has been blocked off for the day and they are being held up. She, of course, accepts, and Imiko texts Mei that she's at the hospital. After dropping Izuku and Mei off, Inko goes to the hospital to retrieve Imiko. It's nothing short of chaos there. "I'll walk you home, kid." Shirori nods and she and Bishop leave the apartment. They don't talk much, neither of them are great conversationalists. But he does say a little. "I'm really sorry, kid." She glances over at him. "For what?" "For making you help Izuku out with this whole Cerberus mess. The kid wants to help people, be a hero. That's good for him, but I know being a hero isn't really what you want." They reach the shelter steps. Shirori lingers at the door for a moment longer than necessary. "It wasn't. But now I wouldn't mind." She opens the door and closes it, disappearing inside the dim building. Despite the situation, Bishop can't help but smile. The smile carries him all the way home, despite the violence and pain flowing in the streets. Those three, he decides to himself when he opens the door to find Mama, Marjorie chatting with Stain, Akaguro Kaizome, will be greater heroes than us all. "So, look who's not dead," he jokes with a smile. Kaizome glances at him and curves his thin lips into a grin. "Jesus Garcia. It's been some time." "So it has. I've got a lot to catch you up on." "It seems you do." Katsuki can't understand why his mother is freaking the F out until she finally gets Auntie Inko on the phone. He hasn't been by that shitty apartment in years, but Mitsuki makes sure to visit at least twice a month. He's definitely not concerned about that fang Deku. Not at all. But he's safe or whatever, so there's that. Inko tells Mitsuki that she's got two handsome sisters at her apartment along with her and Izuku. Hisashi is apparently also coming over because A. Someone ransacked his apartment and B. Inko needs help. That BSDRD's lucky the marriage ended on such good terms. Mitsuki talks over dinner about heading over to Akumi tomorrow to check on everyone. Masaru doesn't think it's the best idea since Akumi isn't totally safe right now. But when is it ever? Long story short, his mom is going to Akumi tomorrow, and Katsuki's coming whether he likes it or not. He's not worried about shitty Deku or Pocahontas or Pinky. He's not. He's just a little bit worried about Auntie Inko, though. That's the only reason he's going. Because that's what a hero would do. Momo finally gets a reply. It's from Shirori. Contact, Keano Shirori. Shirori, we're fine. Shirori, Mei and her sister are at Izuku's house. Shirori, I'm safe. Shirori, sorry to worry you. Momo lets go of the breath she doesn't know she's holding. Me, were any of you hurt? Shirori, a little, but we're fine. Shirori, nothing worth going to the hospital. Me, I'm glad. I was really scared. What she means is that she had been looking for her friends' names on the victim list, terrified that she'd be attending their funerals. Me, where are you now? Shirori, at the shelter. We're doing a head count and locking the entire building up. There've been break-ins and dangerous riots. Shirori, PPL are angry. Me, I saw on the news. Shirori, I'm glad the FING police are finally getting investigated. Shirori, I hope they all rot in hell. Those are basically Momo's thoughts in less eloquent, more crass language, but she gets where Shiori's coming from. She's furious that this happened at all, not to mention in her friend's hometown, but she can't imagine that this sort of thing has been going on for years and is only being investigated after such a devastating incident. Me, when this is all over, my parents want you three to come over. Shirori, it'd be nice to be in a city that's not a total shitstorm right now. Shirori, but it's too soon to tell. Me, it's fine. Shirori, I gotta go. Talk later. Shirori is offline. Thunder rolls in the distance and Momo jumps. Sheet. She hisses before freezing. 14 years of an upper-class upbringing spoiled by just a few months of being friends with Shirori, Mei, and Izuku. Her parents would be thrilled. She giggles at the thought for a second. They've really rubbed off on her more than she expected them to, in more ways than just her language. It's been a change, a good one, definitely. She hopes they stay friends for a long time. Friends such as them are hard to come by and harder to keep. She pauses. Speaking of friends, I wonder how Shudo's doing. The Todoroki household has been quiet for the last 12 hours or so. Something Fuyumi and Shudo are grateful for. Endeavor has been out trying to clean up the clusterfuck that is currently Akumi. Lots of things went bad fast, and people are dying is all Shudo knows and cares about it. All the deaths and injuries aside, Shudo's glad for the situation. The more often Endeavor's out of the house the better. He's been out for over half a day, so he's guaranteed to be too tired to train when he returns. He and Fuyumi make a night out of it. She cooks their favorite dinner and they watch a movie on the couch. Yes, the good one that they're never allowed to sit on. The movie's terrible, but for once, he sinks into his sister's shoulder and pulls a blanket over them. For just a while they both feel more like kids. Endeavor returns, and, true to Shudo's prediction, collapses into bed. When he rises from the dead, he heads back out to Akumi and doesn't return until very late the next night. Tuya even visits when hears the BSDRDs out of the house. He keeps his face covered and doesn't stay much longer than it takes to say, "Hello, and yes, I am alive," before leaving. But Shudo's glad to see his older brother. All in all, the past few days haven't been so bad, and that's rare. So rare that Shudo's learned to treasure them. Because he never knows when they'll come again and if they'll ever stay. Hitoshi stares at himself in the fogged mirror, fresh from the shower. Aizawa and Yamada are getting in their last hour of sleep before they have to go back out there. His hand wanders down his body, grazing the faint scar on his right side. Mama had said it might fade and it might not. The injury had been that bad. But it was nothing compared to the pain. He's tense and unsteady. He feels like crying. He's pathetic. In that moment, terror had seized his frame and held him still as he watched the officer's finger flex on the trigger. The world had been still, filled with white noise. It hadn't been in slow motion, but everything felt disconnected. Like it had nothing to do with him. Like the current of life had rerouted itself around him and continued, leaving him in death's wake. He, for just a second, truly believes he is going to die. That the officer's face would be the last thing he ever sees. Aizawa and Yamada would grieve, hell, Shiori, Izuku and Mei probably would too. And Akumi would lose one of its heroes. But can I go back out there? He leans on the sink and splashes water in his face. I don't want to die. Get a grip, Hitoshi. His phone pings and he rummages through the pile of his clothes to find it. At Vigilantes_Akumi posted. Does anyone know where Sweep is? 914 comments. I hope he's okay. I hope that police BSTRD dies. Does anyone know anything? They should try that police guy for murder. A ghost of a smile flits across his lips. I can and will keep doing this. Even if it kills you? Let them try. He calls Mei. Hi Dash. Oh my god, Tashirika Dash. I'm fine, but, Mei, I need Deadless to send a message to everyone. There's a pause before he hears the familiar clack of computer keys. Sure, what is it? I mean to everyone, all the civilians in Akumi, the heroes, the police Dash. He grits his teeth at the last one. Tell them this Dash. Tsukachi was having a good-ish day off until his phone beeps. He glances at it and nearly drops his coffee. At Sweep_official. I live beaches. Underneath is a picture of Sweep in his vigilante costume giving a thumbs up. The internet is going crazy, half with relief, and the rest with fangirl obsession. Tsukachi groans. He can feel a dull throb of a headache beginning to brew. Neo Mesa? I've got to go to work. Without another word, Tsukachi heads for the station. It's going to be a very long week. Okay, President Bush, we both know you're smart, but can you Dash? Hisashi whips out a gun. Think fast. He fires at Izuku. Izuku dives to one side and manages to not get sprayed by the water gun. Nice try, Dad. Hisashi chases Izuku around the apartment. The freckled teen squeals and leaps over the couch to avoid his father's watery wrath. The last week has been tense. It takes the Hatsums 2 days to get into Akumi, but the first thing they do pick up their daughter. The reunion includes many red eyes and sniffles, but in the end, no one's any worse for wear. The officer responsible for the riot has died, and the one who shot Sweep is found dead under suspicious circumstances. Suspicious circumstances that have absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Bishop knows very questionable people and will do literally anything to protect his kids. All that being said, it's nice to have things back to normal. I'm gonna get you, President Bush. Well, almost normal. Hisashi's apartment building has a gas leak of all things, so he's not cleared to go back. He's been staying with them for the week, which isn't the worst thing, she supposes. Inko walks in the front door and sighs with a smile on her lips. Hisashi, you are a child. I know. Her son's father calls as he tackles Izuku. Gotcha. Both Inko and Hisashi have been on good terms since the divorce, almost better terms than when they were married. They agree they've always been better off as friends, and so far, that setup has been great. On nights where Inko would rather not leave Izuku home alone, he stays at Hisashi's. Hisashi comes over every week and Izuku loves it. Holding up her hand, Inko pulls the water gun towards her. All right, you two, that's enough. Hisashi swings Izuku upward, chuckling. Ah, come on, Inko. Join in. A flicker of fire dances on the end of his tongue. Don't burn the building down, Hisashi, or else none of us will have anywhere to stay. He shakes his head. No fun. With a roll of her eyes, Inko points at him. No brain. Hisashi gasps and feigns offense. Dropping Izu on the couch, she storms over. I take offense at those words. Inko ignores him as she begins dinner. Good. Apologize. I will do no such thing. How dare you? Inko huffs. Hisashi, did you ever grow up? No. Izuku answers from his stretched-out position on the couch. Hisashi gasps again. Picking up a pillow, he swings it at his son. Treachery. Izuku just giggles as his father wails on him with the pillow. A tiny smile quirks Inko's lips at the scene. Adorable. The phone rings. She pauses what she's doing and goes to see who it is. Caller ID. Akatani Miko. With a frown, Inko ignores the caller. She and her mother haven't been on good terms since the divorce. After it happens, all she hears from her is, why didn't you work harder on your marriage? Hisashi is a good man, you should have kept trying, and blah blah blah. It's late, so she works a bit of her magic and whips up a dinner in less than an hour. Time to eat. Izuku is the first at the table. Not too soon after everyone's seated, the tiny boy starts wolfing down food like he's never seen it before. Someone's hungry, Hisashi teases before he leans back in his chair. So, tell me about life, Aizu. Any girlfriends? Izuku chokes on the food he's inhaling. He spends the next few minutes trying not to cough up a lung and die while his mother pats him on the back and hands him a glass of water. She shoots Hisashi the look TM. He raises an eyebrow. Any boyfriends? Izuku stares at him. Which I am totally fine with. He adds hastily. Izuku just sighs and drops his head onto the table, embarrassment coloring his cheeks so dark that his freckles aren't visible. Dad, he says weakly, please just stop. Son, Hisashi replies, serious? It's okay. What is? I don't care if you're gay. Izuku's head shoots up. Dad. Hey, I'm just saying there are some pretty fine guys out there. Inko forces herself to stop laughing at Izuku's reaction to, well, everything. Hisashi, stop teasing him. Hisashi raises his hands in surrender. Sorry, Aizu. But seriously, I'll love you no matter what. Inko smiles at her son. Me too. Daring to lift his head, Izuku returns the smile to both of his parents. Thanks. There's a moment of blessed silence before Hisashi speaks. Unless you're a cannibal, because I'm pretty sure I can't love a dash. Inko seks in an exasperated breath. One moment, Hisashi. I wanted one. Moment. She lifts her gaze to meet her ex-husband's. 1. Hisashi's heart drops in his chest and he feels all amusement leave him. He's going to die. Bishop walks into his apartment, sore and tired. Marjorie Mama is on his couch watching his med. That's not his TV. There was a sale at the electronics store, Marjorie says, answering his unspoken question. He frowns. No, there wasn't. She shrugs and turns her discolored eyes back to the brand new, very expensive-looking TV. There's a clang in the kitchen. Bishop pokes his head in and snorts at the sight. Akaguro Kaizome, the freakin' hero killer with a body count a mile long, is cooking dinner. wearing an apron. The place where his nose used to be is still wrapped in bandages, which is ing disgusting. Who cuts off their own nose? And his hair is tied back into a ponytail. Kaizome's skill with a knife shouldn't come as a surprise, but Bishop finds himself the tiniest bit unnerved as the man dices the vegetables with perfect precision. You're out of paprika, mirin and beer. Bishop blinks. How am I out of B-? Out of the corner of his eye, he can see Marjorie down the rest of her bottle and quickly shove it under a pillow. He sighs. I'll get some beer. He grabs his keys again. You want anything? Kaizome doesn't move his eyes from the slice of vegetables he's murdering with a knife. Pork and wine. Bishop shoots his friend a cheeky smile. Had a long day, huh? Pork, Kaizome repeats slowly, setting the knife down. And wine. He turns that malicious aura on Bishop for a moment. Despite being friends for years, Bishop's heart begins to beat a little faster. Okay, shish. The former hero turns on his heel and starts toward the door. And more beer. I'm getting it. Don't you yell at me. I'm blind, but I will still whoop your butt. Kaizome growls and bares his teeth. Could you two be quiet? I'm trying to make you idiots dinner. Don't get me started, Mr. Longsword. Kaizome slams his hands down on the counter, trembling with barely suppressed anger and annoyance. Katana. Bishop groans. Why the F are you two even in my apartment? Why don't you ever lock your door? I do. Kaizome throws his hands up. Then lock it better. A baby could break in if they wanted to. Your security is pathetic. Shut up. Mama shakes a cane at Bishop. Keep yelling, and I'll crack your head. You couldn't hit me if you wanted to. You're blind as a bat. Take a swing at me, you'll miss. You want to try your luck, Beach? She begins to stand, glowering in Bishop's general direction. I'll send you crying home to your mama in Puerto Rico. Bishop steps back into the apartment. Come at me. Be quiet. Bishop huffs. I'm going to get meat and alcohol. Lots of alcohol. He slams the door behind him. Weird as it may be, he's glad to see his two friends in good health, no matter how annoying they are. When he gets back, the three share a, begrudgingly, quiet dinner. And hey, for a dude who probably can't smell very well, Kaizome is a great cook. You're not afraid of falling, are you? Rini whispers quietly. Shiori shrugs as she balances on the edge. Not really. Do a flip. Sakura calls. No, do a somersault. Tasher says. Uncultured swine, Ima fucking, swan dive. A cheer goes up and people laugh. It's early April, and the shelter kids that go to school are enjoying a brief spring vacation. Hanako is out for one blessed evening, and her replacement never showed up, so they've got free reign of the place. They're on the roof, looking out at the few stars they can see. Hibiki and Petey brought sodas and some other stuff that Shiori's not gonna even think about touching. Outside of the shelter kids, there's Junko, Sakura's boyfriend, and a few others hanging out on the roof with them. Someone has managed to get their hands on a brand new boombox, stolen, probably. They're playing it loud and proud for all the neighbors to hear and complain to the cops, who aren't going to come, about. It's a good night. Her phone alerts her to someone texting her. Momo, are you guys still coming over for dinner tomorrow evening? She smiles. It's been a while since she's just got to hang out with anybody, short of an citywide disaster or vigilante business. This is gonna be fun. This is not fun. First of all, Momo sends a whole FCR to pick up Izuku, Shiori, and Mei. The kids at the shelter crack jokes and comments as she leaves. Ooh, Shiori's a sugar baby. Hey, Keanu, tell me where I can get friends like those. Don't mess the car up, it's probably worth more than your life. Okay, the last one is probably true. But still. The driver stops by Izuku's apartment and Mei's house next before turning around and driving out of Akumi and towards the nicer prefectures. The scenery gradually changes from dingy apartment buildings and littered on concrete to well-manicured lawns, parks, and nice houses. After a half-an-hour drive, they pass the gates of this big but house on a hill. There's at least a 5-minute drive from the gates to the driveway. That in itself isn't so bad. But being trapped in a car with a pumped Mei and an equally excited Izuku isn't how Shirori would like to spend any part of her evening. They pull up to the house and the driver gets out and opens the car door for them. They step out and the house is huge. They all knew the house would be big, because the Yaoyorosis are famous. Walking in, they all feel underdressed. No, Izuku's tuxedo shirt is not considered dressy casual. Ms. Hatsum Mei, Mr. Midoriya Izuku and Ms. Kayano Shirori have arrived, miss. The chauffeur announces, closing the door behind them. He stands irked like a soldier in a spotless black uniform. Mei leans over to Shirori. Let's take everything and run. Shirori responds with a well-deserved jab to the ribs. You're here. Momo skips up to them like an excited little girl. I'm glad you all could make it. Izuku breaks out of the trance first. Wow, Momo. Your house is really pretty. Izuku says, and he means every bit of it. She giggles, cheeks reddening just a touch. Thank you very much, Izuku. Mei barges him out of the way. Momo, I noticed the security mechanism at your gate. I want to know everything about it and how it works. It looks really expensive. Is it a 11HN model? Those are really high quality. Ardash. Well, you do know what you're talking about, young lady. It is indeed. Yaozu Aiki, the matriarch of the family, says. She doesn't bear much of a resemblance to her daughter, aside from the black hair and long lashes. Both her appearance and demeanor strike Shirori as regal, cool, professional, yet every bit as elegant as she is intimidating. A smile spreads across her thin-colored lips. Aiki is done up, like she's always looking her best, no matter the situation. I assume you three are my daughter's friends? Very nice to meet you all. She makes a point to shake each of their hands in her firm grasp. I'm her mother, Yayorozu Aiki. You run Yayorozu Tech. Mei gasps, looking odd. Aiki nods and waves her hand. It's clear she's pleased by the recognition. Among other things. We're simply thrilled to have you all here, you know. I've been looking forward to meeting the infamous Hatsum Mei, Midoriya Izuku and Kayano Shirori. She quirks her smile a bit. I do hope you haven't been getting my daughter into too much trouble. Don't answer that. Shirori keeps a polite smile, the best she can manage, because she's not good at socializing with adults, especially adults whose pink cardigan probably costs more than her life. Mother! Momo whines. Aiki pats her daughter's head. Oh, sweetie, I'm just teasing. I'm sure that your friends are very well behaved. A mischievous light shines in her dark eyes. Cheap shot. Now, I've got a few deals to work on before dinner. Why don't you show them around the estate? Aiki begins up the stairs. Just don't go too far, we want you to be back in time for dinner. She disappears over the balcony. Momo brightens. Follow me. I want to show you all our library. We just added it to the house last summer. The library is twice the size of the entire shelter. Maybe more. Every wall is covered with shelves and shelves of books. There's a second level to the room, and ladders lean against the bookcases. The room is tastefully furnished, and at the opposite end from the door, there are 2 windows on either side of a fireplace. Each window stretches from the floor to the ceiling and has long crimson drapes hanging from them. We added it after my father ran out of room for books in our summer home. He was tired of having to go there to read, so he just added this onto the house. Mom explains as her friends ogle at the sight. So big. Mei pauses, smirks and opens her mouth to sit. Shirori smacks her in the back of the head. Don't even. The initial awe fades after about 5 minutes, and they start roaming the library. It's not Shiori's ideal way to spend an evening, but whatever. At least it's quiet. Mei screams at the top of her lungs as the ladder wobbles. Izu! Get me down! Izuku freaks out at the base of the ladder. They're on the 2nd floor of the library, somewhere towards the very back. They're not up high enough for the fall to kill Mei, but it's definitely going to hurt. Hold on Mei, I'll dash. The ladder tips over and Mei SNS. As she falls, she pulls several books and vases off the shelves. Tell my babies I love them, Izu. She stops just before the ground, and everything else with her. There's no crash or thud or broken vase shards. Phew. Mei notices Shiori's glare. Oops. Everything settles back into place, a light breeze rustling Mei's locks. The books and vases find their place on the shelves, the ladder stands upright, and Mei is put upright on the ground. Seriously? You can't go one night without knocking something over? Mei giggles and bounds over to Shiori. You saved me. She jumps and Shiori sidesteps at the last second. Mei gets a mouthful of carpet. Momo pokes her head around the corner. I heard a noise. Did something happen? No, Mei just tripped, Shiori lies. Right, Izuku? That's sure. Izuku has weird friends. Maybe he should listen to Bishop and find new ones. He watches with a smile as Shiori and Mei bicker, as Momo looks on, bemused. Honestly, he wouldn't trade them for the world. I thought you loved me. Love is such a strong word, Shiori deadpants. I tolerate you. Mei rolls her eyes. I feel so appreciated. Are they always like this? Momo says. Izuku shrugs. Sometimes. We'll scratch that. Mei's always like that. Shiori's usually in a better mood. She smiles. At least they seem to get along well. Sure. Whatever you think. Izuku nods slowly. Dinner isn't any less grand than Izuku expected. The table is in a long room, and it reaches about half the length. After he takes a seat, everyone feels so far away. He's used to late dinners with his mother, bumping elbows as they eat. Each person has a set of silverware, a placemat, a plate, and a glass. The chandelier casts iridescent lights around the room and the curtains are drawn back. Yaoyorozu Aiki and Fumio sit on the right side of the table, next to each other. Momo is beside them, and Mei, Izuku and Shiori face the family on the opposite side. Izuku notices that Momo is the spitting image of her father. Black hair, black eyes, a nice smile, tall. Momo looks like the younger, female version of her father. So how did you three meet Momo? He pats her on the head with a smirk and she bats his hand away, cheeks red. Nothing scandalous, I do hope. We met at the cultural festival, Izuku replies. Aiki turns to Momo with hints of surprise. I thought you were going to spend the festival with Kimiko? Oh well, she wasn't there. She was sick, Momo explains. So, I made new friends. Very good dear, her mother praises before directing her attention to Mei. Hatsum-kun, I hear you are interested in robotics and engineering? Mei bobs her head excitedly. I want to start a company to distribute my babies worldwide. Aiki doesn't bat an eye. Oh, you want to sell your inventions? Mei beams. Yes. You call them babies too? Of course I do. I put quite a bit of effort into making them. The pair go off into their own conversation and delve into Mei's plans for the future. So, Izuku, what interests you? Fumio inquires. Oh, I like heroes, analysis, criminology, that sort of thing. Izuku takes a bite of the food and it's heavenly. If it's really good. Shiori elbows him. He needs to chew his food first. After swallowing, he beams at Yaoyorozu Fumio. This is really good, he repeats, much clearer. Fumio smiles. Yes, we have an excellent chef. One of the best. His tone is so casual it suggests that everyone has a personal cook ready to whip up every meal for them. Or maybe everyone does and he's just behind the times or something. Dinner passes in small talk, with the occasional loud outburst from Mei. Momo and I will go check on dessert, Aiki announces, standing and motioning for her daughter to follow her. Come along, dear. The youngest Yaoyorozu follows her mother out of the dining room. The air suddenly becomes heavier. So, what do you all think of my daughter? There's a beat. Shiori narrows her eyes. You think we're in it for money, don't you? Fumio leans back in his seat, examining them. Well, I won't say that, but there's certainly a benefit to having a Yaoyorozu friend, wouldn't you say? And this is why none of them liked rich adults. Momo's a great person, Izuku replies, trying to be respectful. She's smart and nice and we're glad she's our friend. We didn't choose to be friends with her just because she's a Yaoyorozu. She can make good friends all on her own, because she's that amazing. We don't care if she's rich or famous. We don't care about knowing the Yaoyorozu Momo. We want to just know Momo. By this point he's standing and his voice has raised a bit. I don't see why we have to prove that we are worthy of your daughter's friendship. That is a choice she makes by herself. She's awesome, kind, generous, intelligent and so many other things beside a Yaoyorozu, and frankly sir, if you can't see that, it's a shame. Fumio hasn't moved this entire time. He sat in his chair, hands folded, listening with rapt attention to Izuku's little speech. Well then, I suppose that clears that up. He removes his glasses and cleans them. I have all I need to know. Apologies if I came across as rude. I simply want the best for my daughter, as we all do, I'm sure. Of course, Shiori says, biting her tongue to keep from spitting out something less polite. I'm glad you three understand. I look forward to seeing more of you. The three of you should be good friends to Momo. A heavy silence lays between the Yaoyorozu sitting on one side of the table and the three kids from Akumi on the other. Momo and her mother return, oblivious to the tension, and dessert is served. Aiki glances at her husband with a raised eyebrow at the expressions of Momo's friends, but she doesn't say anything. She just picks up the conversation she was having with Mei where it was, and if Mei is a bit less enthusiastic and short, then she doesn't comment. Not too long after, the three leave. They each, even Shiori, give Momo a hug and wave goodbye. The car ride is tense but not surprised. After all, they've always known the world is against them and radically unfair. But they'll be dead if they don't fight to the bitter end. Mei stares at the card Aiki had given her. When you do get started, if you ever need any help, call me, she had said. She'd given Mei her business card. Yaoyorozu Aiki, head of Yaoyorozu 777-429-1595. I'm excited to see how far you'll go. Shiori hits the floor and sighs. This is what, the 8th time? Probably more. She lost count after 5. Bishop looms over her, smirking and somewhat sweaty. Come on, kid. I'm getting up. All of her muscles scream in protest as she pushes herself to her knees. And she's sore. I'm almost impressed, kid. You're getting better. Bishop extends a hand. She accepts it and he helps her up. Course, if you can't beat an old grump like me, you're screwed. Cue the Thanks for the vote of confidence. He tosses her a water bottle. Always happy to help. So, just you today? Yep. She gulps down the bottle in 2 mouthfuls. Shinso is hanging with Aizawa and Yamada. Izuku's out with Inko. I think they're having a bonding day or something, and Mei's spending the day with her sister. Oh. Sounds like everyone's having fun with their family. Yep. Haruko didn't call? Shiori huffs, turning her back to him as she digs through her bag. When does he ever? It's his last year of high school. He's got better things to worry about. I'm gonna guess that your old man didn't call either. This time she actually laughs. Hell no. Can't say I'm sorry about that though. Bishop snorts, patting her head. That's a kid. Stick it to him if he even thinks of messin' with you. Don't need to tell me twice. Aim for the ball. Oh, believe me, I will. He nods in approval. I have taught you well, young grasshopper. Shiori glances up at him. I am not calling you, sensei. You are way too immature for that. After swatting at her, Bishop grumbles, that's enough practice for today. Bishop starts up the steps of the basement. I still have 2 parasites in my apartment if you want to hang out. You mean Akaguro and Mama? I mean what I said. She whistles. Someone's bitter. Kid, I am inviting you to my apartment. Don't make me take the offer back. She rolls her eyes. I still have the key. You couldn't keep me from riding your fridge if you wanted to. Wouldn't stop ya, kid. Bishop flicks her forehead. You're a stick. I could pick you up with 1 arm. You dash. She's cut off by Bishop slinging her over his shoulder with 1 arm. I'm sorry, what were you saying? He asks innocently. Shiori fixes him with a glare. I can and will suck the air out of your lungs. But who's gonna make sure you kids don't die? Thought so, Bishop hums. He opens his door and drops her unceremoniously on the floor. Make yourself at home and get something to eat. Shiori opens the fridge. There's nothing in here. What do you mean there's nothing? I went shopping 3 days ago. Mama slinks out of the room while Bishop makes his way to the fridge. Just like Shirori said, it's empty. Marjorie. Mama plays the clueless old woman. He sighs. Having friends is starting to get expensive. But the cheaper option of being lonely isn't something he'll be choosing anytime soon. Akaguro makes them ramen for lunch. Bishop spends most of the time fighting with Mama over eating everything in the fridge. Akaguro and Keano sit at the island with their ramen, a stool apart. Shori can't deny that Akaguro isn't that bad of a cook. He's better than Bishop to say the least. Cobra. Shirori glances up toward the man she doesn't often speak to, Akaguro. He's hunched over his steaming bowl of ramen, chopsticks in hand, dressed in a red t-shirt and black sweats. It's almost amusing to think that this man is the famous hero killer. Not my name, but yeah? Akaguro tilts his head to one side. What do you think of the current hero society? She puts her chopsticks down. Are you serious? Yes, I'd like to hear the opinions of the younger generation. I am literally a vigilante. Which makes your opinion all the more important. My opinion, huh? Fine. Vidasikas. A lot. There are a lot of heroes out there who don't actually care. Akaguro opens his mouth to speak. But there are some good ones. Good ones, Akaguro repeats doubtfully. I think you mean singular dash. Besides All Might, she interrupts. I know there are a lot of assholes, like in Dehor. The hero killer frowns. I'm sorry, who is that? Endeavor, she clarifies. I see. Ingenium isn't that bad, I guess. He sometimes used to patrol Akumi before vigilantes started protecting it. He's nice. I guess I wouldn't call him a false hero. He's not all bad. And erase her head. Actually, most of the underground heroes are good. Present Mike isn't really fake either. I see. Shirori leans in. I'm not saying murdering people is the best way to fix society, but if you happen to meet Endeavor in a dark alley dash. Akaguro nods in silent understanding. Very well. Thanks. Don't mention it. I won't. That'd make me an accomplice to murder. The killer adjusts himself so that he faces the teen. Keano, you have a great potential to become a scourge of the current hero society alongside me. People like us must DMN ourselves to save the souls of others. Not following Red. He sighs. Perhaps not yet. But maybe you will soon. Shirori shakes her head and finishes her ramen. Izuku is having a good day. His mom had just gotten a bonus, so she took the day off and suggested that they go have some fun. They watch a movie and then go to the food court to get something to eat. It's going great. And the two of the Bakugas show up. Izuku has nothing against the Bakugas, absolutely nothing. But he's been putting hard work into avoiding Kaken, and it's annoying to see all his efforts so quickly spoiled. His bully glares at him while their moms greet each other affectionately. He prays that the Bakugas will pass through, but when Mitsuki pulls up a chair, Izuku concedes defeat. Scowling, Kaken sits opposite him, red eyes trained on him and arms folded. Izuku takes a deep breath to calm himself. Pull it together. Mom wants a good day today and she's going to get it. Just ignore him and he'll ignore you. Inko, there is this store I have to show you, you'll love it, Mitsuki gushes. Oh, but what about the boys? Inko asks. Mitsuki waves her hand dismissively. Let them go to the comic store. It'll only be a minute. It most certainly will not. His mother turns to him. Izuku dash. It's fine, Mom, he forces out. Really? Go have fun. She smiles softly and squeezes his hand. All right. I wish I had a kid as sweet as you do, Inko. All this brat wants to do is fight, yell, and set off explosions. Vivag. Show some DMN. Respect for your elders. Inko and Izuku both sigh, for very different reasons, as the two Bakugas bicker. When they finally stop, after drawing many annoyed glares from other patrons, Mitsuki turns back to Inko with a smile that suggests nothing ever happened and takes her to the store she mentioned, leaving the teens together. It's interesting how many places besides Kaken that his eyes can find. Izuku makes himself as small as possible under the feeling of Kaken's gaze. Fear spreads throughout his body and vibrates beneath his skin, causing his hands to shake. Shitty nerd, what the F is your problem? Kaken bites. I dash. The blonde snorts and turns away. DMN idiot. Izuku steals himself. He's dealt with worse than Kaken. He's motherfucking Midoriya Izuku, the vigilante rabbit who kicks villain but for fun. Hey, maybe that's a stretch, but still. I'm not an idiot, Kaken. Izuku's voice is in a low mutter to begin. What was that? The blonde's tone is scathing and harsh. Izuku swallows the lump in his throat. I'm not an idiot, Kaken, the greenette repeats, a little more confident, though his fear finds him when he uses his nickname for the blonde. That's really not a nice thing to say. And why the F should I care? He snorts. What a wuss, Deku. I'm not a wuss, Kaken, Izuku continues, gradually gaining strength. And I'm not going to let you step all over me anymore. I'm not your useless Deku. Izuku forces himself to look at Kaken. If the blonde wasn't scowling before, he definitely is now. Watch who you're talking to, Deku. My name is Izuku, he says, standing up. And I'm not any less of a person than you. I'm not going to take this anymore. Without another word, Izuku walks away as Bakugo's jaw hangs open. His heart hammers against his chest, forcing him to stop to catch his breath. He wanders the mall for the next hour before his mom texts him and asks him where he is. Me, just checking out the hero merch store, Mom. My mother, the badass. Okay, honey. Don't take too long. Mitsuki and I will be done soon. Me, love you. My mother, the badass. Love you too. He smiles at his phone and leans against the wall to draw in a slow breath. He's calm. The next minute he calls Kaori in a frenzy. I can't believe I said that to Kaken. He covers his beet-red face. My mouth just moved on its own. What do you mean you can't believe it? You finally told that Pomeranian off. You should be glad. What if he gets mad? Kaken's gonna kill me. That's a real shame. I'll be there for the funeral. Kaori, he whines. They fine. But seriously nice. You grew a pair. He blinks. I'm a boy. Silence. Kaori. If I'm being totally honest, I was sure you were a girl when I met you. He puffs out his cheeks. I hate you. I hate me too, so we're cool. They share laugh over the phone. Izuku begins to pace the hallway near the bathroom. It's empty enough to give him some privacy. Do I really look like a girl? Not now. You got some muscle from kicking butt. You make it sound like I'm skinny. Kaori snorts and probably rolls her eyes while she's at it. I mean you are. Said the pot to the kettle. What? The confusion in her voice is clear. No, it's a thing that, he sighs. You know what? Never mind. Talking to you makes me feel like an idiot. A sly smile creeps onto his lips. I mean dash. Don't even go there, Izuku. I can and will mop the floor with that atrocity you call hair. Oh, atrocity. Did you get that from your word of the day? Shut up. How's math studies going? Well, studying isn't how I like to spend my break, but I think it's going good. I kind of feel smart. Do you get it? Mostly. I'm going to try to get better grades in our third year. For you, eh? No, idiot. For me. I want to do better. That, and I liked the expression on the teacher's face when I aced the final. Son of a beach thinks I'm dumb. He chuckles. That's great, Kaori. I can help out if you need it. I mean, if you want to open yourself up to being called at 2 in the morning by a beyond frustrated me, sure. I'll let Cha know or something. You make it sound so bad. Did I forget that you've never studied with me? You're so dramatic. Thank you. I try. There's a pause. Look, I gotta go. Red wants to teach me how to use a switchblade. Do you think Akaguro-san will be concerned when he learns that you already know? That was one time, Izuku. And I wasn't even that serious. Of course you weren't. Pretty sure Fujikawa doesn't agree with you. He can practically see her cringe at the memory. The ensuing punishment had been so ridiculous that it's become an inside joke between the two of them. Yeah, believe me, I know. Later. Bye. Izuku smiles, tucks his phone in his pocket and then goes to meet up with his mother. All in all, Izuku counts it as a good day. The calm comes before the storm. Hitoshi frowns. He and his foster dads had been at a fair for the day, but when the weather starts acting up, they're forced to leave. Lightning cracks in the distance. Rain pelts them as they hurry towards the car. Aizawa hisses like a wet cat, something Yamada doesn't fail to point out. Hitoshi and Yamada share a laugh at the underground hero's expense as the car starts up and they drive up. Hitoshi stares out the window. Wow, that looks like a bad storm. Mei leans into her sister and smiles. Movie marathons are the best ways to spend weekends, no room for arguments. It's one of the few things the handsome siblings agree upon anymore. Her sister's hair is tied up in what used to be a neat bun that's not a messy clump clinging to her scalp. They're wrapped in a gear-patterned blanket with a bowl of popcorn balanced between them. Emiko's out cold, head lolled back and mouth wide open, snoring. Thunder booms. Mei jumps and tumbles to the floor. Emiko wakes up instantly. What with dash? Mei crawls to the window and peeks out to see the sky and ominous. Grit. Looks like a bad storm. The older handsome sighs and curls back up on the couch. It'll probably be fine. Mei purses her lips and stares out at the sky a moment longer before returning to the couch. Yeah. Probably. So, are these vigilantes going to be a problem? The man rasps, furiously clawing at his neck in annoyance. A man in a cheap suit takes a long draw of his cigarette. I dunno a lot about him. It's hard to tell. But I can tell ya, just one of these dash, he slides a bullet across the bar. We'll keep him out of your hair for good. The man with blood trails on his neck picks up the bullet and inspects it. The being behind the counter leans in and whispers something in his ear. The bloody man smiles. Then we have a deal. The cigarette-smoking man nods and extends his hand. Glad to be of service. Shigaraki Tamura. If 40% of Cerberus missions come from the totally not stolen police monitor, 10% just by luck, another 10 from Hitoshi hanging around places he shouldn't be, then the other 40 belongs to Shiori, whose ear is forever pressed to the ground. Even if it isn't, Shiori lives in the heart of Sin City. People talk. All she has to do is listen. So, when she hears about this new League of Villains or something that's recruiting, she decides it's probably worth mentioning. League of Villains? Hitoshi repeats. That's cliché as hell. Yeah, we got that, Hitoshi, Shiori interrupts. Are they Yakuza? Izuku asks. She shakes her head. Didn't really sound like it. Why don't they sound like it? Mei says. Crime, in an organized group, Yakuza. The pink-haired girl counts the reasons on her fingers. What else do you need? Okay, well they sound like they're not focused on making money. But they sound like a crime family. Yeah, one that has the potential to do a lot of damage. So what? Do we think this is too big? Hitoshi asks. We're gonna leave it to the cops? We don't know how big it is, Shiori replies. We don't even know if it'll stick around. We haven't really taken on a whole crime organization, Mei adds. Let's be honest, we've only really beat up small-time villains. We took that human trafficking ring thing, Izuku says. Shiori nods toward him. A small one. And we had to change our patrol routes because we had their goons following us. Let's vote, Hitoshi says. All in favor of leaving it to the authorities? Mei, Shiori and Hitoshi raise their hands. Izuku stays down. It doesn't mean we won't help, Shiori interjects quickly before an argument can be started. But we're not that strong yet. Izuku has a small frown on his face. We're still going to stake them out, right? Hell yeah. A smile spreads across Shiori's face. This is our town. Do you know if your dad got any further on the case? Mei says. Hitoshi groans and leans back in his chair. He's increasing his patrols. The rest of the vigilantes share his sentiment. Eraserhead, despite the good pro-hero he is a major pain in their butt. He's been at their heels ever since he took their case. So what? Take a break. Mayats. Give him a few weeks of nothing? Right, because we've been so great about staying out of trouble, Shiori says, sarcasm dripping from her tone. We're going to jail. Hitoshi shrugs. It was fun, you guys. We had a good run. Do you think they'll let us have adjacent cells? Mei hums and rocks back and forth in her chair. I hope they've got a workshop. Guys, you're doing it again, Izuku complains. Shirori blinks. What are we doing? That thing where you guys act super morbid while still being cheerful. They roll their eyes at Izuku. Okay, Hitoshi says slowly. Let's talk about something else, I'm going to the support course, Mei announces proudly, waving a gauntlet around. Yeah, we got that. Put that down before one of us gets fried. Hitoshi ducks just in the nick of time to avoid being beamed in the head. They all laugh and fall into a temporary comfortable silence. I think Kaori has the best shot at getting into the hero course. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow. Why? With a tiny frown, Izuku sighs. She's got the most physical quirk of all of us. Apparently they use robots for the hero course's physical exam. Your quirk only works on humans, Hitoshi, and mine isn't the strongest on its own. The violet-haired boy takes a deep breath. Okay, worst case scenario, you and me get put in Gen Ed and have to work our way up to the hero course at the sports festival. We can do that, right? Izuku tilts his head to one side. What? They don't really make this public, but if you're put in Gen Ed and you do really well, and I mean final stages well during the sports festival, they'll consider moving you to the hero course. Stunned silence overtakes the room. Shirori can see Izuku's smile beginning to grow and his brain is running a mile a minute. Hold on. That means someone in the hero course would get booted, right? There's only 40 spots, she points out. Hitoshi shrugs. It depends on the year. When Aizawa moved up, they didn't kick anyone out. But if you both got put in Gen Ed, doesn't that mean you two would have to fight each other for the spot? Izuku's rapid-fire thoughts screech to a halt. Hitoshi whirls around. The boys eye each other. Both of them have wanted to be heroes for years, much longer than Shirori. It isn't fair that one of them would have to let go of the dream for the other to live his while she practically has a guaranteed spot. It was just an observation, Shirori interjects quickly, feeling the tension between the two. Might not even happen. Besides, I think you could take elective classes for the hero course. Yeah, Hitoshi agrees, not taking his eyes off Izuku. Aizawa teaches it. I thought your dad expelled 1A this year. He did. Usually Blood King teaches it, but since Aizawa expelled everyone, Nizu stuck him on the hero elective for the next 5 years. Bet he loves that. Shirori chuckles. Does he ever? So, when are you guys gonna start preparing for your entrance exam? Mei pipes up. Since we're almost 3rd years, UA entrance exams are a year away. I mean, what would we do? Shirori asks. Public quirk usage is illegal, but the exams are based on quirks. I know a place, Izuku says. Dagoba Beach. We could clear it for strength training. The dump. Mei says, incredulous. I go there for spare parts. He nods. No one else goes around there because of all the trash, so we'd have privacy. It's actually Inko who had suggested the idea in the first place. Without her, Izuku never would have even considered it. It all starts when the topic of quirk training comes up a few days before at dinner and Inko offhandedly mentions the place. She says that it used to be beautiful, but currents started depositing trash on the beach and people started to do it too. Her logic behind the suggestion is that not only would they be helping the environment, they'd be exercising and would have a space away from prying eyes to train their quirks. I'm down, Shirori replies. Don't see a probably with it. As long as no one messes up my future babies, we're good. Mei gives him a double thumbs up and a wide smile. Wait, guys. Idea. Like whole light bulb right here. She mimics an explosion. What if you guys got Bishop and Aizawa to train you for the exam? Aizawa? I mean, he's gotten through the exam and he oversees it, so he might be able to give you guys some pointers? The two aspiring heroes turn to Hitoshi. Would Aizawa agree to that? Hitoshi stretches and yawns. Dunno. I'll have to ask. And so the year of hell begins. Because Aizawa says yes. Why are we up this early? Hitoshi rubs at his eyes. The sun isn't even up. I know you weren't sleeping, so stop complaining, Aizawa orders, flicking Hitoshi. Then give me some of your coffee. Hitoshi makes a grab for the hero's steaming cup of lifeblood. Aizawa dodges him and bats his hand away. Try that again and I will make your training living hell. His foster son fixes him with a dry look. Didn't you promise to do that when I asked? Shut up and give me 50 push-ups. While Hitoshi suffers, Aizawa and Bishop begin discussing what would be the best plan for the trio's physical training. The kids know basic combat, Bishop explains. Shiori and Izuku are ahead of Hitoshi, so he needs more work on the basics. Hitoshi, when you're done with the push-ups, 10 laps around the beach. The entire beach? Ignoring his foster son's outburst, Aizawa tells Shiori and Izuku to begin clearing a section of the beach. Obediently, they put their gloves on and start moving the trash, though Shiori's clearly in a sour mood. Aizawa and Bishop stand side by side and watch the kids do their various tasks. So, you used to be a pro, Aizawa says to the older man. Bishop sighs. Yeah. Was Bishop your hero name? He nods. It just kinda stuck after I retired. The former pro's gnarled hand ghosts over the scar running up his face and he frowns. Suddenly, it doesn't seem like Bishop is standing by Aizawa. It feels like he's somewhere else, far, far away, long, long ago. I don't want these kids getting into anything they're not ready for, but they're stubborn, you know? Aizawa snorts. Oh, believe me, I know. I teach at UA. With a low whistle, Bishop replies, do not envy you. Doubt anyone does, Hitoshi. Pick up the pace. He gets some indignant cry in return. Hitoshi proceeds to trip, faceplant in the sand, and not get up. Aizawa sighs and goes to help him. Bishop claps his hands. Okay, shrimps. We're gonna work on your combat now, he announces to Shiori and Izuku. The former immediately drops the very big engine that she is holding. On Izuku's foot. Bishop has never heard a higher-pitched scream. After he regains his hearing, they review the basic stances and then Shiori and Izuku spar. She's got him pinned in minutes. Bishop squats down to Izuku's level. Kid, I've seen you do better against someone bigger than her. You need to be fiercer, pretend it's not Shiori you're fighting. The boy sighs and sits up, brushing the sand off his clothes. I know, but she's my best friend Dash. Who has absolutely no problem kicking your butt, Bishop adds. Shiori snickers and he smacks her arm, earning him a quick glare that's a little more venomous than usual. Let's go again. Izuku gets thrown into the sand multiple more times after that. It's not entirely his fault. Shiori is good at mixing up her moves. She hardly uses the same opening twice. The holes in her attacks are too quick for him to react to, which makes her vigilante name all the more fitting, though, if he notices she's attacking more aggressively than usual today. At one point, she oversteps a lunge and he goes for her side, embracing the chance he has. She twists around and grabs onto his arm, yanking him down. As he falls, Izuku slams his feet into the back of her knees and she collapses. The surprise on her face is clear. Seizing the opportunity, he tackles her and gets her arms behind her head. Using his weight to his advantage, he effectively immobilizes her. Izuku wins. Bishop announces and the boy climbs off Shiori. Shiori, don't let your surprise slow your reaction time. In a real fight, you'd be dead. But this is practice, so scale back the killing intent. She grumbles something and tries to get all the sand off of her. Bishop sighs and turns to Izuku. That was a clever move, kid, but it took you too many tries to analyze the situation. You need to learn how to analyze a present situation instead of trying to form a plan on what your opponent has done. It's not bad to make a plan on past behavior, but you won't always have time. You need to shrink your plan in time and still come out a winner. But you're getting faster. Keep on that. And make your punches and jabs sharper and harder. Don't be afraid to fight. Dirty. Shiori, nice job trying to keep Izuku on his toes. Don't take such a big step when you lunge next time, or your opponent will take advantage of it. And remember to use your legs more. They hold more power, but they are more risky. Your balance is improving, so keep doing those exercises I showed you. Not a bad match. All in all, I'd say you kids are doing well. Hitoshi comes over, panting. My foster father hates me, he breathes before falling flat on his face. Thank you for acknowledging all my hard work, Aizawa says sarcastically. I want to see where all of you are with your quirks. Since Hitoshi is currently being overdramatic, You dash, he points to Izuku. Going first. The boy gulps and moves toward an empty spot on the beach. The pro hero stands a little ways off. Now, tell me your quirk. It's called Mind Palace, Izuku answers. I can store information, control body functions, and alter some parts of my DNA. DNA? Yeah. The roots of his hair turn white and the color spreads to the tips of his curls. His eyes change from forest green to a crystal blue and his freckles fade. See? Aizawa nods. What about the body functions? I can increase things like my adrenaline, muscle capacity, eyesight, stamina, and lung capacity. The more I exercise it, the higher I can increase it, he explains. My eyes glow when I use it, but overuse causes serious migraines and nosebleeds. Annoying, but nothing too serious. Anything else? Oh. Izuku shrugs nonchalantly. Extreme overuse makes me bleed from my eyes. Aizawa freezes. From your eyes. The boy with currently white hair nods like it's the most normal thing in the world. Yeah. It kinda stings and makes it hard to see, but it's not that bad. Bleeding from your eyes is dash. He's not gonna listen, Bishop interrupts. Seriously, kid's got a crazy high pain tolerance. Doesn't help that he can shut off his pain receptors. You ain't gonna convince him. Aizawa pauses, inhales sharply, massages his eyes and reaches into his pocket for an aspirin. Migraines, nosebleeds, and eye bleeds. That's a picture he won't get out of his mind for a long time. If I see any of that, I'll erase your quirk immediately and you will stop training for the rest of the week. Are we clear? Yes, Eraserhead-sensei. Now, can you explain your mind palace? It's like a mental manifestation of someone's mind. In mine, I can call up memories there, study, make actual mental notes that pop up later and talk to Tomo. Who's Tomo? They're like .my conscience, I guess? I don't really know, to be honest. They just kinda showed up one day. I can assign them tasks so I can be focusing on a situation while also using my quirk. Do you know if you can create links between minds? Izuku blinks. What? You said you have a manifestation of your mind, but hypothetically, that means other people have a mind palace that they can't access the way you can, right? Yeah. So, do you think it's possible that you could have a telepathic link with someone? It dawns on Izuku that he's never tried this. He's filled with eagerness at the idea. Telepathy. This could be so useful in the field. Instead of trying to shout things out, he could just think them and, in the field. Aizawa repeats. He said that out loud. Oh, you know, Izuku replies, rubbing his neck as his mind scrambles for a believable lie. Wearying up working now, brain, like, as a hero. When I'm in the field it'd be helpful. The erasure hero examines him for a moment before letting it go. Could be. But first we need to know if you can even do it. Kaori, can you come here? Shiori walks toward him with a scowl on her face. Izuku's eyes glow green. Tomo. Yes, Izuku? Can you try and establish a link between me and Kaori? There's a moment of nothing. Izuku's scared that it won't work. Then, Tomo replies. Yes, of course, Izuku. It's hypothetical, but it should be possible. You currently have the capacity for 3 mental links. You would like to save Keano Shiori as your first one? Yes. Alright. Attempting mental link. Please make physical contact with the first linker to begin process. Izuku steps forward and wraps his friend in a tight hug. Izuku? He can feel her stiffen under his touch. I need to make physical contact with you to try to establish the link. Okay, but you couldn't just give me a high five or something less physical? No, he squeezes tighter. I like this better. Also, you kinda look like you need a hug today. She pauses before the tension bleeds from her shoulders. Yeah, I guess I kinda do. Link successfully established. What would you like to name this link, Izuku? It worked. Link named, it worked. No. He suddenly releases Shiori. I mean rename Link 1 Kaori. Link 1 renamed Kaori. Did it work? Shiori asks while she picks herself up off the ground. I don't think so. Send something through the link, Aizawa says. Izuku faces Shiori and focuses. Open link. They stare at each other for a second. Then, softly in the back of her mind, a voice speaks. Hi, Kaori. It's Izuku. Can you hear me? It's quiet and somewhat unclear, but it's unmistakably Izuku. It's funny to watch his best friend jump 20 literal feet in the air. Aizawa sighs. Okay, so we know that you can make telepathic links apparently. Keano, how did it sound? Unclear, but I can hear it, she answers, once she gathers her wits. Midoriya, I want you to work on improving the connection and testing the range of the link. We're going to be building up your body as well so you can have a greater muscle capacity. Aizawa stops and smirks. Think you can handle all that? Izuku beams at Aizawa and pumps his fist in the air. I can do it. Plus ultra. Oh, you sweet child, you have no idea the horrors that await you in training. But now, I want you to practice increasing your capacity and bringing it back down. Turns his attention to Shiori. You go next. She nods. Quirk? Air control, she answers, crossing her arms. I can control the air around me, create new air, absorb winds, that sort of thing. Anything else? It's not really a quirk. She rubs at her neck. But I have a temperature resistance from my mom. It doesn't work really well against really high or low temperatures, but it gives me some protection, I guess. Can you control the temperature of the air around you? The blank look on Shiori's face is enough of an answer. Aizawa sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. We're going to try that later. For now, try and keep these objects in the air. He picks 3 random objects from the trash heap and throws them at Shiori. They stop midair and hover. Good, keep it there. Now he claps. Get to work, brats. As they use their quirks, Izuku still finds a way to talk, despite the fact that he's raising his stamina and muscle capacity and sprinting back and forth across the beach before powering down. Kaori. What? Though she's not angry, she says it through gritted teeth. As the minutes drag on, keeping the objects in the air is becoming harder. They're gradually sinking, much to her frustration because she can't do anything about it. Izuku ignores her tone and wipes the sweat from his forehead. You know how we're practicing our quirks and stuff? One of the objects finally falls. She didn't think it was going to be this hard, but there she is, struggling to keep 2 objects suspended. Damn it, yeah, what about it? He perks up and almost shouts, that means we can finally see if you can fly. Her concentration snaps at the outburst. The other 2 objects hit the ground. Shiori turns slowly to meet her friend's eyes. I swear to God, Izuku. The greenette fires his muscle capacity up all the way and bolts across the beach. While the 2 best friends work their quirks, Bishop absolutely wipes the floor spars with Hitoshi. Back leg needs to move a little further back, kid, Bishop instructs as Hitoshi weaves around a punch. Your stance is too tight. Spread out more and sit lower in the stance. I shouldn't be able to knock you over easily. Bishop's foot connects with Hitoshi's chest. The boy stumbles back and falls. The former pro rushes forward and strikes for Hitoshi's neck, only to stop just short of that. If this was a knife, you'd be dead. Come on, you didn't even use your quirk, Hitoshi whines. It's a shame I know yours, or else you would have gotten me earlier in the fight. He extends a hand to help Hitoshi up, which he accepts. But you can't always rely on cheap shots to get people to respond to you. You'll need some sort of strategy with that. What even is your quirk? I have literally never seen you use it. Well, kid, that's because of a little something called quirk laws. That generally means I would go to jail for a very long time if I were to use my quirk without a license, and I'm not about to let Kaizome and Marjorie wreak havoc on my apartment while I'm gone. I'm pretty sure they do that either way, Hitoshi snorts. But seriously, I want to see the great Bishop's quirk. Bishop looks back at him. No. Oh, come on. I let you wipe the beach with me. I think there's more sand in my hair than on the ground. You let me wipe the beach with you, huh? Please. Bishop shakes his head and cards his hand through Hitoshi's sandy hair. Maybe later, kid. But not now. We have to get back to you letting me beat you up. The younger male bats the hand out of his hair and glares. He drops into a stance and pounces on Bishop in a manner similar to a cat. A wicked smile curves Bishop's lips and he dodges, grabs Hitoshi's foot and flips him. In the end, all three kids go home dead tired, but the happiest they've been in a long time. The months pass quickly between training and vigilante work. It's not long before they're all in their third year, which is a blessing and a curse all in itself. A blessing, because Shiori and Izuku are almost out of Ardra. A curse? Literally everything else. You're all third years now, so it's time to start thinking seriously about your future, Hagiwara-sensei announces. Normally, I would hand these interest forms out, but he tosses all the papers up into the air and smiles. I know you all want to be heroes. The class bursts into cheers as people display their quirks. Hagiwara is quick to calm his class down. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks, but no public quirk usage. Sensei. The class complains, but the quirk usage stops. Bakugo kicks up out of his chair and lands on his desk. Hey, Sensei. Don't lump me in with these extras. The room once again erupts in outrage. Shut the f up. I'm leaving this shitty school and going straight for the top. I got the top score on the UA mock exam and I'll nail the real one. Izuku stiffens at the mention of UA. Don't they have like a 10% acceptance rate? Do you think he can do it? I bet he's going to be a cool hero. While everyone else chatters around him, Izuku focuses on Hagiwara-sensei. Please don't say it, please don't say it, please don't. Oh, isn't Midoriya also applying to UA? Fu Hagiwara-sensei. Deku? I mean sure, he's smart, but it's UA. He'd never make it. Seriously? Isn't he quirkless? He might as well be. Hey, idiot, you can't study your way into UA. A hand slams down on Izuku's desk. Bakugo leans in close, nearly putting him nose to nose with Izuku. The hell? Where do you get off putting yourself on my level? I'm not. Izuku forces the words out, trying to stop his hands from shaking. UA is my dream school and you can't stop me from applying. Like hell you are, Deku. Bakugo swings down, ready to put Izuku in his place. Izuku looks up and, for a moment, all he can see is every villain he's gone up against in the past 2 years. Every injury, every drop of blood, every moment of paralyzing fear, every ache he's felt from working until he collapsed. And when Izuku sees Kaken again, he realizes that he's not as scary as any of those things. What happens next surprises everyone. Izuku flies out of his seat and grabs Bakugo's hand. He twists it so that Bakugo is forced to the ground in one fluid motion. The room is dead silent. Bakugo Katsuki, Izuku says with a deadly calm, though his heart is gunning in his chest. I'm not your Deku. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not quirkless. But you know what I am? I'm going to UA. Not you, or anyone in this godforsaken school is going to stop me. He lets go of the blonde's arm and Bakugo falls. He looks at Izuku with wild, fearful, infuriated eyes. All right. Bakugo snarls, gets off the floor and pushes past Izuku. The greenette sighs and sits down. Let's go over our career paths, Hagiwara, who's still stunned, announces. The first going to the guidance counselor is Midoriya. The teacher gestures toward the door. Izuku nods, gathers his things and leaves. It's good that he's first, because he needs a minute. Now that he's alone, he allows his hands to tremble and his breath to become uneven. I can't believe I did that, he says to the empty hall. The tips of his ears and cheeks burn pink. I can't believe it fat I can't believe it fat I can't believe dash. Oh God. What did you do now? Izuku looks up to see Kaori standing with a girl from her class Najiki Maybe. Izuku can vaguely remember Kaori mentioning being on good terms with someone like that. Oh, nothing. Just maybe, sorta, kinda sign my death warrant. She blinks. Oh, said Bakovichova. Najiki snorts, a genuine smile spreading across her lips. Nice one. She lightly punches Kaori in the arm. Cute laugh. Izuku thinks before snapping out of it. So, that I should probably go. To the guidance counselor. Bye. Stiffly he walks away. What was that? Shiori isn't looking forward to career counseling, but apparently, this isn't something she can skip out on, so whoop-def-ang do. Her teacher sends them to 3 BS counselor in pairs, but she's with Yuno, so the chances of her murdering her partner are less likely. Yuno is one of the few classmates she's friends with. They don't interact much outside of school, but they text and occasionally go to events together. They are both art nerds, so they usually go to art museums or something. Najiki Yuno is a taller female, standing around 5'5" or 5'6", with shoulder-length dark brown hair and amber eyes. Shiori thinks Yuno's pretty, and her opinions are obviously shared after what she's seen with Izuku. She's pretty well liked by their peers and teachers, and gets fairly good grades. But standing next to Shiori, Yuno looks perfect. All that aside, it's nice to be out of the classroom. They reach the counselor's office. Yuno, being the oh-so-wonderful friend she is, lets her go first. Shiori takes a deep breath and opens the door. The counselor frowns at the sight of her. Keano, have a seat. She should have stayed in the classroom. Well, Midoriya, your grades are perfect, the counselor says. Thank you, ma'am, Izuku replies slowly. The counselor shuffles through Izuku's paperwork and frowns. Did I see you have the hero course at UA listed as your first and only option? Yeah. It's my dream school. I see. Her lips tighten. Midoriya, with your Quirk dash. I know it's a long shot dash. A very long shot, she stresses. But I don't know how it will turn out until I do it. His eyes gleam with determination. So I'm going to do it. At least apply for general education, the counselor begs weakly. He nods. I'll apply for general education. Izuku doesn't apply for general education. Now, Keano, you are aware that UA is a top-tier high school, aren't you? Yes. The man massages his eyes and sighs. Keano, look at this. He opens a folder and holds out her report cards. If I'm being honest with you, I don't think you can do it. You're an average student at best. Though last year's final semester was certainly a surprise dash, she hardens her glare. I don't think you'll ever be able to do that well again. You should be less ambitious. You might be able to pass the hero course's physical exam, but you will definitely fail the written exam. And if you're thinking about general education, don't. Their written exam is even more rigorous than the hero course. Honestly, I just don't see you getting into UA. You're not good enough for that. With people like Bakugo, maybe even Midoriya, they're special. They've got what it takes and they will be successful. You are not. Looking at what I see now, I can't see you ever being anything. Choose a local high school and try and figure things out, but don't apply for UA. You'll only waste time and money. You can't make it. By the end of his well-meaning lecture, Keano's fists are balled so tightly they're pure white. Unadulterated rage boils her blood until only anger runs through her veins. She wants to punch this son of a bitch in his face. She's kept her calm in worse situations. A junior high guidance counselor? She can handle this. Because she can be better than he's being. I'm going to apply, she says sternly. And I'm going to get into UA, whether it be through the hero course, general education, support, or business. And when I do, I am going to come back and staple my acceptance letter to your door. The counselor frowns at her. Keano, I'm sorry, but I don't believe you have much of a future. She stands and bows. Thank you for your guidance, Senyo-sensei. Wait dash. The girl is already gone. But best believe she'll be back. He sighs. Next. Najiki Yuno walks in. Najiki. Take a seat. Let's talk about your plans for the future. Izuku returns to his homeroom and the next person goes to the counselor. The last PRD of the day is a study hall and the teacher leaves once the bell rings. Izuku goes to pack his things when he's cornered by Bakugo and his cronies. Hold up, Dev. Not now, Bakugo. I need to go. Izuku reaches for his hero analysis notebook when it's snatched from him. What's this? Bakugo carelessly flips through the pages and sneers. Still think you can be a hero? Yes, Izuku answers evenly. I told you that I was going to UA's hero course. I thought it was implied that I know I can be a hero. Despite what he says, Izuku is still unsure. A hero? Against a person like Bakugo? Even he can admit it's laughable. Bakugo slams his hand down on a desk, making Izuku jump. The blonde cackles at his nerves. You go actin' all tough, but you're shaking like a leaf, Deku. Now listen up, Dash. He gets in close. I'm the only one from this PSS poor school that's going to UA. Got it? He backs up and blows up Izuku's notebook, hurling it out the window. Distantly amidst the shock, Izuku considers jumping after it as he watches Bakugo berate him. You can't be a hero. You're just a fucking pathetic waste of space. But I know how you can finally be useful. A wicked contorts Bakugo's face. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a real quirk in your next life. Izuku's heart drops in his chest. His eyes become glassy. Let's go. Bakugo turns to leave. Both of Bakugo's cronies widen their eyes, but keep their mouths shut. They know better to mess with Bakugo. It's easier to torment people with him than to be tormented by him. Alone in the classroom, Izuku cries. Swan dive off the roof, huh? The bounce in Izuku's step is absent today. Pray you'll get a quirk in your next life. I'm not quirkless. Before he realizes it, tears are running down his face. Glassy eyes face the ground. Izuku tries to dry his tears in the solitude of a tunnel. He texts Kaori. She doesn't respond. He sighs. Today really ''seks. Without his permission, darker thoughts enter his head and refuse to go away. You can't do it. You'll never be able to. You can't. You can't. He knows. He knows, all right? It's unlikely his dreams will ever come true. He knows he's got no shot. It's stupid that he thinks he can do it. Everyone else knows he'll never accomplish anything heroic, but if he isn't a hero, then who is he? Just Midoriya Izuku. There's nothing special about that. There's nothing special about him. Even Rabbit special, but that doesn't carry over to Izuku. Midoriya Izuku is Rabbit, but Rabbit is not Midoriya Izuku. Rabbit knows what to do in dangerous situations. Rabbit saves people. Rabbit is a hero. Rabbit is surrounded by great people whose real identities are just as special as their vigilante personas. May will become a famous inventor and rake in millions in profits. Hitoshi and Kaori are going to be great heroes, saving hundreds of lives and protecting the world by fighting villains. But him? He's nobody. He'll forever be in the shadows of their foretold greatness, an afterthought of their childhood, a footnote in the story of their lives. He is just Midoriya Izuku. And Midoriya Izuku can't even prove to his peers that he has a quirk. He's still gathering his composure when he hears the manhole cover rattle. It's blown up and the shards embed themselves into the top of the tunnel. A mass of sludge oozes out of the hole, glancing around quickly. Its two red eyes land on Izuku's trembling form. A medium-sized invisibility shield. You don't mind if I borrow your body for a bit, do you, kid? The scrawny boy begins scrambling away as the sludge laughs. It grabs hold of the kid and immobilizes him. Just let go, kid. It'll only hurt for like a minute. But thanks. You're my hero. Izuku can't answer. His throat is filled with sludge and his limbs are stiff. He can't breathe. Texas smash. The oppressive force around him is blown away and Izuku is flung back into the tunnel. Izuku, oxygen levels are dangerously low. Kid Dash, a blonde blur says. Izuku doesn't hear the rest as his brain temporarily shuts down. Today really does SCK. Kid. Fuzzy shapes move through his vision as Izuku begins to wake up. Tomo, systems check, he mutters under his breath. All body systems seem to be unharmed, Izuku. However, you do have a bruise on the back of your head. Izuku sits up and winces. Yep. Found it. Then he remembers the blonde blurry figure. Adash, he stops cold. All might. The hero beams at him, hands on his hips and laughs. It is I. What when how Dash? I apologize for involving you in my hero work, young Midoriya. He says. You know my name, wait. See, can I have an autograph? Izuku scrambles for his notebook. Already done. The giant booms. Maybe today isn't so bad after all. Thank you. No problem, my boy. But now I must go. All Might taps his fingers against the 2 soda bottles. This one needs to be taken to the police. The giant gets ready to shoot off into the sky. Wait, I have a question. Izuku's voice is loud enough to give All Might pause. Really, my boy, I must go dash. Can I be a hero with a weak quirk? It comes as a surprise how forcefully Izuku interrupts his hero, but he needs to know. All Might stands still as a sentry for a moment, lost to the world. A weak quirk, you say? He repeats, voice softer than his usual boisterous boom. Izuku doesn't care. He needs him to say it. He needs All Might to tell him the one thing that so very few people have told him, because if he hears it from the symbol of peace, then nothing will be able to stop him from doing it. No, without another word, All Might blasts into the sky. Izuku stares at the ground, heart and dreams shattered before his feet. A bitter smile finds its way onto his face. He should have seen this coming. Why did he expect the answer to be different? A dark cloud looms over the young boy as he makes his way home. Explosions break him from his thoughts. There, in the street for all to see, is Bakugo in the hold of the sludge villain. He's held up like a pitiful victim, a mockery to everything Izuku knows. Bakugo believes. Izuku sees him, and then turns away. Of course he couldn't walk away, he thinks as he rushes past the boundaries toward Kaken. Forget being a good hero, how can he call himself a good person if he turns his back on someone who needs help? There's not much he can do, he realizes as he hurls his backpack at the villain's eye. But with what little he can do, with his weaknesses, his failure, his insecurity, and his fear, he does more than any pro-hero at the scene. Izuku grabs onto Kaken's hand and rips him forward as he throws another object at the sludge villain's eye. The villain screams and mistakenly releases Kaken, who falls forward onto Izuku. Without any civilian to worry about, the heroes rush in. All Might blasts the villain into the sky, Backdraft puts out the fires and the other heroes usher the bystanders away. Kaken is taken to the hospital, and in the midst of all the chaos, Izuku slips away. Can I be a hero with a weak quirk? No, All Might had said. He tightens his fists and looks at the rosy sky. Watch me do it, All Might. I'll die trying. Momo is a bit surprised when Shiori asks if she can come over, but is happy and really nervous. Shiori shows up very soon after texting her, given how far Akumi is. She invites her friend inside, who's still in her school uniform, with her school bag. Momo, she says, I need you to tutor me. What? Shiori clenches her fist. I need you to tutor me for the UA exams. Momo is quiet for a moment before she nods. Alright, I'll help. Thanks. I need to get ahead in school. So, Senio-sensei, Ardra, look back on me and laugh while you still can, because soon you'll be craning your necks to see me in the distance. May slaves tirelessly over her inventions, tinkering, adjusting, revising them, making them absolutely perfect. She can hear the whispers of the kids at Sumai who think she's weird or crazy. They talk behind their hands about how she never does anything with anyone and only spends time in the workshop. Because that's where genius is made. And all of her work, her sacrifice, her blood and tears, those are going to take her to and past UA's front gates with her middle finger held high to all those gawking behind her. It's only a matter of time. And no one stops the flow of time. Don't talk to that kid. He's got a villain's quirk. Hitoshi grits his teeth and blocks out the white noise of his peers' chatter. I heard he brainwashed Juno over in 2C. That's why Juno got expelled. No way, why is Shinso still here? He's got the perfect quirk to get away with murder. I don't want to be near him. A villain in the making. Look at him, he's going to snap. Move. I don't want to sit next to him. He presses his nails into his palms so hard that blood begins to peek out against the stark white of his hands. Rage burns within him. Who gives them the right? No one does. Inhale, exhale. Breathe and dig deep. Then turn around and prove them wrong. The tension bleeds from his muscles and the burning fire of anger is snuffed out. A villain's quirk? No, the quirk of the future greatest hero. He doesn't need to listen to them. He doesn't have to give them power over who he is or how he feels. They can shout at him and mock him all they want, because when he gets up and leaves them in his dust, they won't be screaming at him anymore. They'll be screaming after him. And Shinso Hitoshi will never, ever look back at the people who never gave him the time of day. He just needs to breathe and bear this burden a little longer. Go! Shiori and Izuku dive at each other. She sweeps his feet out from under him, but he springs back on his hands and rights himself. You're copying my moves, she huffs as she jabs at him. Izuku dodges. I learn from the best. He swings and hits her in the stomach, sending her tumbling to the ground, but she rolls away before he can pin her. To their left, Hitoshi does 50 push-ups before he begins jogging around the beach. Mei sits further back on the beach and occasionally approaches the training area for spare parts. A good amount of the trash has been cleared away, so Hitoshi, Izuku and Shiori make a pile of all the things that Mei might use for her inventions. Shiori finally manages to pin Izuku by flipping him and then putting him in a headlock. Shiori wins. Good effort on both sides, though. The match lasted 9 minutes and 28 seconds. Izuku, that stomach strike was good, but be a little more direct. That punch was sloppy. Shiori, when you sweep someone's legs, you need to go for the knees, not the shins. You can't always rely on brute force. You two are definitely improving though. Izuku, I want you and Hitoshi to spar next. Shiori, go see what Aizawa's got for you. Hitoshi and Izuku line up while Shiori tries to alter the air's temperature. Mei tinkers with her invention until it begins whirring to life. They all think the same thing. 8 more months. After training, Shiori goes back to the shelter, takes an ice-cold shower and then hops on a train to Momo's. She drowns out the chatter of the train with music until she reaches her stop. Hey Shiori. Her tall friend gives her a shy smile at her. Hey, how's you at prep with your cousin going? Momo sighs and tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, but I wish it wasn't so time-consuming. What about on your end? Oh, just casually kicking each other into the sand for fun, she deadpants. Momo giggles, eyes unusually bright, and the two girls make their way up to her room. So, do you want to go over math today? Yayarosa hops onto her bed and opens a textbook. Shiori drops her bag on the floor beside her. Sure. The pair spend a few hours like this. Momo will explain a concept to her and give examples before Shiori tries it for herself. After a few attempts, the latter's answers become consistently correct and it takes her less time to do them. Be right. But I need to use the bathroom. Momo nods. Alright, we can go over the quadratic formula next. After Shiori leaves, Momo notices a different notebook sticking out of Shiori's bag. It's not like her school notes and it's unmarked. Curiosity gets the better of her and Momo opens the book. Inside are pencil sketches of various things: trains, people, parks, landscapes. Some of the drawings are smudged or have been hastily erased, but they're good. Momo flips through the pages with quiet awe. She didn't know Shiori could draw. When she hears the bathroom door open, she quickly closes the book and drops it back into Shiori's backpack. Shiori reappears and doesn't comment on anything odd. So, quadratic formula? Momo nods and tries to not look suspicious. Right? Now, it looks hard at first, but once you memorize it, it's not that bad. The older girl then proceeds to explain the algebra problem. Around 4, they wrap up and Shiori says her goodbyes. Just before she's out the door, she pauses like she's forgotten something. Oh, Momo? Yes. Shiori leans in with hints of a smile. If you want to look through my sketchbook, you can just ask. And without another word, Shiori leaves and Momo's mouth hangs open. After Shiori's gone, Momo groans and buries her head in her pillow, screaming. She's a mess. Shiori gets back on the train and heads to downtown Akumi. The walk from the train station to Jin's isn't bad, maybe 20 minutes at most. Shiori opens the door to the cafe and a bell rings, announcing her arrival. Jin's is pretty well filled for the late afternoon. Can I help you? A woman with blue skin and long black hair quite literally appears next to her. Shiori jumps a bit. It's hard to sneak up on her after all. I heard Jin's was hiring. The lady crosses her arms and looks Shiori up and down. How old? 14. I've got my papers. She hums and floats around Shiori, wispy tail never touching the ground. Not sure, kid. You look kinda young. Got any experience? I help cook at the shelter 3 blocks from here and clean a lot. Wait, the shelter? For kids? She narrows her eyes suspiciously. Yeah, what about it? Realization dawns in her eyes. That's where I know you from, she exclaims, pointing at Shiori. You're that kid who's always drawing something or sitting on the rooftop. The woman rests her hands on her hips with a thoughtful expression. Look, I'm really sorry, but I don't really want to hire kids. Wait, Shiori cuts in more forcefully than she expects to. You don't have to file anything or even acknowledge that I work here. You can pay me less than anyone else here for double the work, but I really need the money. The cafe's owner circles Shiori again, examining her. Need it for what? Trying to get an apartment and pay for high school. She raises an eyebrow. They don't cover high school where you live? It's a Kumi child care, Shiori deadpants. Of course they don't. They stare at each other in silence for a moment before the woman extends her blue hand with a bright smile. Name's Aisha. Welcome to Jin's Cafe, kid. You can start next week. Shiori shakes it. What do you want me to do? Well, we've got a temporary waiter for another 3 weeks, so you'll have to wait for that, but Aisha points to the front window. I need some good-looking pictures to draw customers in. You'll be doing that. Okay. With a smile, Shiori nods. Right. Hitoshi and his foster dad head home and Hitoshi takes a nice hot shower that never would have been allowed under Fujikawa's rule. His hand ghosts the light scar on his stomach. It's been almost half a year since he got it, but every time he touches it, a shiver runs up his spine and he can feel phantom pains on the scar. But he's alive, and he wouldn't trade this life for whatever life he'd be reborn in if he had died that day. Hitoshi twists the nozzle and the water stops. He steps out of the shower and dries himself off in the steamy room. He forgot to turn the fan on. After changing into a fresh pair of clothes, Hitoshi attempts to drag a comb through his hair before giving up and exiting the bathroom. Both of his foster parents are sitting at the kitchen table, hands folded and looking at him expectantly. The smile falls from his face. He should have seen this coming. Yamada has his hair down and he looks uncharacteristically serious. Hitoshi, we need to talk to you. Shit. About what? He asks nervously. Sit down, please, Yamada requests, though his voice is firm. Hitoshi sits at the table, legs bouncing up and down. What we wanted to tell you, Aizawa begins. Please don't send me back. He has it good here, and there is so much that he's willing to do to not lose it. Both adults look at him before they stare at each other. Hitoshi I will do anything, just please don't send me back there. Tears burn his eyes but he refuses to cry. Hitoshi, Aizawa says firmly. We aren't sending you back. You aren't? No, Yamada interjects. We want to adopt you. Hitoshi doesn't cry. He doesn't. His eyes are just really sweaty. Hizashi smiles at him. If you'll have us as your parents, we'd like you to be part of this family, Hitoshi. You don't have to decide right away, Shoyuta adds. It's okay if you want to Why yes, Hitoshi interrupts, sniffling after not crying. I want to, thank you. Thank you so much. The boy breaks down again and Hizashi moves his seat next to him and hugs him. Welcome to the family, kiddo, he whispers quietly. Hitoshi is home. The next day, Yamada goes all out for Hitoshi's spur-of-the-moment adoption party. He invites all of Hitoshi's 3 friends, plus Bishop, Inko, Mama and Akaguro. Akaguro bows out, citing other obligations, but everyone else shows. It's a fun night for everyone. The party's energy dips as it gets later. Shiori and Hitoshi, far more used to be up later than most of the adults, sit out on the fire escape, talking about the few experiences they shared before becoming vigilantes. Remember Mr. Yoshi? Hitoshi shivers. Mr. Yoshi had been the foster parent he and Shiori had met under, and God, that man was something else. I'd rather not. The man had been nothing short of corporal for the tiniest mistakes. So, You don't remember when we tie-dyed all his shirts and duct-taped his precious radio to the ceiling? Hitoshi laughs. Okay, that's a good memory. Yoshi sends them back right after that incident and they go to different foster families. Hitoshi doesn't see Shirori again until he winds up under Fujikawa Hanako's care at the shelter. They get into trouble together every once in a while, but it's more because they're both near the bottom of Hanako's list of favorites and less because they're partners in crime. Then again, Hitoshi wishes they were. He and Shirori might have been able to raise hell at the shelter if they had joined forces. So, you going to change your name? Shirori asks, playing with her hoodie string. Aizawa Yamada Hitoshi is pretty catchy. There's a rare teasing lilt to her voice. Shirori is much more lighthearted tonight, which means she's in a good mood. Never thought he'd see the day. With a sigh, Hitoshi leans back and looks at the sky. The breeze flowing through the alley between the apartment and the building beside it is cool on his skin from the warm June air. It's nice out here. He can see why Shirori spends so much time out here and on roofs. Maybe, but probably not. I get my parents were major assholes who never should have had kids and all, but I've always been Shinso Hitoshi, you know? Like, Aizawa and Yamada are great and I'm really, really lucky that I'm ending up with them, but I've always been Shinso. That's me. Regrettably, she adds, leaning on the fire escape's railing. She tilts her head and looks at him with her storm gray eyes. He doesn't know why, but he's always found that color pretty. But I get what you mean, Hitoshi. Would you change your name if you had the chance? Her face sours a bit with playfulness and exasperation. Shinso, do you have any idea how long it took me to learn how to write my name in kanji? He chuckles and they talk for the rest of the night, long after the Midoriyas, Mama, Bishop and May leave. Aizawa pokes his head out of the window. Problem children. It's midnight. Oh, we were giving you and Yamada some private time, Hitoshi jokes with a smirk. It isn't too late to reverse the adoption, Hitoshi, Aizawa half threatens. Yamada appears next to his husband, wrapping his arms around his waist. Ah, don't be so sour, Shoyuta. He's joking. Whose side are you on? Hitoshi's. Mine. Hitoshi and Hizashi reply at the same time. Aizawa grumbles something, untangles Hizashi from him and stalks off. Let him sulk. Hizashi smiles at Shirori. You're welcome to stay the night, little listener, since it's so late. We can call your parents and see if they're okay with it. Hitoshi and Shirori make eye contact and burst out laughing. The teens laugh until they're wheezing and their eyes are glassy. Oh my god, that is great, Hitoshi breathes, holding his sides. Fujikawa would be thrilled. Yeah, Hanako would love that. Shirori mimes a phone. Oh, sorry Fujikawa-san. I'm not coming back tonight, but I'll be there tomorrow. She would throw a whole party. The girl pauses to catch her breath, and the smile on her face fades a bit as she calms down. Nah, I better head back. You sure she hasn't locked you out? Doesn't matter. I got the back window propped open. Shirori stands up. I'll let her know you got adopted. Hitoshi starts laughing again. Send me a picture of her reaction. I'll make it my wallpaper. Gotcha. Good night. Before Yamada can stop her, Shirori hops off the fire escape and into the alley, cushioning her landing with a strong gust of air. Hizashi turns to his son, so beyond confused by the pair's behavior. What just happened? Hitoshi just smiles and climbs in the window. Good night, Dad. Wait, Hitoshi, seriously, what just dash? May hangs a picture of her and her besties in the sacred spot above her workspace where her family picture used to hang. In the picture, they're at the park when it's drizzling. Bishop has gotten them all ice cream. The photo is taken the moment May jumps on Izuku's back and Izuku staggers, looking back at her with a smile. Hitoshi has cat whiskers painted on his face from the carnival they had gone to earlier. The whiskers are beginning to run, but he's smiling. Hitoshi and Shirori throw up peace signs with one hand while holding their ice cream in the other. It's a nice picture, a good memory. And now Hitoshi's getting adopted? Even better. Life is really looking up. It's a lazy Saturday afternoon just beginning to bleed into evening as the sky becomes darker and brings out lighter hues on the pink and orange clouds. Hitoshi is in his room, being his usual hermit self, scrolling through hero chat forums and getting into fights with anonymous internet users. Izuku and Shiori are hanging out on a roof, having their weekly, safe space, Saturdays. There isn't much to talk about this week, since nothing's happened, so it's really two teens just talking about nothing and drinking smoothies. Everyone's taking it relatively easy because, hey, they're kids and they deserve to chill every once in a while. The universe finally decides to give them a break, and they're taking full advantage of it. Then May texts the group chat reserved only for emergencies. Break's over. The last time they spoke in this specific group chat was the riot, so all three kids rushed to home base. May had been pretty vague in the text, only saying that it's urgent, so they get there so fast they would put Ingenium to shame. What happened? Izuku pants, thoroughly out of breath. Are you okay? May spins around in her seat. Eraserhead is being ambushed behind Sweeney's barbershop. He's outnumbered and protecting one civilian. Hitoshi's heart drops in his stomach and shatters so loudly he's sure it's audible. What? He chokes. Do the police know yet? Shiori cuts in. I don't know why, but I can't get through. I've been calling since I texted you guys. Even if I could get through to them, the place is on the outskirts in a really remote area. They wouldn't get there soon enough. By the time she finishes talking, all three vigilantes have their gear on. Bulletproof vests, guys. They have guns. As if this situation couldn't get worse. After putting the vests underneath their hoodies, the three vigilantes disappear into the fading light. May prays to a god she doesn't quite believe in that they'll come back safe. They're going to. They have to. Right? Swallowing the lump in her throat, May keeps trying to get through to the police. Tsukachi isn't even answering his cell phone. Why isn't this working? Tsukachi rubs at his temples, begging his oncoming headache to go away. First, he leaves his cell phone in his office, and now this. Honestly, today has just been a nightmare, but it can't be a nightmare because he hasn't slept in days, so this must be reality. Wait, what do you mean someone took down the entire communication system? He says slowly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Officer Sansa opens his mouth to speak, but is interrupted by a loud spark followed by the sprinklers going off. The cat officer scrambles for cover. Water drips down off of Tsukachi's hat. Great. Hopefully no one is in imminent danger, because this is going to take a while to fix. The hairs on Bishop's arms stand on end. Something's wrong. He walks to the window, but sees nothing other than a beautiful sky. Everything looks fine, but the feeling doesn't go away. None of his kids answer their phones. Bishop dials Kaizome, who thankfully answers on the first ring. Hey, I need you to sweep the city. I think something happened. The man doesn't question him. Very well. Kaizome hangs up. Bishop looks back to the serene evening sky. Not a single cloud is out of place. Something is very, very wrong. Weaving in between attacks, Aizawa clutches the little boy clinging to him close to his chest. The hero breathes deeply, trying to keep up the current pace he's holding. Aizawa can't do this forever and there are 2 DM many. He's got to get the kid out of here. When are those brats going to show up, I wonder? The man in the cheaply tailored suit muses. Rings of smoke curl off of his cigarette. They should be here soon. He blows a cloud of smoke out and drops the cigarette, putting the glowing embers out beneath his shoe. You better hope they get here soon, Eraserhead. You're startin' to look tired. As if perfectly timed, Cobra drops down on the man's head, knocking him down to the ground. Sweep appears beside Aizawa. The police aren't answering and these guys are scrambling radios. You take the kid and get out of here. Aizawa looks at the young vigilante. In Sweep's black eyes he can see obvious terror. This kid is risking his life to fight off villains while he's shaking in his boots. That is something Aizawa has to respect. You take the kid, Aizawa says instead. I'll back your friends up. Sweep is about to argue, or at least, Shoyuta thinks he's going to argue. It's hard to tell with most of his face covered, but seemingly decides against it. Aizawa hands off the kid and Sweep disappears. Free to move without having a civilian to worry about, his capture weapon and hair begin to float and he pulls his yellow goggles on. Stepping up to do what he never thought he would, Aizawa stands with the vigilantes of Cerberus, ready to fight. The comms are being scrambled, Cobra says in the mental link. Can you create a four-way link between you, me and Sweep? I can try, Izuku replies. But we'll need to limit what we say. I can only hold this for so long before my quirk exhaustion kicks in. Tomo, merge me, link 1 and link 3 together. Yes, Izuku. What the F is this? Sweep says. I was running and I almost tripped and dropped the kid. Mental group chat. Our comms are down, so we're using this. Limit what you say. Izuku dodges a punch and knees the villain in the stomach. Sweep, since you're out of range, let us know if Deadless gets through to police before you get back. Will do. Despite how the fight is going, Izuku can't help but feel uneasy. Something's about to happen and whatever it isn't good. Aizawa's pressed back-to-back with Rabbit. Normally, the hero would take advantage of the opportunity and arrest the vigilante, but given the situation, he'll give them a pass. Cobra jackknife kicks one of the villains before rolling under the other coming for them and punches him in the ouch. Hopefully that guy didn't want kids. Aizawa almost winces in sympathy with the villain, because he knows that hurt. Rabbit is equally brutal in their attacks, throwing throat punches and elbow strikes to the backs of villains too slow to turn around. Both vigilantes fight aggressively and are unafraid to fight dirty. The man in the cheaply tailored suit manages to drag his butt off the ground, his temples bleeding. Just what I expected. From Akumi's sewers comes the gutter rats to save the day, he mocks. No place where they belong and never where they're supposed to be. If you don't back up, I'ma put my foot somewhere it's not supposed to be, Cobra bites. Through the voice distorter, Aizawa can hear clear anger and disgust. The man chuckles. Oh, I don't doubt that, Cobra. But, you see, I have a deal with some associates of mine. Cobra whirls around to fight another criminal. It seems like a second wave has descended on the alleyway. For every one they take down, 2 more appear in their place.